Said I promise you the world if you could do the same. I would go the distance if you could take the blame. If you kept me waiting on your word, would you give me nothing in return? Said I promise you would if you could do the same. I would go the distance if you could take a blame. Said you change your state of mind, close your ear, and nothing much has changed since you cut your hair. I thought that I wanted to see if you could be the only one. If you kept me waiting on your word, would you give me nothing in return? And I need to know if you'll be gone. But I guess your silence keeps me warm.
Hello? Max, you're always cooking something delicious. Give me a bite. Max comes in every day going, hello guys. I'm making 5 million treats in the oven. Hello, Charlie. Let's see if Gran responds. I said her a text. Although I'm honestly not that late. I was like, I don't know what time I'm going to be there. Because I'm tired. But you know what? Not bad. Oh my god, Aaron. What the hell? Thank you. And David. Thank you so much.
Put your ass away, child.
What if we all kiss?
John Callmouth kids miss you, just subscribe.
I agree.
What if we all kissed RN haha JK, unless?
Oh my god, I'm down? Yeah? I just made these sausage, capsicum, cream cheese filled rolls. Oi! Calcium! John, thank you for 19. How are you, doll? Thank you. I appreciate that. Join my lobby when ready. No. Charlie, no. I appreciate that though. You cute. I appreciate it. Hi B, hello. How are you? I'm excited for today. Ben, 95. Oh my god. Oh god.
Put your ass away, child.
Oh god.
Pandian
What?
underscore Halioetus just subscribed. Another one.
Ben-
Red heart emoji.
That is honestly blowing my mind. I need to make a 100 sub alert. What the hell? Thank you so much. Every time I see your sub number, it actually blows my mind. And I'm really grateful. Oh my goodness. Thank you. How are you, doll? And honey, what the hell? 25 streak. Thank you, guys. Hi, Moxie. How are you? But I cooked some chicken, corn, tomatoes for dinner too. Oh, yeah. I'm interested. Guys, I woke up today without an alarm. I just knew I would be awake. That's the perks of daylight savings, I guess. It throws me off. It honestly just... Oh, I guess that makes sense why it's been weird this week. When daylight savings went back. My body... No, honestly, my body was locked in. I woke up first at 6:30. And I was like, nah, I'm getting another hour. Like, I'm not doing that. And then you know when you kind of close your eyes and you're not really sleeping, but you're not awake either? I kept doing that for like 20 minutes, but it felt like an hour. I was just like, I'm not leaving. I'm not fucking leaving. I said, rise and shine. No, I did, honestly. Hi, Staley. Ah, what? Oh, doll. Ouchie mama. Sorry to hear that. What the hell? Oh, doll, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm glad she's in the right place. Jesus. No, Staley, I'm in shock hearing it. I can't imagine how that was for you, doll. Jesus, I'm so sorry. You can't make me. Striker, hello. Hello, doll. How are you? I really felt like I suggested a couple things with Gran, but here's the thing. Sometimes we have to play DBD with Love and Light because she needs to get her hours up for the creator program. So I was like, all right, why don't we play DBD? But to be honest, I really feel like trying to get a good game with Gran in. I love the screams. I love the stress. I just felt like doing it. Time change just stinks for me. It means most streams start at midnight. Really? Like right now? Wait, what time is it? Is it a good day for you now? Because that means Fridays are our days, Charlie. Although I would like to start earlier most days. I honestly would like to start maybe half an hour from now. I'd like to do that. 11 p.m. Oh, okay. Yeah, I would like to do some earlier streams. Only reason why I don't is I find it hard to get into bed early. But then I find that hard is because I finish stream late. So I need to start I don't know, maybe start a rhythm where maybe I make sure I'm off stream by 3 p.m. like 2 days a week. So I get in bed early. Because if I finish at 5 or 6, I have to like decompress and then I'm trying to get everything done and then I just can't. Like I had another one of those days last night where I was like, I wanted to do things and I just couldn't. I'm just having a really like tired week. So I'm like, okay, we're starting fresh next week, Carls. It's okay. No, I'm really excited. I'm really excited to play with Gran. I don't think I can invite her. Oh, she's in a match. Okay. After next game. Maybe I'll call her so she knows. Then I'll mute. I don't know if she'll answer. Let's like call on Steam. Wait, I'm gonna call on Steam. No, honestly, John. Ugh, I'll call on Steam. She's offline though. Oh, I can't even call her on Steam because she's offline. She's appearing offline. God damn it. No, true, Mickey. Honestly, like, it wasn't awful, but it was definitely a, I guess the most exhausted I've felt from Shark Week in a long time. So, yeah. Well, okay. I just have to accept that it was a tired week, and we go again next week. I'll be full of bloody beans next week. But yes, so we are playing with Gran for 2 and a bit hours. What's the time? Yeah, two and a half hours ish by the time she joins my lobby. And then we have restaurants or restaurants. I don't know how to pronounce it. Basically, we're going to be starting a restaurant with Crispy, Sammy, and Chris, but we're rats. And then there's a new Battle Golf update. Oh, there's a new Battle Golf update with new weapons and new maps. And Chris is going to have way too much fun with that. So we're playing that after. And then I think, honestly, depending how I feel, you never know with me. I say this and then I end up doing something. But I think today I'm going to... Oh, sorry, guys. I'm going to be like, all right, thank you, guys. I'm going to end the stream after Friend Slop. Which will still be 7 hours, I think. I still think it's going to be a 7-hour stream, but I'm going to try and not do a cap today. I'll still talk and everything where I can, but I'm going to try hard and not do a cap today because I've said that every day this week. I've gone, all right, I'm not doing a cap, and then I end up doing... I did 8 hours yesterday. Was it 8.5? No, maybe 8. So I'm going to try and behave. But I'm going to make my... I'll make my schedule this weekend, and it's going to be a good one because it's going to be a full week plus a bonus, I think. So we're so back. We're so back. I honestly... I think this week, I know a lot of you can relate to this. I've had like a spork in the drawer. That's it. I've had a spork. Like I've just used the same spork, but now I need to put it in the dishwasher. It needs to just... I need to clean it. But it's good. You know why I'm excited for the weekend? Why? Because there's no extensive travel. There's no plans. I'm literally just going to be recharging. Which may... You know what? That's probably why I feel this way. Because the last 2 weekends have been really full on. No, I'm not leaving. I ain't fucking leaving. I might go for a walk, but that's it, baby. Getting sad because I keep becoming a big dog in the corporate world. I don't know why the man lets me have this much power. I'm gonna miss more streams. John, just don't be successful. I'm kidding. John, I feel like I still see you though. What's gonna change? You have more power though. You can do whatever you want. More power means more streams. I'm joking. Hi, Sheeby. How are you, doll? Anyone take a good soup spoon from the restaurant? Okay, take good. I haven't done that, but Mum once when it was my 11th birthday. I remember this. We were at Outback Steakhouse. I don't know why she did this. It's so funny because she's so innocent. There was some steak knives on the table. She's like, these are really good, and she put like a couple of them in her bag. And then the waitress came over and she's like, hey, sorry, we don't have any steak knives. And then we had Outback Steakhouse knives for like 2 years in the, they were really good knives. I don't know why she took a couple. I don't know why she took a couple. That's not who she is. But she was just like, no, we need these. Maybe we had like a bad experience and she was like, this is tax. I don't know. Cause she doesn't do that. Like, I don't know why that day she was, or maybe it was my stepdad. I don't know. One of them was feeling randy. I know. Just get a little steak knife. They can afford it. I'm moving roles in a month and I think I'll only be able to watch stream like once every 2 weeks. Really, Pookie? Oh my god. Does that mean like you... Because what are you doing now, John? Are you working from home most days but soon you can't? What's changing? Are people stealing glasses from the pub? True. She wrapped them in napkins. Wait, is this like a normal... This must be the fact that people are like, yeah, we did this too. Hello.
Oh, but girl, not me hitting call you, forgetting I did it, and I just started singing.
Yeah, that's normal.
Mama, I just played the doctor, and I absolutely queefed on everybody.
Really?
I played the unknown. I was so bad. I flopped, but I won. 4K, 3K, whatever. Today's the day.
Really? All right, we'll jump in.
I wish we could both play killer. It pisses me off.
I mean, technically we can, and we can just like talk about it.
No, that's...
What? We can play killer, and then we can both pick a killer and see who gets the most points. Why not?
No. Because where's Granny? Where's Carla? Is she in your lot? What's 2v8? Like, I don't like being sued. What do I do? Hey, girl, no.
People will know that we're just co-playing.
Codependent co-play.
Yeah, that's fine.
Now, you know what? Okay, now
Can you join my lobby? Because you're offline.
Did you just yawn?
Nope.
Oh, girl.
Guys, I mean, sorry, not guys. I got up at 7 a.m. for you.
Oh, I forget that it's early for you.
I know. But Fridays until the daylight savings come back, I'm like, girl, I'm sleepy.
Yeah, I kind of hate having to get up at, what is it, 7:40 in the morning?
I kind of hate, so funny.
I do, I kind of hate it, like, low-key. I do.
What time do you get up?
7:40.
So that's 5:40 for me.
Every day.
7:40. And then what time do you usually get up?
I'm 7:40.
Also, but like when daylight savings on a thing.
Oh, when
like
that's
prime
not around.
time. Prime time.
Well, like, okay, well, mine shifts twice.
Yes.
So does yours, actually.
Yes.
But it would be 8:40, and then it would be 9:40. But right now it's 7:40.
Yeah.
Which is
you know what?
disgusting.
You know what I hate about it is I usually have lobbies, like say if I do like an Among Us lobby or whatever, it's 9 p.m. Eastern. And when it's prime time, that's 1 p.m. for me. So I can get like my stuff done, waking up a bit later, and it's fine. Now, 9 p.m. is 11 a.m. for me.
Mama.
So like today I'm streaming with you, which I love, by the way. And then as soon as you leave, I have another lobby.
Carla.
Mm-hmm.
That is so much.
Yum. But it's okay.
I wanna run like.
I want to run something fun.
Build.
I want something fun.
I'm trying to figure out what to run.
Because something's changing soon. Have you read about it?
I watched a video. I always watch Scott Jund because he always like breaks everything down.
True. Hi,
he was talking about how they're tweaking the killers.
Happy
the
birthday,
tweaks are, like,
Cardinal. Send my love, Sheeby.
The most minuscule things you've ever seen.
Hi, Izzy. Have you seen the new like perk thing?
Oh yeah, the diminishing returns.
Yeah.
Yes, I have.
I think it'll be good in some ways, but like when we want to do specific builds, that's gonna suck a little bit. But it'll be good for some things. I think.
I want to do some kind of like weird.
What should we do? Let's do something fun.
Like a crazy healing build or something.
Should like I do a crazy gen build and you do a crazy healing build because it's all gonna be gone soon. So we may as well do something.
What if I do like? If I search the word heal.
Heal. Du Zond, Neon. Du Zond. You know what I usually do on our days when daylight savings is a thing? I usually keep your Discord announcements open next to my pillow. Hear me out.
Yes.
Because sometimes you go live a bit late. So,
oh.
Because I'll look, so what I do night before is I'll go through your past 6 announcements. It'll be like 8, 7, 8:20, 7. I'm like, okay, I'll set my alarm for 7. We'll see what happens. And there's some mornings where I'm still sleeping and you'll go live much later. And then I'll be like, all right, it's time to get up. Because I'll give myself like 30 minutes to get ready while you're just chatting. But like, I'll do that sometimes to give myself like an extra 30 minutes of sleep.
Girl, well, like lately I've been on time. Like I've been gagging everybody. They're like, oh.
I know.
Oh God.
You have been. Oh, we lost our party connection. No, you have. I was looking at the announcements and it was like 7 my time, and I'm like, fuck off. Damn it. She's on time. 7. Yeah.
6, 7.
6, 7.
So I think I have a good build here.
Get back in my lobby, be it.
Oh, okay.
I'll join yours.
I accept you.
Okay. Sorry. So should I do a gen build?
Botany knowledge. 50% faster healing.
Yes.
And then I have conviction. After healing a survivor, while down at 25% recovery, you can press E to recover instantly. While healing another survivor, for each hook state they have, heal 50% faster. Okay. And then I have Lucky Break, but I feel like I could change Lucky Break to something else.
I don't know what I should do. Should I do... I guess I could do, what's that thing with the totem? Overzealous, but I need to find a totem. I have Prove Thy Deja, Iron Will, Overzealous. Do I do that?
So you're doing a gen build, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I want to bring a flashlight just in case I can save you, but at the same time I never do, but then if I take it off, then I will be able to. So I should keep it on. You know?
Yeah, bring it. You know, you just never know.
Rowan, real.
You never know.
How are you? Hi, Sue.
I got sniped
How
by
are
a
you,
Claudette
doll? Ask
with a
hello.
yellow hat.
Hi, Dylan. Thank you,
today.
doll. I know
Picking
you're
someone up,
right.
She was so far away.
Hi, Abs.
I could not believe it.
You... Wait. Wait, if I bring a boon... If whenever you bless or cleanse a totem... Wait. Oh.
Autodidact? Are you kidding me?
I will still have to bless it. But... I guess I could get something else out of it. Wait. Boring. Why don't I bring exponential? Boon exponential. And then I'll... That could be fun. Because I could bless a boon. Get exponential, which is unbreakable pretty much. But then also get my extra repair.
Okay. Let's do it.
Did you sneeze?
No.
Oh. Oh, I...
Sure didn't.
Charlie said I bless you.
I sure didn't, baby. I feel like I would have known.
Sorry. Guys, I cannot stress today. And Grant, I'm so sorry in advance. I know. Sorry, guys. My brain is so fried this week. Shark Week's just been doing a number on me. And
Shark Week?
Yes, baby.
What is Shark Week?
Riding the Crimson Wave?
Oh my god, I always forget that's what you call it. Everyone's got their cute little name.
What
you
helps
know?
us get through it?
Yeah, well, you're right.
So it's been a really tired week. So I'm literally like, I'll be saying something or... I just thought you sneezed because someone said I bless you in chat. So I was talking about blessing totems. And I was like, oh, did Grant sneeze? No, bitch.
Girl. No, did I tell you I had a mosquito in my room 2 nights ago?
It's a bloody zoo in there, doll.
Bitch.
The spider will kill
I
it.
was so mad. The spider and the mosquito are plotting. So this mosquito, usually like they land on a wall and you can see them or something. This one was hyper, never landed. I could hear it flying around. I had the torch on my phone. I was like one of those white ladies in a horror movie.
Okay.
What, like going around? I was like, hello, like where is it? Couldn't find it. Bitch, after 45 minutes, it landed, and I have this. Okay, so I have this spray. It's a spray they use on airplanes at the beginning when they like walk down the aisles and they spray everything in New Zealand to like kill all the pests.
Oh.
And it doesn't hurt you as a human.
Yes.
So I saw it land for like a split second and I sprayed the shit out of it. It kept flying around. I was like, what are you, how? Like what, New Zealand rugby player mosquito?
I'm telling you, move in with me. We don't have mosquitoes.
Oh, that's the conclusion?
Yeah.
Then I found it again and I had to like spray it again till it died. Girl.
Sorry.
But it kept me up for an hour. And so I was so tired.
Yes. Sorry, Pookie.
And I can't shake my body down to the ground.
So I love this. Rowan, I want you to
winning.
do a DBD challenge with me. I was thinking about a stream where we can't end stream until we've versed every single killer. I want to do like a stupid ass DBD challenge. Ash to bronze.
Okay, y'all, we are here at this map that I don't know very well, and we're gonna slay.
This map, honestly, this map and the alien map is just like, what's the joke?
Like, what are we doing? Oh, it's these gens. Okay.
Ron, for a second, I'm like, why are you up
By
early?
the
And then I
way,
realized there's someone.
Nancy just spoke.
My bad. Yeah, Nancy says she has like 20 new lines now.
I just loaded in and she went, so
You know what she says? Have you heard her say, fuck this?
What? Nancy Wheeler
Yeah.
says fuck this?
Yeah, she goes, fuck this.
Girl.
Yeah, she says, a few things. She's like Chucky now. She'll be like, you'll get hit by the killer. She'll be like, ah, fuck off.
Wait, I kind of live.
And then when you down her, she goes, ah, dipshit.
Oh my god, wait, she's an icon.
You haven't heard that?
No. Oh, did you see the new Overwatch hero?
No.
Oh, she's so cool.
Really?
Yes. Oh my god. So she's the first ever African American character.
Yeah.
And she has this, like, when she sees Farah in the sky, she goes, "We get it, girl. You have rockets."
Wait, that's funny.
We get it, girl.
No, but nothing's cooler than Nancy getting hooked and her going, cunt.
I guess I do cuss a little. What's your favorite cuss word? Probably fuck.
And then, if you're in the basement, she goes, yeah, hook my pussy in basement.
Okay, I'm sensing a lie. A small one, maybe. Oh, I need to heal. I'm the healer. I forgot. I'm gonna get this bitch.
Okay, all of that was a lie. I was waiting for you to call me out, but you never did. So I just kept
What is
making
that?
them worse.
What is that laughing noise? What is that? Is that the killer?
You tell me, babe.
I just heard her laughing. I just heard her laughing. It's insane.
Oh!
Oh, don't worry. When you get hooked, I'm coming for you.
Oh!
Because I've got autodidact. Will
Are
make
you
it,
actually?
botany knowledge, healing perk number 4, whatever it is.
Nice.
Okay, where are you? I don't even see you.
Hi, game. Hi, Ezra.
Oh, there you are.
No, it's true. She says it. I'm trying my best to be better at lying. And what I mean by that is, like, that's why I could never do prank phone calls, because I'd be giggling the first second. So I'm trying to get better at goofing around.
I'm coming for you.
Yeah?
Is someone?
Gren, what are your
Yeah?
thoughts on me doing a stream where I can't end until I verse every single killer?
Oh God, Carla, no.
Yeah, but you can snipe me and get me a couple. Play
Carla,
twins and
no.
hag. Come on.
Look at this healing.
Oh, whoa. What the fuck?
God.
What the
Did
hell?
you see that?
Oh, I saw it, girl. I'm gonna bless this totem and then you watch how fast this gen's gonna go.
Oh, he's coming.
Girl, leave me alone. I was just touching a totem.
Oh my God, he just wants you. What the fuck?
Well, obviously. Can someone take the heat from me? I'm just a girl.
Ew, all the glooping and glorping. This map is so dark, I can't see anything. I'm like squinting. Okay, you both just went into oblivion. I don't know where you went.
Oh no,
Where
please don't
are
kill
you?
me. Oh, I'm in the corner.
You're there?
Amy.
Oh, I'm not making
Hi,
that
doll.
shit.
Yeah.
Don't
Give
worry.
her white lies.
I'm right here. You'll be off the hook in no time, diva.
Watch, my survivor's gonna say it. Hook my pussy, bitch.
You hooked me once. You're never gonna hook me twice.
Never gonna get it, never gonna get it.
Did you know that in GTA San Andreas, there's a rare voice line from CJ when he's listening to the radio and a specific song is playing? He says, "Never gonna get it, never gonna get it, biatch."
I love the cadence. That's exactly the way it is. Did you know when you were listening
you
to
know?
the radio in San Andreas GTA, there is a line.
Did you know that's real though?
Oh,
I'm
really?
not lying.
Oh, okay.
I wouldn't lie to you.
Well, do you know what I remembered the other day?
What did you remember, Diva?
I don't remember the context of this, and this is a very, like, vulnerable thing, but I remember I think it was when we were going through a lot with a certain thing years ago. So I was just feeling so, like, I don't know, but I remember thinking, like, you didn't like me or something. And I remember you called me, and you're like, now listen. You know I like you, but you need to understand we are going through, and you gave me this huge pep talk, because I was just so, like, upset. What is that laugh?
I don't know. And
I just
don't know
heard
where
that.
He is.
What the fuck was that? I just
Bitch,
heard
is he
that.
on me? Oh no, he's not on me. What the fuck?
Ew, what was that?
I don't know, but I'm very stressed.
Me too.
Yes, that's the laugh I heard
And
earlier.
hello! Oh my god,
And I
why
was
are
so
you
confused.
scared?
Okay, I'm gonna heal you really quickly.
Hi, Pookie.
Thank you for the sub.
How was 61
Put your
months?
ass
How was
away,
your stream?
child.
This is not the building.
What's
and
the
Prince
safe word?
I
Just
anticipated.
subscribe.
Thank you for 61.
Hi.
How was your stream?
Almost lost my cool
How was
down.
61 months is crazy. I'm so out of it. How was your stream, my love? How was Lego?
Oh my
What
god,
the
this
hell?
trickster. Never gonna get it, never gonna get it, never gonna get it, biatch.
I might die because of this.
Girl, I don't know where he is.
Me neither.
Did you just unhook that person?
No?
Come here, come here, come here. Bitch, come here.
I think, my bad.
Never gonna get it. Gonna get it.
Is
This
that
trickster's
him
doing very
laughing?
well. Oh, that person's dead.
Oh, shit.
Unfortunately, I can't do anything about that, me lady.
Not scared, excited to see you. Give me a kiss.
Well, it's over.
No, we can still do this.
I feel. Oh my god, everyone's on death hook? Lord.
Oh, it sounds creepy as
Shark
hell,
Week.
Amy.
Shark Week in the game.
The Legori hibiscus.
This laugh,
Ew.
please.
It sounds like Mickey Mouse. If this guy chases me, I'm gonna cry.
Don't cry.
Amp, I love you. I hope you're so well. Thank you so much for the raid. I do apologize, raiders. I'm so
I'm
tired.
not mad at this build.
So I'm just like, I'm kind of not with it. I'm low output today, but I do
Oh, I
appreciate
fear.
the raid, and I love you guys. You are the best.
Nobody wants.
It's Mickey Mouse. Okay, good. Come to the shack and do a gem with me.
Oh, I'm trying to. Oh, can I get the save?
Oh,
No, I'm so far away.
come to the
Maybe
jam.
I can get the unhook really quickly, though. To get this diva back in the game.
Back in the game. Game.
Please don't see me.
Yeah, Blue, sometimes you just low
Oh,
output.
this man is
You
blind.
know? Sometimes you have to
He's
heat
reloading.
your ha
He's going towards the totem.
You know what I mean? You gotta just recharge. I'm not doing anything this
I
weekend.
don't like how he's,
I've
like,
had
in the
something on every
area.
weekend for months, so this is gonna be good.
Girl, I can heal
Hi,
you. really
Echo.
quickly.
How are you,
Stop
doll?
running.
Good to see you. Exactly, Blue. Exactly.
Ooh, she ran right into him, please.
I'm killing this.
Oh no. What?
He says,
Okay, he's facing the other way.
I need you to help me with gens, baby.
Girl, I am trying to help this girl.
Well, you can't. She's dead.
Oh my god, Carla. How
Sorry.
could you be so cruel?
The gen near the shack needs more blood. Just loop him for a minute.
Oh god.
You got this, babe. Look, guys, I'm only writing off the teammate because she was dead, and we need to move on.
No, because you're real. Oh god. Oh no, he has fucking whatever.
I've just done 2 gens by myself, guys. Do you smell what I'm cooking?
Oh my god,
Ooh,
I
you
think
got
I went through the
grabbed?
window too many times. Dr. Pepper, baby, it's good and nice. Oh, one gen left? Okay, girl.
Yeah, I know. That's why I was like, hey, help.
No, but
I know.
Like, I was in his sights. I couldn't do anything. Should I just unhook myself?
Can you?
No.
Oh. Fuck, I got excited.
No. Is the answer. One gen left, though, Diva.
Oh, fuck. Hey, boy. Hey, sexy. It's good and nice. Oh! Oh, he has that thing where you get blinded.
Oh, what is it?
Hibiscus. I don't know what it is.
Hibiscus. Oh my god, why did you die?
Because of that thing. So when you stun him, you get,
Oh, hibiscus, yes.
it's not called that at all.
I remember. Yes, hibiscus. Yes,
It's not called that at all. Abandoned.
hibiscus. Hubris.
Hex 2 can play and hubris. Hibiscus.
2 can play at that gay.
I sound like Trapper, damn it. Hi, Holy.
Mama, that man.
Cute. I'm glad she's safe.
I
Bucket of
was-
blood
I was
business.
enjoying
It's
the
blood
build, though.
moon.
Like, it was kind of
Close
key.
enough. Let's just call every perk the wrong name.
Yes.
So I'm gonna
want to.
I'm gonna bring Prove Me and Deja Cat.
Deja Cat real.
What are you bringing?
We'll make it botany knowledge autodidact and do no harm.
I wanted you to say the wrong name.
Oh, okay. I'm bringing unhooker, flower, book, and woman with stethoscope.
Well, I hope he doesn't have hummus again, because that got me killed.
Well, God, I hope he doesn't throw frying pans again. I was so over that. When
Yeah.
that clogged on my big ass head, I was no. You know
Flower
what? He
is
didn't.
botany,
He
yes.
didn't even use his power on me. He just bonked me with his bat.
We would have won that game if he didn't chase my pussy straight away after being unhooked.
Girl, I was so over him chasing your little
Cooter.
shark cove. Oh,
Shark Cove?
yeah. Well, I was trying to. Where do sharks live? Do they live in like
My
coves?
pussy.
What are they? Okay, well, yeah. Jane,
Jesus. Charlie, don't act like I haven't said worse. What?
are you talking to your cat?
You know my cat's name isn't Charlie.
Who's Charlie? Oh, who's Charlie?
Someone in my stream, because I'm streaming live on Twitch.
Ah.
What?
Oh my god. Guys, Carla is a streamer. Charlie Kirk, stop.
Erica, I'm
Stop.
gonna have to. We can't do pyro anymore. It's ridiculous.
Not
He's
Erica.
dead.
Hey, Brewski, come on. Get it together.
He's
Get it
not
together.
rolling around in his grave. He's arguing in his grave
He's on
because
Twitter.
you.
He's on
he's-
X.
He's. Just stop with the pyro, please.
I hope I equipped that offering quickly enough.
You can't help her. God, she's dead. Listen. That was so funny. Not Granny thinking Mia is Charlie. I've never said my cat Charlie in my life.
Nor I never remember the name of your cat.
Well, you said she's cute.
Have what are they? They're like a they're like a Persian, right?
Or Tabby.
Okay, I was close.
If you're gonna live with me, you need to know my cat.
Oh, listen, if I live with you, that cat's like I'm stealing the cat.
I know, she's fucking cute. So
I
cute.
am I am cat lady.
Mm-hmm. She's a Tabby, but she feels like she's a Persian.
See, I think that's why like I got confused.
Guys, I love my Persian cat Charlie.
Charlie
so
Persh.
funny. Charlie Persh.
Oh, bitch, he's on me.
Girl, that's so funny. You know what I do love about the early morning streams? We're so cooked that we're off the bar. You know what I mean? We're Baja blasted.
It's Nemesis.
Didn't ask.
Okay.
I'm
well,
kidding, sorry. I want to see
guess
what you
I'll
said.
die.
I want to see what you said. I love that. Okay.
Oh my god. Whip it, baby.
Okay.
Whip it right.
That's so
Whip
funny.
it, baby. Whip it all night.
Uncle Buck is a classic. You should watch it tonight.
Child.
Isn't that a main Corin? True.
Uh-oh. Now I'm getting whipped. So fun.
Filling up this gen with blood. 'Cause I keep bleeding, I keep bleeding love.
Keep bleeding. Keep bleeding love.
All right, so guys, I want to talk about
You got me.
I knew that was coming.
You got me open and I keep bleeding. I keep bleeding love. I keep bleeding. I keep bleeding. I keep bleeding love. I ran into his zombie.
Oh, quit your screaming, Nancy.
Okay, every single chase, there was a zombie in my face. Like, where is that for me when I play Nemesis? Huh?
No, I agree with that.
Oh, God. Linda's getting a promotion. Oh, I'm getting rescued? What?
Girl. I'm
Oh,
just,
oh
I'm
my
just
God.
doing a gen yet again.
Oh, my God. This person's so brave and cute.
Charlie, come here. Charlie.
We are Charlie Purr.
Charlie Purge.
We are Charlie Purr.
Okay.
That was a long chase. I feel like the gen should be done. All of them.
Yes, well, no one else
Well.
is doing one but me.
Oh my god, do you remember when we were playing that game? The puppet one, and you said I'm tied up like a hog?
Yes, so we actually watched that clip the other day. So we're playing this game, guys, where you need to be wound up because you're a little like rabbit toy. You need to be wound up by your teammate to get stamina, basically. And I thought you were winding me up, but when you get wound, you're kind of bent over a little bit. It's really not that deep, but in my head, I'll this is crazy. And on proxy chat, I said, "Why am I bent over like a hog?" And then Gran goes, "Oh, you sound so funny. Like, that's not me." I'm like, "What?"
Oh my god, I forgot you were talking to a stranger.
So I said to a stranger, while they were winding me up, bent over, "Why am I bent over like a hog?" Thinking it was Gran.
Stop.
Now, I'm not proud of it, but it cracks me up
That
every
person
time.
probably thinks about that every day.
I hope so. Oh, yes, Franklin's demise. Grow up.
Ew. Wow, playing Survivor is so funny after playing Killer. Because we really, like, I'm just doing a gen. No one's stopping me. I'm doing skill checks. This is what's going on when I'm running around missing every shot. Did you know that when a killer does something, the survivor is able to do an action 4 times faster? Everything a killer does is 4 times the loss on their side compared to the survivor. That is because there are 4 survivors on the other team and only 1 killer. There is a lot more responsibility to the killer role in Dead by Daylight.
This is a
I'm doing
crazy
guide
loop
videos
going
now.
on. Thank you. You should.
I always think I should. I did 1 guide video ever, and it was so... It took so much effort.
Real.
And then they patch shit. You know, and then it's like all different.
This zombie is actually unfair.
Y'all, can you heal me, please? Oh my god, thank you. We are...
This zombie is
Still
unfair.
on you?
I would be
Yes, the
still
zombie.
thriving if it wasn't for that fucking zombie.
No, the zombie's what got me too. He didn't even hit me.
It's ridiculous.
Okay, you want to get your little petrol can too? Come on and follow me. Come follow me to the boat. Come follow me. Oh,
Decent run.
Wow.
Decent run. If that zombie wasn't there, I would have been there for another 2 minutes.
that's what I'm saying. There was a zombie in both of my loops. There was a zombie. Okay. He just blew the gen up that I was working on.
That's really
He's
great that we have
coming
one gen
right
left.
over, girl. He's coming right over.
WJ, let me cook. Mickey, have a good day, doll. Do what you need to do.
Oh, he's not chasing me.
Oh my god, thank you, Abby.
He's chasing the other feller.
I'll send that to her.
Guess I'll start refueling. Does he see me?
6P100.
Where did that big ass man go?
You're my goat, babe. Jesus.
He left? Oh, I think he's going back to you.
Good. Let him.
Careful, sister. You better watch it. He's standing right here. He was standing in the thing! He was standing in the boat, silently! He's using a perk! He's using a perk! It's a perk where he's silent! Oh my god, girl!
Is he even
I'm
serious?
so gagged! He was standing in there! He was standing in the boat! He was in the boat! He was in the boat!
You saying boat like that is crazy. The first time you said boat was like a new you.
Mama, I'm so, like, he was standing there. Oh my god, I've never seen something like that before. I'm so gagged. I'm actually so gagged.
Wait, so just confirm it. He was in the boat?
He was, like, standing in the little, like, where the driver would be. Completely silent with no turn
Mine!
radius.
Okay. I tried to steal the vaccine before that guy did. Looking around the map, young sir, it seems like you have taken all the vaccines.
Oh, well. That
He's
was
just a
actually so
sailor.
clever, because you couldn't see him from any angle.
Insidious? Can this man please fill up? Thank you.
I will never forget that moment in my entire life. Gag of the century.
Alright, he should fill that up. I'm gonna take my vaccine.
Oh, this thing's fucking empty. Okay, well. Oh, Carla finally getting vaccinated?
Finally.
Oh, and we're done. Well, I'm gonna get ready for the save.
Okay.
Because I'm the healer.
Okay, queen.
Oh, I'm coughing. That's not good. And is there no vaccines left?
No, yeah, I think someone took 2.
I took 1.
Oh.
Oh, all of the zombies are here. Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna go back to
Well.
the boat and hope and pray.
Oh shit, he's here.
Oh my god, are you kidding me? The zombies!
Yes, they're all on the boat. This man is the boat master. He has a crew. Okay, this
Oh,
seems
no.
crazy, but let me heal you right here. See how fast that is, bitch? See how fast that is? Oh, not the autodidact. Okay, girl.
I need
Right
help!
here. Oh, girl, where
Help!
are you? Oh, I see you.
I can't believe those zombies are just camping the boat.
No, it's actually messed up. Don't worry, I'm ready for you. I have 1 stack of autodidact. So I don't really know where the door is. Oh, I see. I got you. He's running insidious. I know he's here somewhere. I know he's hiding his ass.
He was,
Oh my god, he's coming.
he's fine.
Can I heal you really quickly? Watch this.
That's, what is that?
Boom.
What is that? Say goodbye to that
like-
soon. What is that?
It's botany will make it. Autodidact and woman with stethoscope.
What does woman with
Wait,
stethoscope do?
Woman with stethoscope? Girl, you fucked me up.
For each hook state they have, you heal 50% faster. What?
Yes.
Why am I not running this?
Like, that's so good. Hello?
Maybe I should bring a healing thing too and we just heal.
Be heal ladies?
Yeah, wait. Do no harm.
Ladies of healing? Women who heal?
Do I not have that? Uh-oh, my bad. Getting it right now. Amazing. Stunning. I just don't prestige my ladies.
My lady.
But like the
But like, okay, I still don't know what that does. You start the trial with 0. Oh, girl, not this token. You start the trial with 0 tokens. Your good and basic healing skill checks give 15% less progress. When healing without a med kit, whenever you hit a basic skill check, you earn a token. When you hit a basic skill check, for each token, you gain 15% more progress. So what? I feel like that's shit.
Wait. Did they change this? Whenever you hit without a med kit, you earn 1 token. Whenever you hit a basic skill check for each token, you gain. No, it's pretty good once you have
2 tokens, right? Or 3?
Oh, it's great when you have all of them.
That's insane.
Call all your Charlie perks by the wrong name again. Charlie perks, it's crazy.
Call me by your wrong name.
Hi, Connie. Hi, Daydream. Using healing
Okay,
speed with
what do I
autodidact.
want?
Oh, using healing speed with autodidact actually kind of fucks it.
Yeah, that's why I shouldn't use it.
Oh, okay.
I should use something else.
What's another one? Oh, you know I'm gonna do. Oh, I don't know. Do I do boon? No, I want exponential. I feel like that's gonna give us value.
Oh god, I gotta pick something. I could do a boon, but it seems like a bit of a waste. Could do.
Oh, desperate measures.
The place for us? Oh, yes, the Taewang one. You heal 10% faster? I guess.
So now that's 60%. So it'll be 110%.
160?
120%.
Because I have botany. So it's 160% faster. Wait, but also the lady. The woman with stethoscope.
I have that on.
So if I run, oh wow, I could get like 260%
Tiggy, hello, doll.
healing speed. Mama.
Well, it's good that we're testing this out because that's gonna go soon. Soon we'll be able to stack as much. Which I do understand. Okay, flashbang this map. Jesus. I feel like it's gotten brighter. Ugh. Clown. I'm good, doll. It's been good. I haven't been like, oh shit. I haven't been playing like really trying to get certain things from the Blood Moon. But I love the generators. I'm a sucker for the generators. I think Gran is using similar perks to me right now. I think. Bar a couple. I think she's still using Will Make It. Wish I'd lie. I'm gonna pre-drop, I think. Nice. We got a gen done. We'll take it.
Hello, Lizzie Bizzle.
Hi,
Hello.
Grace. How are you, doll?
Hey, girl.
I love it so much. I love it. That was decent. Grace, how's Japan? Isn't it beautiful?
Thank you for the sub.
Faithy.
Put your ass away, child.
Faith Foxy
Oh my
just
God, Grace.
subscribed. Carl's kitty kiss.
Oh, I'm so jealous. Faith, thank you for 9 months. How are you, doll? Hello. Thank you for all the follows, by the way, guys.
The way that I was muted,
What happened?
I don't know. I was just yapping. No,
Okay.
no, this is my safe, bitch.
Let's see. Let's see.
Oh, you're bad. You're bad. Well, we're gonna make it. Okay. Oh, now you're not healing. Okay. Well, look how quick that was. Wasn't it good that I did the save, not you, Kate?
Oh,
Jeez,
yes.
get it together.
Yeah, talk on it. Speak on it.
Wake it up. Address that, bestie.
Yeah. Peter. That was crazy. Hi, Spoo. How are you, doll? Aww. Aww. Yeah, people are very nice. People are very, very sweet. I'm glad you're having such a good time. We're doing great on gens.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned we made 3 gen, so I may switch over.
I'm on
to
the other side, I think.
side. Oh, you are? Okay, good.
I think so.
Uh-oh.
Sierra, enjoy Grandma's
What's
doll.
going on
Thank you.
here? Uh-oh, this man's injured.
We're playing with Gran, guys, and then we have friend slot with other people.
Uh-oh. Watch out.
I'm very excited. Get Grandma
Here
in
comes
chat.
the clown.
Exactly right.
Oh, stealth. Oh. Hey! I literally didn't see you. Oh my god.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Please don't DC.
Oh no. Oh no.
That's ridiculous. I'm not even using a gen perk.
I dropped Shack Pellet.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Can't believe you.
I had no twire.
I'm joking.
Wait. We have 1 gen left? Hello?
Yes.
I feel bad for killers when rounds go like this.
I know, but also... Whoopsies? This happens to me sometimes. It's because I'm not patrolling gens. Like, I do this far off way too much. Or I'm like, oh, the game went so fast. I'm like, oh, I didn't
It's so goddamn fast.
look at a gen or anything. But gen's nearly done. You can get to a gate.
Oh, what?
It needs a crumb.
Girl, what? That's insane. Okay, this, yeah, this new perk is good. Did he have adrenaline?
What just happened?
I don't know.
I'm healing so quick. Oh my god, this is so that. Nah, this is fucked. I
Quick,
feel
give me,
bad.
give me, give me.
I feel so bad. Oh no, that's so bad. We just did a full reset. Oh, that's so bad. That was what, under 20
Oh, he's coming.
seconds? Oh, I feel bad. I do feel bad. But you know what? It's all changing soon.
Ah!
I'll get this person up.
I'm running to the other door. Oh. The way we just healed so quickly.
I know. I'm gonna put pressure on this door.
Under pressure.
Bleh.
Yeah, this other perk is way better than the autodidact. The Ray, what's his name? The new guy? Hit the escape button. Oh, we have 2 downed?
Yeah, but it's okay. Because I'm adding pressure over here.
Okay, this other door is 99. can I get a save here, do you think?
Yes.
Uh-oh. Is he chasing you?
No, he's going after you guys. This is working really well.
Girl, I'm injured. I can't get this fucking save. Oh my god. Oh.
This might be a little bit naughty of me. I might have played this wrong, but I do believe.
What is he?
He is...
Oh, I see him.
was chasing me in the middle.
Is he picking up?
Oh, is there a totem here? Oh.
Oh.
Yeah, perfect time. He's gonna drop probably.
Oh god. Oh god.
I'm gonna go down.
Oh no.
It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Oh no.
Oh my
No, 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 it's
God,
fine, it's fine. He's
no!
picking me up, he's picking me up, he's picking me up. One's crawling. This is gonna create pressure. This is fine. Grin, grin.
Is Lightbringer or something?
Okay, I'm gonna wiggle out. I'm gonna wiggle out. This is not
my God,
over.
oh my God,
It's
but it's
not
so fast.
over. It's not over.
What is so fast?
No, 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 don't leave, don't leave. I'm gonna wiggle out. I'm gonna wiggle out.
Okay, go, 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 go. Get out! Get out! Okay, what is one out?
One's out.
Oh, watch him have Blood Warden.
No, no. He's gonna pick me up. And then I'm gonna wiggle out. Oh, can he kill
turned
me
it
actually?
around.
Can he kill me? Oh, he can kill me, can't he?
Maybe?
Oh, no, he can't. Oh, he's letting me.
Oh, he's letting you go.
Wait, crawl. Oh, can you try and do the thing? Can you?
I cannot Kobe.
Okay, I did fuck up. I
don't
should
know
have got
why.
him first. I admit that. Oops. I did
Oh, I
the
can, never mind.
I did the I did the gate instead of
Wait, why
getting
don't I have,
him.
why can't I escape? Oh, that's so weird. I couldn't escape?
I should have got
Is
him
that a-
first.
is that a new thing?
Ooh, I feel bad. I thought I had a plan. My bad.
No, you're good. That killer had like the worst round.
Honestly though, that was
And
fun.
then they had a fun one.
I honestly just like trying to be a bit naughty there. But I should have been nicer to my teammate. Whoopsies.
Well,
Well, hi Nat.
okay, let me see this.
My
part.
no mither
Flow
highlights,
state,
Christy.
hey,
No
young.
way. What
Yeah.
the hell?
This is a lot better.
What a time. Hi Liv.
Completely
I am
outclassed.
excited actually.
Oh no, dick.
Why is his stomach moving like that? He's just a bit wiggly. Wheezy, thank you for your streak as well. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm gonna try conviction.
That was still a fun game. What could I bring? If I put my boon up, that would have been a movie. I gotta put that boon up. I do like the heal. I feel like the healing thing benefits more than Jen right now.
Real.
But I need to... Oh, okay, outfit. Okay,
Oh,
puffer
I'm just
jacket.
getting his. I'm just getting his perks.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was getting my perks.
Wait, Charlie, thank you. Don't say sorry. I appreciate it. I haven't done my hair this week. I've just done like a little
now.
up style thing. I don't know.
Nancy, where are you?
Bring Soul Guard. It helps with conviction, apparently.
Uh-oh. Can I do that quick enough?
After you finish healing, once more. Oh. Wait, conviction's good.
Oh, yes, it is.
What?
It is, but you go down after 30 seconds. So you have to, like...
Time it?
You have to go somewhere to get picked up.
It's just so when you're up, if the killer hits you, you still have a chance to get away and find somewhere to hide. Hi, chat.
Hey, chat. Hey, gamers.
Hi, Josh. Hello.
Hey, gamers. Okay, we're going in. Wretched shop for wretched twinks.
Yep.
Yeah, well, day with you.
Oh, it's
What is that?
Nemi
Nemesis?
or Wesker again?
It's a nemesis again.
Oh, weird.
I know.
I like Nemis. If I get a good loop.
I do too. I don't mind unless you have some fuck ass zombies.
Oh, the zombies are annoying, yeah. Because sometimes you could be looping so well, but nope, doesn't matter.
What is this on the floor? Oh, okay. Not me not knowing what a vaccine is.
Oh, that's right. I have to update my panels. Because I'm changing the amounts of stuff.
Any petrol station at this point.
I've only changed the amount. Oh shit. For the pizza. Ooh, close. The pizza remote.
Mama. Oh, I found one.
I got changed things.
Oh, but I fear. Is he on me?
I'm blessing. So if you go down, try and move towards the totem if he leaves you. We'll get this shit. I think plot twist and
Ooh.
conviction work. Conviction work.
He just moonwalked. Hello?
Who does he think he is, MJ?
Oh, ow. Okay, this guy's not playing around.
Really? He left me. Charlie. Fuck. Okay, let me cook. I have to change my age too. It's wrong.
Oh. Oh. Oh, did he leave me? He left me. What? Oh, what is that boon you have?
The moon?
The boon.
Oh, exponential. Exponential?
Does that let you get off the ground?
Yes, girl.
Oh, that's smart.
Yes, girl.
I see what you're doing. Okay,
Gran, how old am I?
Like IRL?
Yeah.
30?
Yeah.
I like a nice round number.
You're right.
Oh no. Oh no. Did he see me? He did not.
How old am I in game? I think she's 28.
Ooh. She seems like 22.
My character?
Yeah.
Really?
I say 22. How does anyone know how? Oh God. Does anyone know how old she is? I'm infected? No, I'm not anymore. I'm just injured. I gotta find a person to heal me there.
I can heal you.
I'm the
Gran is
person that did that
105.
then. I'm a billion years old.
Ageless, timeless.
Oh, I can't find anybody. Oh. Who's this?
Hi.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh!
Stand still.
My God, you saved me.
Yum. Okay, I gotta get that save.
Oh, I'm gonna get no. Oh yeah, you get the save.
Well, you
okay.
get it. You have the faster one.
Okay, I'll get the thing. Oh, he coming. Hopefully, I don't get interrupted on the way.
My American Express credit card.
What is this chase going on?
It was main building, but he's left me.
Uh-oh. Oh, I fear. Oh my God, he came back. No. No.
Nori. He snuffed my born. I can heal you.
Oh, he hit that? Oh, shit.
Come back. Let me heal you. Stop running. Why are you running?
I'll take that. Okay, let's get out of here, bitch. Come on.
Oh, 23, 24. Renato's 21, 22. I thought they were twins.
Oh, no, that was dumb. I panicked.
I panic.
I panicked. Oh, she's 23, 24? Okay.
Okay, I said 28. My bad. Oh, they're just siblings.
Yeah, I feel like they were like young 20s.
20s.
Balag.
Ballad. I'm trying to. Oh, there's one. This guy thinks he has this long ass tentacle. Oh. You got me, girl. I'll give you credit.
Pink Turbo, thank you for the 26. Thank you. So many beautiful. Oh, I don't know. Oh, I thought I was muted. Excuse me, sorry.
That's alright. Get your bag, queen.
I think I've done like a smidge of a gen this game.
Ooh, I don't think I'm making this.
They have done nothing. Oh, hello. Sir, I would love a heal.
Nice. Oh shit, another
What
gen's
is
popping?
that?
Shit. Hi, E-boy. How are you doing?
Oh, we gotta go.
Oh, they changed it.
Oh,
Nice.
we gotta go.
John, surely. Whoa, whoa,
He's gonna see me.
whoa.
I'm injured.
Oh, shit.
Oh, we need one more gen. Okay. Nice. Oh, I'm so dead. Maybe? No? He went to kick the gen instead.
I think I'm gonna...
Well,
How close is the gen?
is that the... Oh my god, that's the gen? Good lord.
Or is it far?
Better start walking, I guess. He'll never suspect it. Oh. Oh.
Damn.
It's quite a long walk.
I'm coughing. I didn't
Are you
realize we
kidding me? Oh, he's over here? Oh my god, I'm screaming. Why is he here? Oh god. Oh, he left? What?
Oh, we're so far from that gen. I thought it was so much closer. Where is it? Where's the gen?
We're gonna need a heal.
Where's the
Sir,
gen?
please.
Is it near?
There's a gen by the killer shack that needs petrol. There's
Okay.
also another one by the truck.
Are you doing the Killer Shack one?
I put some pressure on it, but I left it. I'm at the normal one with Ace.
Oh,
like-
okay.
It's past the truck near the killer shack. Oh, but he's
That'd be a
coming.
good distraction. I'll put
Hey,
I'll
he's
put some
coming.
blood in the blood gen.
Did he leave? Where did he go? Oh, God, don't chase me, bitch. No, don't chase me, bitch, please. Oh, God, he's coming after me. I'm gonna go down. I can't do this. No. Oh, no, he left me.
Where's that gen?
It's like, I don't know. It's like If you look at the killer shack, it's to the right. There's like a truck you can run through. It's past the truck.
Past the truck. I have
Like
the blood
near
gen.
where that girl just got hooked.
The normal gen, I mean? Oh, yeah, he
Yeah.
just kicked it.
He just kicked it again. And he's very mad at me.
I'm gonna bless this and see if he gets. Oh, sorry.
Well, eventually he won't be able to kick it anymore.
Okay. My bad. My bad.
Wait, are you... Oh, I could get you. I'm coming to get you, baby. Oh, God. No!
That's okay. We're fine.
I really wish someone would heal me. I've been injured for 1,000 years.
True, I should have been healing.
Oh my God, I thought there was a person. It's a zombie. What? The range. I thought I could just sneak on by. I was wrong.
He's after me.
Okay, I'm gonna see if I can.
I'm gonna run away from the gen. 'Cause he wants me out.
Okay, they're on. I think they're doubled up on the gen. Okay, good. Oh, it's a sick.
Alright, you should get the gen done. But I have also died.
She's also died. Can I please have a heal?
Okay, I'll go pee.
Oh my God.
I'll go pee, but I'll spectate you.
Uh-oh.
I kind of played that game a bit
Why?
silly. Let's see what
I've
Gran
been
does.
injured the whole game. I'm screaming.
I want to see her perspective.
Oh,
I want to see her perspective.
if only someone had healed me. Oh my God. Oh, I'm not on death hook. Never mind.
Okay, I'll be
I'm at
back.
peace with this. Oh. Oh.
made a couple friends last night. Woke up to see the sun staring in my face. I won't go back to bed this time. I've been dreaming about a night to run away. My life is
Alright. Did Gran survive? Oh! 3-man out. It's not bad. Girl, that haircut's crazy.
Oh, I'm just leveling this man. I'm not playing as him. I played as him once. He was so large. I couldn't see anything.
That's literally what my bad haircut was a couple years ago.
Mama.
Mm,
I can't see. The male characters, they're so large.
they are large and in charge.
The way you
Bobby,
said that.
hello.
They're large and
They're large and they are in charge, baby. Should I
Well,
bring
listen.
something here? Do I want desperate measures? Is that doing anything for me? Each hook state they have, they heal. Oh, okay. No, I think it's good. I just gotta put my boon down. I gotta be proactive about my boons.
Yeah.
Yeah, no scratch marks. That'd be crazy. 3% haste.
She's on fire.
A boon build could be good, to be honest.
Like a full boon.
Yeah, maybe I just boon it up. Wait. I'm gonna boon
Dude,
it up.
Shadow Step is really,
Mm-hmm.
really strong.
Mhm.
When I play Killer, I hate going against that. Let's see how my TikTok is doing today.
Are you TikToking?
I am. I've been so. Gotta be good.
I
I've been
really
so
gotta
on it.
do. I gotta post daily. I just gotta schedule.
It's really hard. Like all I have to do is put a draft in,
I know.
right, the night before.
Mm-hmm.
But sometimes you just get to the end of the day and you're like, I just can't be fixed.
Real.
But it's important to do so. Oh, look at this lobby.
Oh,
There's a bunch of gamers
cute.
there.
That's old Wormian. Montana. Okay. Stunning. What are you doing this weekend?
Oh, did
Crimped
I
out of the
not
rim.
upload?
I crimped. Mom, it's
Oh,
so
shit.
funny using that. I'll say crimped or rimp or
She's
something,
burning.
and I forget who I'm talking to,
Oops.
and they're like, "What's that?" I'm like, "Well, oh,
I didn't upload
oopsies."
to Instagram.
It's such a good
I'm a dumbass.
word, and diddly as well. Yeah, I want to take a day every week and just schedule everything, and then just not touch it, just go with it.
The issue with TikTok is you can only do, I think, 3 drafts at
Oh,
a time. Mm-hmm. So you can't. You gotta be careful, baby. You know.
yeah, you're right.
Like if I could just queue up like a billion, I would do it. I swear I uploaded to Instagram. I'm so confused. Did I not?
You can schedule ahead, you just can't edit. Right. Like not being on top of schedule could be a very crimply framp and noodle. I agree. I was fully expecting Gren to be like, "What'd you just say?" But no, yeah, I haven't this week because it's been a harder period. And I've just been feeling kind of wiped and going to bed early. But next week, I'm back. This map,
This map pee me off when I played Trickster on this map. I couldn't do anything. There are so many line of sight blockers.
I agree.
Horrible. So bad and not good.
Real. Yeah, YouTube scheduling thing is good. Tiki-Toki, not so much. I agree.
Do you know why? It's because they want active users. They don't want content creators that just upload shit
Upload
and then
shit is
get
so
off
funny.
the app. You cannot have a manager on TikTok. You have to do it from your account.
Oh. Coca-Cola, hello. Can you play the sound of James falling down the stairs? Thank you.
Is this Wraith?
I think so, yeah. Yeah, this map is interesting. I think it's very well made. It's very, very pretty, but I think playing on both sides, I don't really like that much. Very gorge, though.
I fear there was just nothing I could do there because I was really dumb. And that was my problem, baby.
Is this person getting the save? That'd be really nice if they were.
Oh. What is happening? They are, but like, I kind of ran to the shack like a
They are,
fool.
okay.
I kind of ruined the day,
Bloody TikTok
honestly.
bastards, exactly right, yeah.
Oh, he's running slap hey boucher.
Oh no.
The way that I'm lost. I can't, I don't know where I am. I'm just a little lady lost in the mean streets of, oh. Well. Jane. That's some grass to get high on.
Damn it.
Oh, I found a Jan. So good. She's on fire.
Is he just waiting for me out here? What the hell?
I fear.
Oh, he's camping her.
Yeah.
Look at the meetings. The meter's going up.
Oh yeah, he's camping her.
Oh, I gotta put my
He's,
boon up. Shoot. I don't know. Wraith didn't see me? What was he doing? Oh, shit.
The grass is high. I found a glitch over here. There's all this grass, but it's floating in the air.
Are you near the...
Oh,
Oh.
no. I'm like on the other side of the world. Is he
Uh-oh.
not picking her up? Is this a slugging guy? Because
Uh-oh,
he's
she's
gonna
go
hate me.
second. Oh! Oh!
Oh, were you just there? Oh, no.
Oh. I hate that feeling. That's the worst sound in DBD. When you
Oh, no,
hear
'cause
someone
it
go to
is.
second.
No, because it is. Wake it up.
Alright, this game's done.
I can
try
get,
and bless them.
I can get Fang. Oh, never mind. Somebody got her.
He's going back to someone? Hi, gamer. Yeah, it is
Yes,
hard to
I
play on
think-
abs, for sure. Jaren, how
Uh-oh.
are you, doll?
Oh boy. Not good. Not good.
Who's he chasing? You?
No. I'm healing Fengmian. I don't think she was expecting me to hit that fast,
Lightborn,
if I'm
bro.
honest with you.
No.
Yes, Lightborn?
Yes.
Oh. Oh, because he's playing Wraith.
Damn it.
See, this is a good map for stealth killers, but not for.
They're dead
Trickster.
because of us. They died on second. They went to
I
second.
mean, what could we do? He was camping.
True.
Don't blame yourself, baby.
But I want her to be bad. Ooh, gamer. Good
fun.
luck, doll. Yes. I'm camouflage, apparently.
We just gotta,
Ooh.
we just gotta do the chance, okay? That's all you gotta do.
Oh, I hear him binking and bonking.
Okay, I'll fill this one up. We'll try.
You found me in the club. Ooh. I'm in the club, Jen.
The club.
Oh no, he's here. Oh, bitch! No, I was too slow.
But wait.
Oh, I'm so cooked. He's doing a good hit and run. Uh-oh. Oh, this is over.
Oh.
Oh my god! And we haven't been hooked!
No.
Not good.
This is not the game.
Nope. Bad luck at the start,
Yes.
unfortunately.
I agree.
Just kill me, sir. Get me out. Just get me out the game. Come on now.
No,
Ooh,
wait, we can do
unless-
gens.
Unless...
We're doing the gens.
Not good. Okay, Carla, get the hatch.
You can't kill yourself on the gen.
Get the hatch, girl. Oh my god!
Girl, you better get on a gen.
Wow. So good.
You better get on a gen, girl.
I am, but oh god, the one that was.
Oh,
He's camping the one that I want to do. Oh, girl, he's here. Sir, please.
Grand Brian.
Oh, you went the other way. No. I
Right.
copied and he went right back to me. No. Okay. Carla, you have to get the hatch. You have to get the hatch. You have to live on.
I know, but you can't die quick enough. Oh wait, I have to go to the.
It's okay. All I do, I just miss the skill checks.
I have to go to the club.
Go on, baby. Save yourself. Save yourself.
I have to go to the club.
Don't worry about the club. Don't do it.
No, but apparently the hatch spawns in the club a lot.
Oh, it does? Oh, you're close. Okay, he's kicking a thing next to me. Okay, he's leaving. I can't see anymore. I can't see anymore.
Oh. Yeah.
Oh, you found it?
It just spawned right in front of me.
Oh my god. Deserved. Honestly, to Lightborn. Oh, he did.
Hook
girl.
camping dog.
Girl.
Get better. GG. Oh wait, never mind. Easy AF. Bricks of DVD.
Is he still in there?
Mod went to be nice and say GG, but Fung said stuff. And then I just went, oh! And then he said bricks of DVD. Because I was going to be like, well, I lived. But I was like, nah, there's no point. There's no point, like, giving him that. That's so funny. To be fair, the survivor did start it.
I mean, I was in a chase at the shack when there was someone hooked below me. I didn't even know they were there. I didn't see them. But for some reason during that chase, the other girl went down to the basement to rescue. So like, what is the killer supposed to do? Ignore that?
Yeah, I don't know.
Like, that's not camping. That's just smart. Sorry.
Real.
Sorry, baby.
Sorry, baby, you. So I think I want to keep my boon build on one more time, and then I keep forgetting to use it, and then we're not getting value. But I think we could get value out of it.
I'm also. I haven't had.
What in the literally?
I just posted a reel. Where is it? Okay, there. I'm also not getting value from my other two perks.
Yeah, maybe I
Conviction,
should.
Soul Guard. Like, I'm not getting slugged. But you know what? It's one of those, like, if it happens, it happens perks.
Yes.
It's just how it is.
I just want it to give me value. Grant, get that man off.
Oh, no!
Yep, you've done it now.
Oh, no, I don't even know what he's running. Oh, no, I'm playing as this huge man. This is so bad.
I don't know why you swapped.
I was spending points.
Yes, but the timer was on.
I had my sound off. Oh no.
I think we have a
Well-
Maury, by the way. Why am I playing this huge man, she says.
He's so large. Like, genuinely, he takes up 50,000% of my screen. Well,
Well,
good luck, everyone.
good luck everybody else.
We're going in. Big man alert.
Big man.
Okay, I don't even know what my perks are. Please have something good. I think I was running a gen build the last time we were playing him.
Press tab.
Oh, yep, it's a gen build.
Okay, well that's not too bad.
And it's not terrible either.
It was meant to be.
Do you see how large I am? Oh my god.
I haven't seen you. A Wraith again, probably the same guy.
Oh no.
Maybe it's not. I forget what he was wearing.
I'm scared.
Me too.
They're chasing Ace Visconti. Ace Visconti.
Ace baby. Remember Midnight Ghost Hunt? Ugh, I wish that blew
I
up.
was watching a clip of that the other day where we were playing and I turned into a door and a hunter ran through the doorway and I slammed it in his face and he died.
What?
Oh, girl. Did that game get an update?
I don't know. We should check.
Do you remember when we played as gargoyles?
Yes.
Oh, it's a wraith. Oh my god, he's here.
I love how you just clocked it's a Wraith.
The way that I knew it as well.
Oh, it's a Wraith. Yeah. I don't know if it's fully dead. Maybe it's not, but I wish it blew up. Because you could do so many different plays. Conveyor belt, baby.
I love when he makes that sound. It's so funny.
Yeah. Axel, morning!
He's such a funny little
How was
man.
Bris Vegas still?
Okay, I really messed that up. I'm so sorry, everybody.
Conveyor belt, baby.
Oh!
Hide and seek NPC game. West Hunt. I love West Hunt.
Oh my god, not this.
My
Girl, I grabbed every pallet in the
leg.
world. I'm so sorry.
What's wrong?
I've dropped every pallet in the world.
Uh-oh.
Worth it! Is he still chasing me? Oh my god, he is. Oh, Lord. Oh my god, please, help me. I think he's just committed to me now.
I don't want to wait
Did he leave?
for our lives to be over.
Well, the good news is I only used like 4 pellets.
He's on me now.
Can you heal me, sir? Thank you.
Boy, what
I
are we
didn't
doing?
realize he was going to take that long. I don't want to wait for my lunch to get colder. Same trick won't work twice. Not anymore. I ate the slip fruit.
There's a gen up the back that's like literally 99.9.
Oh, is it the one all the way over there that he ran to?
Yeah.
When he left me? Okay.
Who put
I
me in
know
the basement?
exactly where that is.
Oh wait, the opposite side to where you're going.
I have a little fuel can.
Uh-oh.
Oh, one's done.
Axel.
Wow. Jeez.
Oh, Axel. I'm glad everything's okay. If it's the same
See if I can
Wraith,
get
I'm
to
gonna
that gem.
say
He's probably
bricks.
gone back
No, I'm
to
kidding.
it, right?
I wonder if that was done. If someone did the gen.
No, it's here. It's sparking.
Okay. I don't wanna wait.
Coming for you, baby.
Come for me.
I've never seen this basement before. Where's the... Oh. Girl, I can't see anything at all. Now, if I was him, I would come back.
I need a totem.
You want to heal?
Yeah.
Come over here. Come over here, baby. Ew, I hate not having the healing build. It's so slow. Well, guess what? I have a gen build, so we can smash that gen
Hello.
beside us.
Okay. Might smash that.
Oh,
and I'm
wow,
gonna-
let's do it. Oh, yes.
We have 2 gens being done. We're good.
Are we gonna win?
Yes.
Oh, no!
Let me get a totem right there.
Oh, no. I hear.
Oh, he's opening
What?
it.
Did he just open the door? Oh, he did. Do you think he has no head?
Maybe. I don't think it's the same guy. He had a different style.
No.
It'd be funny if it was, but I don't think
This
it
guy
is.
didn't do hit and run.
Bricks of DBD, he called us.
Reeks of DBD?
Bricks, which I don't know what that means.
Oh. I feel like that means like bad. You're bad.
Well, I escaped. I don't know what he wants from me.
They released stats about the most escaped survivor being Sabo.
Really?
What? Apparently.
Oh.
Okay, why was that game the easiest game? When I played the giant man, I couldn't see anything.
Yeah, what the hell?
He was 99% of my screen.
Different wraith. I don't think this build is doing anything for me, but I want to keep some of it on. Maybe I do no scratch marks, boon. What was I liking before? Botany.
He's ginormous. I don't know what else to say.
TV was the first brick at Stonewall, is the only thing that came to mind. Listen. Stand down, everyone. Alright, so botany. What was I running before? Botany and...
Yeah, I might go back to my other build because the slug is just like it's not happening.
Maybe I should do... I do like... just hearing boon job on boon job.
Boring.
Boring. Maybe... Because I really want to boon... I want it to work. I want to do that so bad. Botany I always do... While healthy, whenever you take a protection hit, other survivors within 12 gain 25% haste. Ghost notes? What's ghost notes?
Also, I keep running a flashlight and never using it.
Yeah, same. What build do I want to do, guys? I don't know. I really want to get exponential value. Grace Night. A V perk? Oh, is it? While you're exhausted. Oh, that's fun.
Too big to fit in here. Too big to fit in here.
scratchies go away. That's kind of good for the oh, that's a cute outfit. Does she have any other? She is cute. Does she have any cool pants for me? She's fun. I like her. I like her ponytail.
So what are you running?
Okay, I don't know. I don't know what I want to run. Let me think. Because you're doing healing. Healing was fun. I feel like when we were running the healing build, we were doing really well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm doing healing, and if I get slugged, I can get out.
You heal down. Oh, maybe I do a we're gonna live forever vibe in here too.
Are you... Wait, is that the... Is it... What does that do again?
I
heal
heal
down
down
survivors?
survivors faster. And then plus botany, that's 150. So it'll be 200%
Okay,
off the
so
ground.
you can get people up quicker, and I can get myself up.
I really want people to... I want a slugging killer. If we have a good end game, we can get that.
Oh my... That's what I... See, that clown game traumatized us. That's
I know.
why.
I
We're
know.
like, oh yeah, we're gonna get slugged again.
I think I do want to put points into V. She's cute.
Yeah, I'm using a med kit because like
She's very
girl.
cute.
I'm so tired of. There was a game, Nemesis, where I was injured the whole time. Like no one would heal. Every time I run up to a guy, he'd be like, "I'm on the G and I don't care. I don't give a fuck." We still got 3 out, but
True.
I'm
But you're
braver when I can take a
cute.
hit.
No, Yuri.
I can do my work.
Mari.
So Blood Moon, have I unlocked everything? I think I have. Oh,
I don't think
wow.
I have. Oh, I can spend my money. Oh, I can't right now.
You can get that sleigh.
I have 1,000. No, you're.
Yes, Carla and I will be doing Overwatch at some stage. I don't know when.
Yes.
Girl needs to play the game first, off stream. And
Yes.
familiarize herself. You were going to the other night.
Yeah, and it took forever to download, and my PC was freezing. I was like, "This is great."
I know, and I had to go to bed at like 6 p.m. because
Yeah.
of daylight savings.
So I'll open it up off stream because I was playing a couple months ago, and it felt really good. Like I was climbing the ranks, I was feeling great, sexual. I was learning tank. Because I play DP. Like, look, if everyone does their job, I can be a great support and a great DPS. And then if I get, you know, if I have some great healers, I can do a bit of tanky wanky. But I'm not strong by myself, which...
Hear me out.
Yes.
What if for the last 45 minutes of the stream we played it?
Well, I don't know if it's going to run nice. I'm scared. That's the only reason.
Oh, you want to like set things up and...
Yeah.
I mean, I play mine on ultra settings and it's fine.
True.
You don't have to. I know,
It's a time.
like, I know you like to plan a little more. I'm not gonna do that. to
True.
you.
I am a planner.
Me,
How about
I'm
this?
just
How about
like,
this?
whatever the fuck.
If the next game is kind of like, all right, then we can.
You know, yeah, I agree.
But if it's fun, then we'll do it next
Then we
week.
stay.
110%.
Real.
And that's a promise. Don't tempt me with a good time.
Oh no, it's the lady.
Which one?
With the they're floating
Oh.
robots. Oh my
Oh,
god,
she's
right
here. Is she?
What the hell? Wait,
Oh,
what's
that must be an
happening?
add-on. Maybe you get a thingy when you
The
do
way
a...
we all ran, I'm screaming.
Oh, she is here. Okay. She does have cool
Oh, she
perks.
is. Hello. Oh my god, she's right there.
Her perks are fun. The lady. Jeffy, they should change her name.
Didn't know what to call her. Oh no. Is this scanning me? What's happening? I don't know what this thing is. I don't know what it's doing. Oh, down, left, right, down.
Oh, I want that pallet so bad. Her cosmetics are nice. Mummy merchant. Is this
Why is
easy
there a-
mode?
Why is there a terror radius? I can't. Does that drone stay hacked forever?
No.
Is someone coming for you?
Yes?
Ooh. Oh my god, what?
Who's crawling?
She
Who
just
is that?
appeared.
Sable? Sable, come and get me, girl.
Oh my god. The way she just appeared out of goddamn nowhere.
Kill me. Maya's ghosty raw.
What just happened?
Girl, go for someone else.
She went back to you?
Girl.
No.
Girl. Girl.
Don't worry, I'm gonna come get you.
Okay.
I'm ready and I'm available.
I'm ready and I'm available. The basement again, bro. This guy stinks.
Oh my god, someone's going in before me? I ran all the way over.
Can you heal
For
me off
what?
hook right now? Heal me off hook.
Yes.
Heal me off hook.
Oh, that's disgusting.
Thank you. I deserve it.
So
If she
quick.
comes back and
Oh, she's
tickles
coming
my
back.
pussy, I'm going to scream.
Oh, she's here. Oh, she's on it. Oh, I'm screaming. Wait, is she chasing you again?
Babe, she's into me.
Mama, come here. Chase me. Choose me. No, she's still going after you. She don't gaff.
I wish I had my life.
You wish you had your life?
My life.
Oh, shit.
My life is so funny.
Oh, no. I don't have anything. Oh, my God. Wait, what? What? Why am I down?
Girl, me the past 2 times.
Wait, what? I was injured? I'm so confused. Every time I play against this killer, I don't know what's happening.
Me too.
How did I get downed?
I need someone else to get the save badly.
Is it because I didn't finish the robot? Is that why? I got scanned? What? I thought crouching. Stopping the hack got
don't
me broken.
know.
Oh.
Hi, Nether. How are you doing?
Maybe she had an add-on. So I was hacking a robot and I stopped?
Okay, well,
Does
what?
that injure you?
Thank you for thinking of me.
Well,
Girl, can someone... Why are they both running at the killer? I need them to get the save. Now I'm going to get the save and die. What?
oh, someone's coming. Is it you?
It's me. I have to. No one else is going to.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Alright, she's still
Oh,
chasing.
we're all here. Yeah, I don't know. I genuinely don't know how I got injured.
Must be one of her perks.
I don't understand.
I have to play so safe.
I'm gonna go get that save. I was hacking a drone. Then she found me while I was hacking it, but I crouched up to it. I didn't like get scanned. And then I stopped the hack because she arrived. Oh, I think she's still here. No? Okay. If you miss a drone command, you get a stack. If you stand too long under a drone, you get a stack. What?
Oh, were you broken? You might have been broken because you've been in a few drones.
I guess? I don't know. I don't know how this killer works.
True. I feel like she changes. And she doesn't, it's just me, but... These pumps? Where is a pump?
Help! She needs a help!
Set me free.
Let me out this... Oh, wait. Am I gonna be in the range of this hook?
Oh, they did change it not too long ago. Well, there you go.
Girl, that scream, though.
No.
Oh, no. Did she see me? Oh, shit. Well... Here we go. Oh, she left me?
Okay. Yeah, I feel like playing as her as well. It's kind of like
She's
hacking the
still
mainframe.
here. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not versed in this killer. Oh
Yeah,
my
I
god,
don't-
she's back! Oh no. Oh, she went through the building? Well...
Where's another blood pump? This is way too far from this one.
Are you talking about to get the one in the school den?
The house.
There's one like all the way over by the school in the corner.
Oh, there's one
Is
here.
this, oh, do you wanna heal, sir? I got you.
All right, so it is an add-on. Sorry,
All right.
there was an
Fine,
add-on.
all right.
So, so when you, fuck off, she's here.
Is she?
Oh, I want to play the game more.
Is this the closest gym? Oh god. Oh, what?
Can someone take Chase? Oh,
Where are you?
I'm by
Oh
here.
no! I was so close too.
Oh. Did she bring a Mori?
I think so.
Oh, she did. Oh, at least my Fog Whisperer charm was shining there in the cutscene.
Yeah.
Not the gen procking in the background. Alright, go on. Go, you good thing.
She really feels
What do you
like
mean,
there's
gamer?
someone
Sorry.
here. Okay. You know why? She blocked the blood pump. The one right next to the oh my god. And there's a thing in here too, bitch. Oh, this is a nightmare. Oh, I hate this. It's okay, sir. Justin, she's not here. Justin, she's not here. It's a fake terror radius.
That's what I thought, and then I died.
Justin, baby, it's okay. Oh. Oh. Oh, she came right back and just put another one down. Girl, I gotta go.
I gotta go.
That's so annoying. She puts on a drone. I'm gonna do an Overwatch strat. I'm just gonna keep distracting her She put 2?
I guess this goes to show you that I truly don't play Skull Merchant a lot. Like I don't verse her.
Oh, neither. I have like I have no clue what's going on. Destin, hide. Hide, Destin. And hopefully the other person's on a Jan. Right? Because surely she's on a Jan. She's here. Why is she undetectable? Oh my god. What is she running? She's like a stealth killer. Okay, please. Is the other girl on a Jan? Can you see, Carla?
Dustin's filling a blood can. They're both filling blood cans.
Okay, I'm
I don't know where
still
she
over by
is.
the shack. She's with me. But I don't know how she's like undetectable constantly. Okay, she's leaving. I think this is what I do. I just keep distracting her with bullshit. No, because I know she's getting pissed that I'm doing that. Please tell me they're on a Jan. Oh, she came back. She just keeps coming back. I think this is working.
So is that the play? When she puts a drone down, she gains undetectable for a little. The glowing heartbeat rocks is basically the killer is close, so
Did she leave?
it's an accessibility option that I turn on for stream. So if you don't turn it on, you don't see it. You just have to rely on the noises.
Uh-oh.
But if people are hard of hearing watching my stream or they're at work, the heartbeat kind of gives them an idea on what's going on without sound, which is cool. I just haven't turned it off. Sable's name, yeah. Yeah. Oh, Jaren, right. That's a good point.
This threat is so dumb.
My pleasure.
Oh, hold on. Is this getting chased? It's getting chased. Okay. Just gotta do this, Jen. What?
You win less with it on? Really?
Girl, you have to do like a backflip to kill this killer.
I think this is a good skull merchant. Because I have versed skull merchants who, I guess, don't play this strategically.
You don't have to hack the drone, but then doesn't it just scan me?
Yeah. I
Oh
don't
my
know.
god, Dustin's doing a gen though. We're split on gens. This is good. I fear she will come back. Oh my god.
Only if you're moving and the line hits you will it scan you. Really?
Yes!
Ah. So it's not in the circle, it's if the line hits you. See, I don't verse her ever. I don't know her. Who is she?
She's annoying.
Who is
That's
that
right.
girl?
Oh my god. Can I get the save of this girl over here, do you think?
Yeah. Ooh, if you go around the left.
No. 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 Oh.
Okay. Multiple drones, yeah. Oop.
Uh-oh. Okay, we gotta go.
Oh, girl.
I don't know if I make it. I don't know if I make
Girl!
it. Oh, she has, what's it called? Mr. Biffle?
Oh.
I tried.
Yeah.
I tried. I thought I could help her. Girl, I never want to go against that killer again.
I know.
That was so much work.
I wouldn't have minded as much. I just will never get... I know it's a strat, so it is what it is. But I'll never get the strat of just going for one person so early. I guess the strat worked,
I wasn't...
but it was kind of
I
like...
wasn't, she didn't need to do that either.
No, she would have won regardless, I think.
He would have had Solgar. I know. I couldn't get to him. Unfortunately.
Yeah.
Well, Dustin Henderson left. I would too.
I would too
Get
if
me out
I
of
were
that,
you.
please.
Hi, Jules. How are you?
Oh God. Thank God that's over.
It's a
was quite
shame.
the
It's
journey.
a strat any killer can basically win with.
I still haven't gotten value from this build. I'm screaming.
I had a trapper that gave up today because I kept recovering on his trap. So when he grabbed me, he stepped in and Lou. It's kind of funny. That happened to me the other week. I was playing Trapper and it was just like not good. I kept getting stuck in traps, doing this, doing that. I just kept stuffing up, baby. I just kept stuffing up. Whoopsies. Now, who is that man?
Oh, this man. Oh my God. I don't even. What is he from? Zombie.
Last.
Walking Dead.
Walking Dead.
Walking Dead.
Fuck. Not Last of Us.
The
Yeah, I
last
feel
is up
bad,
there.
Lou. But you know what? Sometimes they might not be having a good day. Or maybe they're just not having fun. They're like, ah, fuck it. You know? It's not your fault. I mean, it's a play. It doesn't always work. But the fact that you made it work's pretty cool, so. The Last of Us. My bad. Timu Joel. So I don't know how that person you hooked in the basement ran past your trap in the door. Me too.
Yeah, it goes undetectable.
Someone said something about...
I mean, all I wanted was for her to keep coming back to where I was, and it almost worked. I think I mean, it did. I mean, they did the jams. Okay, girls, we're going in. This is the
That fit does eat, you're right. It looks real good.
Yeah.
Pedro, I think. Yeah. The Last of Us. Squishy. Yeah, I like seeing survivors that don't get what they deserve. Get what they deserve, you know? Survivors that don't have like cool cosmetics finally get one. Like, girl, give us more. Pedro's from Last of Us. No, Luke, I didn't clap last night. I should have. That's so funny. Out of context, that's crazy. I know this. What is it called? Cuba?
instantly run a Jen.
Oh, chili. That's right. Yes, yes, yes. I was like, it's C. Chile. A plague?
Oh my god.
What?
Well, guess I'm not going back to that, Jen. Yeah, well.
Thank
I
you,
have a healing build
Axel.
against plague. That's great.
I have an all-rounder, which is not good.
Well, you know, Jane.
You know what? I'm cleansing. I don't give a shit.
Oh,
I'm gonna cleanse.
she don't care.
She has to walk to get it anyway.
She has long legs.
Oh, she saw me.
Oh.
It's a
Well, the
walking.
good news is we're
it's
about to
wa-
finish a Jan.
It's the Last of Us map.
Is it? Is someone on this hook? Oh, oh, I'm about to get infected. This is so sad. Oh, God. I cannot believe I have a healing build against plague.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. This was kind of funny when that happened. You're like, oh, girl.
Like, oh, I can't wait to heal people. Be altruistic. Ooh, do I finish this Jan with this can? I believe, I believe, I believe, I believe. You are joking. You are actually joking on my name.
Joking.
That Jen is 99.
This plague. Yeah, we used to verse a lot of plagues with Thana back in the day. What? Why did people stop playing her? She's just not strong?
It's because once people are infected, she's just an M1 killer.
Yeah, true.
But if you cleanse, then she's good.
True.
If you don't cleanse, she's just an M1 killer. That's it. I did a Jan. It was 99 and the can ran out. If I hadn't run...
I wish Iron Will shut up your coughs.
You wish what?
Iron Will made you not cough.
Someone left?
Yeah.
Hattie! Stop. Stop. Hadrika! Thank you for the save. Oh, she's coming back.
Wait, she put... Wait.
Uh-oh.
Hattie, I need you to do a gen.
Oh no. Oh no.
Yes, it does spill running.
Oh!
I shouldn't do what I do. But I'm lazy.
Carla, I don't know why she went the other way. Whoops. Thank you for the galaxy. Thank you for the roses. Thank you for the roses. Thank you for the roses. Thank you for the galaxy.
Are you live on TikTok?
I wish. I don't know how to do it.
Same. It scares me.
There's a way to do it. I just don't know how.
Hattie, I'm gonna need you to fill up a jug, babe. Hattie, don't run to the
Have
rocks.
you seen the difference between TikTok live chats and Twitch?
Oh yeah, it's so crazy.
It's so funny.
Let's see if Hattie goes to get you. Is Hattie coming?
Let me have a look around right now and see what's going on. She's healing? No, wait, what is she doing?
Oh yeah, people use fixated.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking at the wrong person. You're my obsession.
Oh, urban invasion.
What do you want me to do? Everything with you. You're my obsession. You're my obsession. What do you want me to do? Oop. Okay, get me out of this round. I'm done. Oh. Well, huge save. Well, you know, sometimes you win them, sometimes you lose them. Sometimes you get vomited on. It's a huge part of fashion.
Just give me Bubba.
Oh my, I would love to go against a Bubba.
Same.
Would love that.
That'll make me so happy.
These last 2 games. Oh. Ma'am. Oh no. She's committed. She's on a gen. She's gorgeous.
We can come back from this.
I believe. You have 2 gens left. You can do it. You can do it. Also, it would be down to 1. If I had finished that one, that was 99.
Oh, where was that?
It was like the way you're going right now. Straight ahead. To the left, to the right, to the right, to the right. Straight ahead. That one right there.
Oh, really?
Oh, but she's there. She's there. She's there, mama. She's there. It was 99. It probably isn't anymore. Yes, that one was literally 99. Oh, mama. Oh, mama. Oh, mama. Oh, mama. It was terrible. Oh, mama. Oh, mama. Oh. Oh, mama. Oh. She had her appy juice.
She has a Ribena.
Oh, gag. Oh, gag. She thought you were going to vault and you expertly did not vault. Instead, you turned to the right.
Nice.
Tricking her. Oh, yes.
Not her Ribena.
Okay, who's... Okay, Kate is about a third on a jam. Hattie is going for you.
I like
It's
that fake.
fascinating watching the bots.
I like that fake. I like that laugh.
They're so good at the game. Like, I cannot believe this bot. She is slaying. Oh, never mind.
No, keep slaying.
She almost got hit twice.
No, don't do
Oh,
it.
girl, watch out, watch out.
Oh, no.
Well, it's over.
Oh, girl.
Rua. Oh. You know what would have been good here? Soul Guard and Conviction. If I was that Hattie, mama.
Since when do we get a plague?
Never. And when you get them, you just don't cleanse. And then they're just an M1 killer.
What the hell?
And that's it.
Girl!
You're my
Ooh.
obsession. Oh, I can leave.
This is
Right.
April 17th. Okay. If we get another plague. Okay, here's what I want. Give me a blight, a Billy, a Bubba, even a Huntress.
Oh,
Just give me some old vibes.
I went an unknown. I played unknown earlier. They're so bad. They are not a good killer. Not good. What are the hag? I haven't seen a hag in years.
I'm right here, baby.
Oh. I don't know what the hags are. Where the hags at?
Have we seen? I don't think we have seen a hag.
No, I had this urge the other day. I wasn't even streaming. I just was like, oh, I want to play Trapper. So I would, but then I hate going against Trapper.
Real.
I just don't like having to pay attention too much.
Yeah.
It's gotta work.
Was that with you? There was a basement trapper we had the other day. No, it was with Jeffy. 7K hours. Not proud of it. But it is what it is. I suck ass.
Do you remember that game
Uh,
where we all got out through the hatch and the killer in the post-game chat waited like 10 seconds and then put a question mark?
yeah, and then I would question mark everything.
He didn't say anything. He just said, question mark?
You know what my
What
favorite
happened?
thing was before they put the blah 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 has left in the chat? I used to love
Yes.
being like, question knight or whatever, whoever I versed, and they'd be like, yes, and I would just leave.
Carla, you're so mean.
No, that's not mean. I would rather someone prank me than tell me to kill myself.
What if they were having like the worst day and they're
That
like,
is
oh
not
my God,
mean. They
some
should.
human interaction. I'm so
No,
excited.
that's lovely.
Like, what if you're like, guess what? And they're like, you played really well.
No, I said, guess
But
what?
instead,
They go,
you
what?
left them.
No, it's a prank. They go, what?
Carla,
And they're
I'm
waiting. No,
reporting you.
Granny, that would be hilarious because they would be like, oh, she left. Haha. That's not mean. It's only mean if you make it.
It's only me. Yeah, well, you know, tell that to my therapist.
You're telling this to someone who apologizes after everything. But
It's a man. Oh God, who is that? Wesker? Is that Wesker?
No, it's
It's a yeah, it's a man.
No, it's not Wesker.
It's a Wesker.
It's a Wesker, yeah.
It's like my opinion is not respected.
No, no,
Or
no, no, no,
her.
no, no,
You
no,
know,
no.
I said it to Wesker. No, Carla, no, because you are the type of girl to say guess what in the post-game chat and then leave. I'm not gonna take it from you.
That's crazy.
I just, like Oprah said, I just need to know that I'm being seen and that I'm being heard. Actually, no, I don't think she said that.
Can I just say something?
Valerie Cheddar said that.
Let me say something. Let me tell you
Okay.
something. The only reason why, it's not that I didn't believe you. I didn't believe myself because prior to his music starting, it sounded like a Billy or it sounded like another killer. So I was like, wait, no, it can't be. And then his music ramped up and you are right. And then I said,
I just want
it's-
everyone to know I was acting. I wasn't actually mad at Carla.
Oh, thank you. Because someone said speak on that, so.
Someone said speak on that?
I'm joking. But, no.
Where is this motherfucker? Oh, God.
God forbid. I don't believe it's a Wesker.
Wait, this Wesker is insane.
Oh, really?
I just watched him use his power, and he, like, used it. Really well.
That's insane.
Yeah, he's, like, flying around. Oh, he's still on me. Okay.
Oh my god, I thought this person's name, that's Honey Dukes, I thought it was Honey Pussy.
Not Honey Pussy.
I was like, aw.
Oh, my God. The gag of the century just occurred.
What happened?
He flew. Oh, I stuck.
Feeling a blood clan. A bud clan. And you know what? I appreciate it. How did you get pussy from Dukes? I am really tired, Ezra.
Where the hell did he just go?
This whole week, my Shark Week has just been so intense where my brain is honestly a one peanut right now. And I'm like, my vision's weird. I don't know
The way
what's
that
going
I'm still
on.
in this
Yeah,
goddamn
you get me.
chase?
I don't know what's going on.
Okay.
Like
Oh, God.
I'm even tempted to like end early but still play friend slot with people, but just play off stream. Because I'm just like,
Oh, my God.
I don't know what's wrong with me, baby.
Oh, my Lord. Did you see Wesker is getting buffed?
Yeah, it's thrown me off a cliff. A cliff. Chakras. Well, I need
Well, I
my
thought it was
chakras
weird.
cleansed. It's so weird. I'm scared of him.
He's a good killer. How did it... Okay, I have a question. How did not one gen get done?
I think they are. They're just 99 with the blood.
Okay.
But valid. One will be done very soon.
It's just that I felt like I was in that chase for a long time, you know? And
So
like
true.
yeah.
So true.
Hey, Carla, guess what?
What?
Leaves.
Girl.
I'm sorry. I don't know what's wrong with me. I think it's... You know what it is?
What?
It's past noon.
It's high noon.
It's... Oh, my God, please. I cannot wait to play that with you.
Like old times.
It's high noon. Oh,
God, this is so hard.
what? wonder what hex he has. That's a good little mystery to figure out. With the
Ooh,
rounds.
you love a mystery.
I do. I'm like Sherlock Gnomes.
Oh my god, you are. Carla, if you don't stop filling up this gas can, are you kidding me?
Oh, they're finally caught.
He has ruin.
Oh, is that what it is?
That's why
Oh,
it's
that's
taking
why
me
it isn't
ages.
done.
That's why it's taking me ages to fill this blood thing.
Wait, does it slow down
Yes.
that too?
It's just leaking
sorry, what?
constantly. Oh.
Oh God, that's awful.
That's why.
really good
I
for
was
this
gonna-
mode.
Guys, I was going crazy because I was like, why is this blood gen not fucking filling up? Oh, that's so painful. We got to get that ruin.
Okay, yep. No, let's find it. No, not there. Uh-oh.
Oh, no wonder. I was wondering, guys, I thought I was going crazy because I was like, you're like, wait, why is the gen not done? I'm like, weird. Like, I'm about to fill it up. Like, I'm about,
I was like gagged.
it
There's
should
no
be
gens were
done. Okay, the one near the windmill was so close every time.
Oh, that's so sad. I'm gonna go check the main building, see if I can find them. Show him. Uh-oh.
Oh,
Where is he?
he's on me. Oh, we need that totem
I'm gonna-
so bad.
I'm gonna check the building. No, it's not the main building.
It's in the main building. It's not the
It's not.
windmill.
It's gotta be over here. The
Ooh.
other corner.
Wow. Hello, freedom.
Not good.
Not good.
Oh, I think I hear it. Oh no, never mind. I'm just bald. Oh my god, it's not. Oh god, I think it's like in the center of the map.
I can't believe how smart it is to bring ruin. I didn't even
When
think
you
about
say
that.
Windmill, do you
In the
mean
corner.
water tower?
Yes.
Okay, I got you. Oh,
That
it's not
gen-
there either. What the hell?
Yeah, that gen was 99 for 5 minutes. I kept going back and forth and not clicking that it was ruined. And I'm
I
like,
think
didn't
it's
I?
in the shack.
Like, didn't I put
It's.
thing there? Here, get me
It-
off.
oh, it's in the shack. I see it.
All right, let's go.
I can heal you quickly.
I can heal myself. Let's do this.
Wait, I have healing build.
But check this out.
Okay, Jane.
You cover
I'm gonna
me.
cover you. Oh, he's mad. He's gonna be so mad. He's gonna be so mad.
Amazing. Watch Jen's fly. Thank you.
Carla. Diabolical. Have faith in you and the things you do.
Oh, shit.
Is the middle building gen done? Oh, it's not.
The which one?
I'm doing the middle building gen. It's on the balcony. He's going
Will he see
towards
me
the
here?
water tower. Oh, bitch! It's
I got the save.
locked. The gen is locked.
Talented, brilliant, amazing, show-stopping, spectacular, never the same, totally unique. Cammy, hello!
I have to. He's using Grim Embrace, so I have to wait.
Do we even have a gas can gen left? God, I
Yes,
can't
there's
get
one,
over.
There's one on
Hangman?
the side of the saloon.
Oh, okay.
It's like if you're facing the front entrance, it's to the right, near where the exit gates are.
Okay. I can't get over how much value he got out of Ruin and the fact that I didn't clock it for so long.
Ruin in Blood Moon mode is kind of insane.
I didn't even think to use that. That's so smart. And use Undying with that.
Oh god.
That's the first time I've versed a Ruin player. That's very smart of them.
Is he? Where is he? Girl, I don't know where he is. I'm scared.
He's chasing you?
Oh, 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 oh. That's locked. Oh, Jesus.
Right.
Oh, this is a dead end. Not good. Oh, I'm so dead. I'm doomed.
Yes.
Oh no! Oh no! No! Oh, oh, did she finish that gen upstairs?
I did.
Very good.
Very good.
Is Ruin not part of the killer meta anymore? I think it is for Blood Moon because you have to fill gens with a gas can, and every time you leave to go get another gas can,
It's leaking.
Ruin is leaking the thing.
I didn't even think, because I honestly was going crazy when
More.
you were like, why isn't a gen done? I'm like, I've been feeling, I went back and forth, I reckon 4 times filling that gen, and I didn't clock what was happening.
So
So bad.
I did a Ruin
Hi,
build
Killer.
with Unknown on my first game today.
Mm.
Girl, they never found it, and it's the only reason I won. Because they could not. They did all the normal gens first, only leaving the blood gens, so they couldn't do it.
Mm. We know I'm here. He literally went, girl, are you a dickhead?
What is my med kit?
I'm putting some blood at the front of Shack.
How do I use my med kit? Oh. I'm bald.
Yeah, my bun. My bun poking up in the bush. My bad.
Bobby. Okay, hopefully he doesn't come over here. Everyone's alive. Oh no, someone's dead.
My
Someone
bloody
coming
bun.
for you?
I can't see the other guy.
Okay, I'm coming for you.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
they are.
coming here.
They are. I thought that was you. Sorry.
Honestly, good timing. Because he's coming to check this
Killer, I'm okay. How are you?
I'm almost perfectly camouflaged in here. At the Copa, Copacabana.
Really need one more. Thank you.
I'm in the corner. Opposite the corner on the same side as the windmill. Oh, it is a windmill. Oh, there's a water tower and a windmill.
Oh, we were both
Wow.
right.
Look at that. It's just
Aw.
like Emerald Ranch.
Ranch. Are you on that
love
balcony?
I love Emerald Ranch. Yes, I'm on the balcony.
Is that the one with poker? Because me too.
I'm at halfway.
The pressure's on.
I think he's coming. Oh, mama.
Damn it.
Oh!
I thought it was going to go for you, and I was like, yeah, I'll finish the
Go in
gen.
the lockout, I hope not!
I don't think so. I don't think he wants to chase me too much because those two. Oh, he will. Never mind.
Okay, I'm going back. I'm going back.
Oh, there's no pallet.
He did.
Nice. We threw. Oh, I'm dead. Okay. This was a good man.
Oh, this jet is 75.
You got this. I'm dying for it, but you got this. Honestly, I don't think so, Gamer. Nothing to brag
Oh
about.
my god.
Next week, I should try a new recipe, though.
Now, which door does he go to? I am wide out in the open here. Oh.
What's my
Jane
Steam
Hopper is
name?
getting chased. Jane, come to the gate, baby. Come to the gate. Jane, come here. Jane. Jane, run this way. Jane, run. Jane.
What the hell?
Jane. Yes, Jane. Oh, my ass.
You got this, you got
What?
this, you got
Why
this, you
is
got
it
this.
blocked?
Don't go far, don't go far, don't go far, don't go far. Oh.
Oh no! What is that?
Okay.
Why is it black?
So if he slams you into the exit gate, it's blocked for like a couple seconds. Just keep running into it because then he'll down you and you should still get through.
Oh, I didn't know.
That's okay. That's okay.
Wait, is that a new thing?
No.
Oh. You live and learn.
You live and you learn.
You live and learn. Girl, I thought I had that in the bag.
Me too.
I thought I was out. I did not know he could block the exit.
I'll ready up, but I gotta pee.
Oh my god. So sad. It gets black if he grabs you, but you can still leave? Oh, so then why couldn't I leave? What the fuck?
Or that a trickster? Did it not load in? Like... Oh. Bloody hell.
Mama, it's Trickster. You need to get it together.
A trickster.
It's Trickster Lady.
Oh. That's fun.
Oh.
I honestly want to try a ruin build. As killer.
How far into Red Dead are you? Are you almost done?
No, I'm 30% done. I know.
Girl.
I know. I gotta do some longer. Cause I've been doing 3-hour moments of it. I need to do like a 6-hour.
No one tell her about the epilogue.
What's that?
It's like when you finish the game and there's more.
What?
Yes.
Well, I heard
I'm
it's
not
like
even
80
joking.
hours, isn't it? Like if you're not a completionist, it's 80. Like just main storylines.
It kind of depends on what you do, because like Red Dead, it's so easy to get sidetracked. There'll be like a stranger mission,
I
or you're like,
know.
oh, I want to get the materials for that satchel or something.
No, I play poker and I steal trains and and then I played chaos mode with it.
Oh, mama.
I know. Dead Man Switch!
Oh no. It's the gag that I did not expect.
No.
Oh, hello, Jill Valentine, making scratch marks everywhere. Did you see me? Oh, bitch. I'm dead.
You need to play poker? Oh, perfect. That's up my alley.
What do I have here? A window? Okay, Jane. I'm going for the save.
Go for the save. I'll fill up this thing.
I just saw it.
Yeah, I want to play more.
What
I
is
think I'll
that?
do some chaos mod next week, but I can just turn it off. So I can turn it off and on. So that my big Red Dead stream, I'll do both. I know, gamer. It was an interesting one. It's not what I thought it was.
Oh, don't you love that extra heal, baby? Right, girl. Oh,
Theme parks,
It's
Jaren,
another,
enjoy.
Fill her up with the petrol. Top
Have
five.
so much fun. What the hell?
I'm gonna go for that save. Have I seen Catherine can react to Pokemon Unite? Stop.
Damn it.
They did not react to Pokemon Unite. You're alive.
I didn't think of
Stop it.
Dead Man Switch. Damn it.
Why does the laughter come from our character?
I don't know.
It sounds like it's next to my ear.
Axel, I know. Unless I just spend all my money.
I'm going to get this save, I tell you what. Oh, no, because guess what? You're going to the where somewhere. What? Where is she?
She's going back to me. Which is
I
good.
hear her.
She's just
Is she
hanging
not
around
leaving?
me. Okay, now she's going to main building. I don't know how long she'll go for though.
Okay. Give me a hammer and a nail and a nail.
Forward. Was I muted or did you hear me?
Nope, you were
That
muted.
is so funny because I was talking to you and the way you said okay like lined up perfectly. Oopsies.
Mama, she's coming back, I fear. But at least you got healed. Oh no. God, but she's going for you?
You know they love me.
But Mama, I'm injured. Miyama. Miyama.
Okay, I'm running. Oh girl, she wants me bad.
God, what did you do?
Nothing.
Do you not like K-pop or something?
Never said that.
Oh, you did.
When?
Yeah. It was in February. It was February 21st, actually.
Actually.
February 21st. No. 23rd, actually. We were playing DBD, and you said I'm so tired of these K-pop collaborations, and I don't want to see that.
You
That's
are
what
talking
said.
so much shit.
And then you said, guess what?
What?
And then you left.
Question mark.
Have you ever noticed these generators have wheels on them?
Yeah, you never know.
But the wheels are like broken. Okay, Jane, are you gonna chase me or what? Are they leaving you on the floor? What the hell?
That's not me.
Oh, did you want a nice little line of sight there? Because you're not gonna get it. Sorry.
Sorry. The question mark's good when you're in a mood, but you don't want to, like, give them anything else.
Oh.
You know?
Oh my god, she's coming! Oh, did she leave? Bye. Bye. So long. So long, gay Bowser.
Sorry, lying.
So long, gay Bowser. That's my wheelchair, Annie. Well, it's time to get at another gen. Oh dear.
Oh. Dang.
Oh. Oh. Nice.
Finish a gen in their face.
Is she hooking that? Oh my god. I don't like that perk.
Iron Will
here.
saving my ass just then.
Should I go for that save or are you?
I'm in chains.
Oh, did she see me?
Oh, she's getting me.
I'm invisible.
Gen Tech.
Oh, what the?
Gen Tech. I was running. Oh, that's funny. That made me giggle.
Hey girl, you coming back for this loot that I love? Give me the loot that I love. Have the lights out. Put your hands up, make 'em touch.
That went for way too long.
Oh, no, because I will be mad. Yep. Yep. Yep, or just go. Oh, yep, that's what I would do too, honestly. Goodbye. Oh my god! No! I should have gone the other way. Apple. Oh my god. Oh. Wait, I can use my power. I can use my power.
Run! Where are you going down?
I'm going to the corner. Oh, this way. But I have to wait. I have like a timer. Can I heal you while I wait? Where
Okay.
are you?
Yeah.
Girl. Okay, 3, 2, 1.
That's such a random animation. Oh my god, those
Oh
giggles.
my god, why is she coming here? Oh, because the other person's there. Urgh. Okay. Just one more gen.
We can do this. Oh.
Ooh. Well.
Ooh, that gen's nearly done. Okay, I'm gonna go to that one. You just see me?
She's upstairs?
Yeah, she is. There might be a 3 gen because she's not
Oh my
leaving.
god, where the
that.
hell is she?
So there's a gen right of the main building and then a gen in the building.
Oh, she's on me. I'm all the way at the killer shack.
Okay. I'm gonna go on a gen. It's like 70%. I'm gonna just stick it. Doing great, sweetie. Then I'll do the gate at main.
Oh, nice. She is still on me.
Doing the gate. It's opposite of the window you jump out of next to the gen.
Oh,
You got this. Start running to main if you can.
okay.
Where are you?
I'm by the killer shack.
Can you start running?
Oh god, oh god. Oh no, she... What? Oh, I fear.
Where are you? Yeah, keep running. Straight.
Oh, oh, I see it. I think I see it.
Yep, keep running. It's gonna be dangerous now, but...
Oh. 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 Oh! Mama, yes!
Oh no, I'm not.
Oh my-
I'm not surviving,
Wait,
but you will.
Wait, why didn't you survive?
Because I got hit just by the gate.
Oh no, I should have taken it. I thought you were not injured.
No, I was injured because I took a hit.
Oh no,
That's okay. I got a cool.
I'm sorry.
No, I got a cool Mori. I'm not mad. Look at me. Woo!
I thought you were not injured.
I wasn't, and then she was throwing things.
Oh no. Well,
That was fun though. Close.
it was.
Close, baby.
God, playing against Trickster, I feel like they're so slow.
Yeah.
Like, you just run around the killer shack, and what can they do?
Yeah, if you're getting a loop, it's fun. Yeah. You're doing one more?
Sure.
Oh, I'm shocked. I have to go in
Sure.
7 minutes. Surely we can
Oh,
do a
do
game
you not
in
have
7.
time?
I might, depending how fast this game goes. Let's see.
Okay.
Let's
We're
see.
going on in, baby.
My build finally did something.
True.
It was the first time it worked.
Oh, I really wanted. Maybe if I didn't go. I think going right around the pillar was my bad move at the gate. I think it just should have gone straight.
I don't want.
Maybe I'll do. I'm gonna do a brand new part. I'm gonna do.
Brand new hair.
Brand new hit. Alright. I'm gonna try and... Ready up, babe. I'm gonna try and speedrun it.
We're going in.
I'm gonna just do those gens. Don't touch me.
And a blast you.
Live, laugh, lesbian. Did you watch that TikTok I sent of those kids playing Roblox?
I think so. Did you send me... Was it
Yes,
in my... It was in
it was in
DMs or TikTok?
I can't remember. I think it was DMs. Kids going like, does somebody want to trade? And one of them
Trade?
replies, nobody want. Nobody want.
Oh, but they want. We should play Roblox
Nobody
together.
want.
You know what we
Girl,
should play?
you need to play
DTI.
you need to play Overwatch, is what you need to play. I've been trying to get you to play for like weeks.
To be fair, I've been
Weeks.
wanting you to play for like a year on stream, and you're like, no.
Well, now like now
Next
the game is
weekend.
good.
Next weekend.
Now the game is good
Next week,
again.
sorry.
It was kind of bad for a while.
I just have to relearn everything that's happened in the last 5 months. Because I was
Yeah,
playing a
you're
lot 5
fine.
months ago.
It took me like, a couple of days to kind of familiarize myself
We should play Overcooked.
with all the new things going on. Girl, you need to play Overwatch, okay? One thing at a time. I can't.
That's funny. Alright, let's do this.
Oh, do you have a gen build?
Well, not anymore. Ada?
Now all of China knows you're here. See if I can take the chase. Oh, it's a
Another
trickster.
trickster again? I love
Well.
when someone blows up a gen, they just run away. I'm like, can you just do it?
Can you please take the blame?
Just do it.
There are 3 petrol stations right next to each other. What is this?
Trying to run. Please tell me they're not doing a gen over here. Yes, they are. Great. Fuck, they got me. Oh, nice. At least that's a gen. Huge.
Uh-oh.
Huge, huge.
So what's this man doing? It's more like,
Him with green. Yeah, we just scream Overcooked. I'm playing Split Fiction
girl,
off
I'm
stream,
gonna crash out.
but I would play with Gran. I think that'd be really
so
funny.
I've just been seen.
You haven't played Split Fiction, have you?
No.
Okay. Heal me, what's the time?
Oh, he went back?
Uh-oh. Actually,
Look at
tunnel
the
me
longest
out,
round
though. I
in the
do
world.
have other plans. You can tunnel me if you want.
Mama, I can't even find a pump. The pumps have all spawned next to each other, by the way. They're all together.
I was behind a wall. What? That's crazy. Yeah, I wish Texas
Wow.
Chainsaw wasn't, dead. Ugh, and Killer Clowns.
Oh my god. You know what's not dead? Overwatch. It's still available.
Still available.
there.
It's hilarious.
Still there. Waiting for you. Oh. Oh. Oh, is the laughter when they get their style level up? Is that what
maybe.
it is? Maybe that's what it is.
Maybe, baby.
Right. You know, people are getting saved. I'm gonna get the save.
My
It's not
Overwatch
yet.
era might be back.
It's genuinely so much fun now. I don't know. It's like the types of heroes they added, and you can just tell the devs care about the game again.
Really?
Yes, like there was a while they just were not updating it
Oh, okay.
because they were trying to do PvE content,
True. Hi,
which was such a
Cass.
flop.
I miss Killer Clowns a lot.
Okay, so this man is 100% coming to me. Oh no,
No, it's me.
no.
You know what?
What?
He said, you have another lobby to get to, babe. Get out.
What in the hell? Well, you go unleak this gen. Oh, girl, what the hell?
It's secretly Chris is funny.
Well,
Well. Is that one done? No. Yeah.
what did you say?
I'm talking about my J.
girl, this gen is 30%.
He's ran away.
Okay, Killer Shack, let's go. This is it, y'all. This is the Killer Shack run. This is it. This is the run, the esports run. Okay. Oh. Oh my
was
god.
that?
Oh my god. 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 Jesus Christ.
Jesus Christ. Am I late? How late am I? Oh, I gotta go. I really gotta go. Are they in? Baby, I gotta leave the voice call, but I'll try and finish off this game.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm late to the other thing. But I had a lovely day with you, baby.
All right, girl. See you later.
Overwatch next week, baby.
Please.
Yes, we will. We're gonna stream it, guys. You heard it here first. I swear. Bye, baby.
Bye-bye.
I'm late. I'm late. I hate being late to lobbies. Freedom. I feel so bad because I'm always early. So I'm like, shit, okay. I'll have a quick yap with you while I'm finishing this game. Yeah, no, I hate it. I hate being late and then... Because usually if it's like 5 to 11 for me, Gran will be like, all right, bye. But she was like, no, I'm down for another game. I was like, what? But I thought at least...
Hello there.
Hello there, dear.
Oh, wow.
Hello.
Hello, there you going.
How we doing there, puppet?
Pop it, why are we going English?
I don't know.
Bro said pop it.
I spent,
Hey,
yes?
I just ate KFC jelly beans.
KFC has a...
KFC
Jelly bean?
jelly beans?
Yeah.
You okay?
No, they sucked ass.
Well, yeah,
No shit,
obviously.
honey.
Honey!
Don't call me honey. Honey?
It's from a Vine, dude. But also, that's crazy that you would have KFC jelly beans.
All right, listen. One of my community members sent me a box for St. Jude, and they also added
Oh, they
that.
hate you.
Listen, man.
One of your hate watchers, you mean?
Hey, watchers.
What's
swear,
going on?
Hi, YouTube!
I swear sweet corn
Hi,
was going to taste good,
YouTube.
or I'm a cat's pajamas, you know?
Real.
Sammy, I can't even fucking talk about it. Crispy ate KFC jelly beans.
Yeah.
And what they taste like?
Shit.
Ass.
Trash.
What was it supposed to taste like?
Exactly.
Fried chicken, sweet corn, and gravy.
But it just tasted like
Oh.
ass.
Tasted like ass.
Oh.
It tastes like burnt hair,
Yeah.
sour, and sweet corn was actually okay.
I don't hate crispy. I sent them. Okay, I trust you.
It's Amy. Yeah, it's Amy.
I just got an extension for this game apparently. So let me host.
Oh.
Extension.
If you guys are down. Yeah, I
Extension?
hardly know her. No, it's you can get chat in here. I think.
Extendees.
Oh.
Sammy.
How do you...
Wait.
How do you turn
Rare
chat
Sammy
on?
from left field.
Like a
we'll
Twitch
find out
extension?
right here. Okay,
Is there something I have to
I'm gonna make
download?
a password. No. It's just an extension, but I don't know if everyone needs it or if just the host does. Or not.
Like a Twitch
Assuming
extension?
it works for the host.
But it's in a game, yeah. You just set it up.
Oh, in-game. Okay. Guys, come to our restaurants. Restaurants.
Okay, I made a. Wait. I made my password something similar, and there's a friend slop mode, bro.
What?
Wait, what?
It literally says, do you want it to be a career game or friend slop?
Oh, what?
Sure. No, of course. And we've been saying this.
Yes.
Perfect for fun with friends. A 21-day run. Hit points and money are your main
21.
resources.
Sammy.
Oh, we gotta do the friend swap
My
one.
bad.
No. I just love how you say all the all the things that are in, and It cracks me up, like the two.
Two. Y'all gotta know about two out here. Two.
Bro, dude, the other day, I said something like, I feel like when the stream shit seeps into the real world, it gets a little scary because Shan goes, "Stop saying monkey's uncle. You're saying it too much."
Yeah, true.
And I was like,
No,
oh,
or am I
no.
a monkey's uncle?
Or am I a
bro?
monkey's
No, she was
uncle?
like,
Am I the cat's
"Stop."
pajamas or
Is
what?
that detritus or what?
Yeah, no, she was like,
Am I
she goes,
literally
"You're
the
doing-"
monkey's detritus right
She goes,
now?
whiskey just says
monkey's
shit
detritus.
so much that it just becomes ingrained in everyone's brain.
I know.
Yeah.
That's bird shit. I
Bro,
I had to go at
he
him
stopped
in
saying bird
Japan.
shit. He stopped saying it.
No, there was a time, I think it was 3 days in, where I was like, you gotta stop saying that's bird shit. Because he would say it to something good. Like as a joke. We'd be like, wow, this
Yeah.
ramen's good. He's like, it's bird shit. I'm like, can you stop? Like, what?
Well, let me send you guys.
Was
let
there
me
an
send you guys
update?
real
I was
quick.
literally downloading this before I started stream and it says 36% complete. What?
What's everyone's name gonna be?
Um,
Do we get to name our rat?
are we naming
Yeah, my
our
name is
rats?
Rat Burger.
Oh,
Rat
fun.
burger? Wait, how do I make a rat?
Wait,
Oh,
I
you
don't know
did-
how to join you. There's only play.
Should I invite?
The
Yeah,
rat
maybe
follows
through
your
Steam.
cursor, which is funny.
Give me a
Rat
sec.
How do I decorate my
Pussy.
rat?
Yeah, I want to be a
Yep.
cute rat girl.
I want my rat to look sick.
Are they gonna say sexy? I was like,
I mean, he could look sexy.
it's a KFC jelly bean, jelly beans,
jelly beans.
jelly beans.
Invite to game. I invite you to the
Jelly
game.
Okay.
And then
I
type in that
invited you
code that I
to
DM'd
my
you.
house.
All right. The code is
you.
rats.
I think I'm gonna die.
Code
in
is
this
rats.
house.
Restaurant.
I think I'm gonna die
Gonna
in this
die
rat.
in this house.
I named our restaurant Sloppy Thursdays. Is that good?
Wow,
I
that's
think I'm
really nice.
in, but how do I make my
How do I do?
name? Oh, here we go.
anything? Edits.
2%, nearly
Create.
there. Whoops. Got your rat. Want it back? Come down to holes.
Oh,
What? That could have been
would be a
worse.
funny rat pun chat that has my name in
Are
it.
we doing different
Crispy
names?
Rat Play or Crispy Rat.
No, crispy rat place sounds a little weird.
Hello, Granny.
Ratster Girl or Hangster Rat.
Hello, baby.
Ratsby.
Come a Crispy Rat.
JBG. I'm excited for Overwatch next week. I swear, guys, we're playing it.
Rat Mantha. Nah.
I love
Nah.
holes.
Bro, that's my rat.
Thank you, Doll. We'll have an excellent
That's
Overwatch
my
stream
rat out
later.
here.
Wait, can you hear me?
Wait, why is your voice weird?
Oh, is there proxy?
Wait, my voice. Wait.
Hello?
Hold V when you talk.
Hold?
No way. We have
Oh.
rat voices.
All right, mute.
Holy shit! That's 437 bits.
Overwatch. More like over it. Am I right?
Oh my god, I'm so excited. Oh, this is gonna be good. Activate. Overlay 1. Can you see the extension? Can you see it? Me too! Oh my god, I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Wheel of Emotions Q. Oh my god, I'm nervous.
What's
Hello?
up, guys? It's me, Sammy, Hangster Girl. From the Midwest. I love bags and leggings.
I'm Chris
Fuck,
Melberger.
fuck.
Hello, everybody! Hello,
Hello,
dear!
the rat from Australia.
Can you hear
Oh,
me?
you're fucking Australian rats? Oh, fuck yeah. Cunt. Fuck yeah.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Carla. Yeah.
Sammy, you sound so
Yeah.
cute!
No, you sound cuter. What the heck?
Wait!
Wait. Why are arms so long? To reach.
Wait, how do we make our sexy outfits?
I think we have to be in game.
And then how do people join the thing? Oh my god. Hi, Mikey. In game, you can customize. Oh my god, I'm excited. Rat Mantha.
Rat. Fuck. Just little rats.
I'm just a little rat. Fuck. It's so horrendous. I'm gonna look
You
cute
ready to
soon.
start or am I the monkey? Yeah, ready.
Am I a detritus? Oh my god. Nebula, hello, I'm so excited. Mikey, thank you for the biddies. And thank you, Sammy. Thank you, Gran, for the raid again. The great rat spit. Wait, so you do see the extension, guys? What is it telling you to do? Hello?
What the heck? It's hello? Hello?
What the fuck?
Hi.
That's so loud.
You can click hear me now? Out of the screen. Can you hear me now? Hi. Wait, Gracie, can you hear me? Oh, yes, I can hear you. It's so fucking loud as shit.
Press settings, you can change it. You ready?
No. Pardon me. Let me go drop this. Who's this?
Hi, Louis!
Wait, what do we need the jar for?
Dibs.
I don't know. Oh, he disappeared. Oh.
Ooh.
Sure. Mushroom and potatoes, beans, and a brass steak with tubers, and cabbage stew. I'm gonna go with the mushrooms and potatoes. Do we all make this decision?
You sound so funny.
I think we all vote, yeah. Oh, we vote. Yeah, I think we vote. Wait, everyone. Yeah, okay, there we go. Ew, mushrooms and potatoes?
Yum.
Wait, Chris, we just vote for mushroom potatoes also, so we can just move on there.
Chris, it's so funny. It's funny how I can like definitely tell it's Chris.
Move on, man.
Okay.
Yeah. Wait, there's more? Oh, what the fuck?
Should we do?
Hot pot or let's go hot pot. Let's go hot pot. Chris wants to start so bad. I was like, fuck tutorials. I hate tutorials. My camera sucks. I can't like move. More voting. Magic tomatoes. Mushroom pie sounds gross. Yes.
Chris. Sounds gross.
Mushrooms, because they're slimy. Come on, Carla.
I did. Oh.
Come on, Carla.
Oh, okay.
Mushroom.
We can change our rat voices in the sound, by the way.
Wait, look, Slappy, there's it more.
Ooh.
Grape juice sounds really good. Grape juice? Now, Chris, you're literally the only one. Oh. That's only mineral water, you know? Yeah, no, mineral water. Now I can move around. Look, it says Slappy says on the wall.
All right. Is it done?
Wait, why is there a human here?
I don't know. I hate him.
What do we do? We gotta clean.
Gambling! Gambling! Gambling!
Oh my god! Lady
We don't have money, Mitchell! Mitchell, give me a loan! Oh, I do have money! I do have money, Samantha! How do I do it?
Oh, fuck, they have gambling? Great. Ew! I mean, hey! Carla, stop gambling our money away!
I'm gonna get... They busted! I made us money!
No! Oh, guys!
I made it money! I made money! I made us money!
Made us money.
I made us money.
Wait, anti-gambler, what is this? Is this so you can just bot people? I'm just an
Ow! I'm getting dressed.
If someone's gambling too much, you can hit them.
I'm getting a dress on. Girl, I can be Billie Eilish.
Yeah. What's up?
What the hell? This game's so good. What the hell? I'm changing! I'm changing! I can't see.
I can't see a bloody thing. Wait, Sammy looks cool as hell. Thank you, bro. Thank you. Of course, of course. I'm ready to cook.
Yes!
Alright, let's
Wait,
do it.
it is Titanic vibes.
Cook.
Wait, you look so good.
Thank you. Hey, Sonny.
Thanks.
You guys too.
Thanks. Alright, let's go.
Anything good up there?
Alright. What do we do?
Alright, so now fucking what?
Take. I'm gonna take a mushroom. Okay, I got a mushroom. Place. I'm cutting the mushroom.
Wait, I think I'm kawaii.
Tab. Okay.
Box of stuff. Guys, I think I'm kawaii as fuck. You're not
Mushrooms,
kawaii.
potatoes.
Ow!
Pack. Raw potatoes, slice it, pack. Okay, so where's the sliced
Just
cheese?
Don't know what I'm doing. You guys figure it out, and then I'll just do it also.
Okay, so I
Thanks,
figured
man.
out the cutting, but where do I pack it? Is it this thing here?
We also need to make, like, tables and things also, you know what I mean?
Yeah, maybe I'll stay in the kitchen.
Okay, yeah, you cook.
I'm just trying to find.
Where the fuck are you? Kawaii. I've got potatoes.
Crispy. Yay! I need the potato.
How do I get in the kitchen? How do I get in there?
Okay, I need the potatoes.
I'm cleaning.
I went up from where we were, so go down and then go back up another hole.
From where we were.
Okay.
Your accent's so good.
All right.
Who's this little freak? That's our friend. He's a waiter. Oh, here we go. Okay, I got the potatoes.
Okay, I need a potato. Thank you.
I got raw sliced mushrooms. Where do we put him?
All right. So
I'm right here. I'm right here. Who's this perv?
I'm cutting.
Sammy, who's this freak?
Why does it look like poo?
Oh, my bad.
Ew, why does it look like poo?
That laugh is so funny.
That's mushroom. Why does it look like poo?
I think it's poop. I think it's actually poop.
But it's mushroom. Can I have the potato? Gotta cook it. Or is it actually...
Yeah, this.
Is it poo? Wait, why is it doing that?
It's... I don't know, it's poop.
When I cut it up, it looks like that.
A baguette.
A baguette!
Look at me, baguettes. I just got some more tables. Ow.
What? Oh, don't cut it off. Oh, okay, so I'm just cooking little shit. Okay. That's funny. So when you do something wrong, it changes to poop. That's crazy.
Why is there shit on the ground?
Don't worry about it.
I don't know. Wait, what are you, Carla? Why do you keep? Why is there poop on the
Don't
ground?
worry about it, guys.
Carla, well, there's poop. I just threw this poop stuck on you.
Where's my poo?
You got poop on you. You got poop on you. That's embarrassing. You got poop on you.
Guys, the recipes.
Poop. This is so you poop on you. Foul.
How do I pack them together?
This is so beyond foul.
How do I pack these two things together?
Hey, Grandpa.
I try and join the kitchen. I get pooped on. They're throwing
Wait.
things at me.
How do I put these two together?
If it helps, it was Carla's poop. I have no idea what we're supposed to be doing.
Well, I'm trying to figure out how to cook. So it says in the recipes to place them together.
Carla, you keep making poop.
No, that was an old poop. Oh, pack. Oh, you're right. Oh, I did it wrong.
Oh my god.
Oh, I'm eating it. I'm eating the poo.
Let's ride.
Alright, yeah, put the stool
Oh, I know how to do it now. I know how to do it. Okay.
Alright, keep cooking. It's a different stool.
You still have poop on me.
Here, I'm going back to the club.
Yeah, go to the club, dude, for sure.
Okay, I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Okay, I'm doing it. I made something, guys.
What music's playing?
I made something.
Let's ride.
Guys, I made food.
Okay, sure.
Does anyone care that I made a dish?
I care.
Wait, what did you cook?
I cooked it.
Wow, that looks lovely.
Thank you.
Your hat's a little wobbly.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Who's Aloan?
Who cares?
This is my pink lady.
I cooked. Guys, food of the past. Food of the past. How do I do that? How do I put that down?
Sammy, do you wanna be a waitress or do you wanna be the hostess?
I don't mind. I can be the hostess.
Wait, how do we move food?
I'm down.
Yeah, how do we put the food?
We got
On the stool? On the stool? The stool?
We need water.
The stool?
Need
Nice.
water?
Need water?
And
Okay.
to bake. Yeah, so you forgot how to do that.
Oh!
How do we get water?
Well, where? Oh, here. Here. Brown sugar lemonade barrel.
I threw poop at Sammy. Bro, we're not playing.
I'm welcoming the guests, guys. It's going really good.
Is it?
I order more stuff.
Yeah.
I got one brown lemonade, 2 barrels of water.
Get to the restaurant as we speak.
Are we open? Where is...
We're gonna need more help on your end as well over here.
Oh, fuck.
I got lemonade. What do I do? Wait, but why? Who rang the bell? We're not ready yet. We got nothing. Oh.
Wait,
I got lemonade. Hell no.
Where's...
They're on their way.
Where do you get the
Oh no,
cups?
this is the supplier.
Where do you get the cups?
Oh, never mind.
Sure.
Oh, he's just bringing stuff.
Where do you get the cups, Crispy?
Grill. Oh, I don't know. I just filled it. Carla and Crispy, check this out. You're welcome. Look at this. What is this?
Another...
Ready?
Yay!
Is that another grill? Oh, I don't even know how to cook yet.
I know how to cook.
Wait, I don't know how to like move. Like, do we need?
How do we
like,
fill
one of
up...
these table chairs?
How do we fill up the water?
I don't know.
Isn't it like a
There's
fountain?
no cups.
Barrel of water.
All right, hold on.
Let's ride.
That's to watch the dishes. Oh, where's the water barrel then? Do we have a... Can we buy a water barrel? How do you buy things? Store. Oh, I have to buy it, I think. Available to wash
I don't
plate.
think we're open at all.
Barrel of water. There we go.
What? Who is saying that? You guys hear that, or is it just me?
That's the supplier. He's a creep.
Ew, he
He's
goes
a weirdo.
crazy sound.
Taxi.
A perv.
Fair. Okay. Okay, let me look at my other
Look at
recipes.
how we get water.
I bought it.
From
I
here,
bought it.
look.
I bought it.
Wait, no, you didn't. You need. We already have 2. You need to buy.
No. One's a barrel of water and one's for. Oh, okay. Well, there's another
what's
one for
this?
cleaning, another one for
Food.
to drink.
Oh, that's a cleaning one.
This one's for water.
Better to remove dirt immediately. Dirt?
Yeah, I think we need more of a tutorial, but I get the
I got waters going. Alright,
Babe.
Carla, you're cooking.
Okay, wait, I need more things.
The trader is back.
Oh shit, we need.
We don't have enough money for an oven, and we need that to bake. So, because we bought too many things, so that sucks.
Can I sell one of the waters?
Some people just want, like, water and they don't want food, right?
True.
Can I sell this? Maybe?
Wait.
Another water barrels over here.
And there's also tax. Oh, I think we have too much stuff. Wow, wait, how many water barrels? Oh my fucking god.
We gotta sell one. We gotta sell one. We don't need 2. We don't need 2.
Wait, the food turned to goo. Look.
Try and sell that one, Chris. Can you sell it?
Wait too long.
Clean.
How?
Clean. I'm cleaning.
Dang.
We wasted water.
Yeah, it turned to goo, I think. It turned to goo.
Oh, I can throw. Okay, maybe we open and we just run with it.
We need income. Let him in. Let him in.
We need to make money. We need to make money. I'm on it. I'm on the food. Stop throwing shit at me. Rattler's kitchen.
All right. So if they want anything baked, we just simply don't have it.
Okay, I'm at the hook stand. I'm ready for
Can we take it off the menu? Can we take it off the menu, maybe?
I don't know. That's on you because you're the cook. I'm the waiter. And the manager.
How do we start?
It's starting.
I'm ready for my first day on the job.
All right, we need to buy an oven.
Hit the bell. We all have to hit it.
Guys, I'm
Oh, it's
stressed.
just missing essentials because we fucked up.
Wait, Scrooge, do I sound cute? Hi, Ruby.
Alright.
All right, good communication. Good communication.
The water I think stays good no matter what. I got waters. Homo huddle. Oh my god, wait, these are people from chat. Oh, great.
Wait.
Oh,
I'm welcoming them. Welcome on in. Welcome.
we got water. It's caribou.
You do drinks, Bratsby.
Yeah, I got the drinks. Damn it, come in here. Wait,
Click on them. Oh, here we go.
How do our little waitress guy work? Assign him a table. They're coming in quick. They're following you, Sammy. It's not doing anything. Get him on the table, Sammy. Quick.
Eloine's helping. She's telling them where to sit.
Okay, everyone's the best.
What does she want?
Alright, what do they want?
All right, I'm on it. I'm on it. I'm on it.
Slices and potatoes.
I'm on it.
And a brown sugar lemonade. Hurry up.
I'm coming.
Okay, here we go.
I'm coming. I'm cooking. I'm cooking.
I got brown sugar lemonade. Coming up. Brown sugar lemonade. Come on. Right here, give it to me. Fuck.
I'm coming. Order up. Order up. Mushroom potatoes.
We need more stools. We need more stools to put the potatoes.
Mushroom potatoes served.
We need more serving stools.
Anything else needed?
Wait, I mean,
Benny's a vampire. Yeah. We have to bake it. I don't think I can make it, but I'll try.
Oh no, we need a freaking. Wait, do we have enough to make a bake? I ordered an oven. Alright, get the oven. Sammy, you got this. Oh, there's slop on the ground.
I don't have meat. I don't have meat. I do actually. Sorry.
And I'll clean them. We need some goddamn bullshit.
Can someone grab the oven?
What drinks we need?
Someone grab the oven. Someone grab the oven.
This guy wants fucking water.
Guys, grab the oven. Grab the oven.
I'll get the oven. Here's water, you motherfucker. Enjoy. Oh, we're so screwed, dude. Where's the oven? I don't know where the oven is. I have no idea what he did with the oven. Chris, where's the oven? Here. I ordered it. Sammy, what do we need? What drinks do we need? There's the oven. Fuck it. Oh, he just shit everywhere.
Whoa! Guys, on fire! On fire! On fire! On fire! On fire! All right, got it. Raw potato, cut it. Do we have raw potato?
It won't let me make the oven until we're between days. Oh, Kara, what do you want? What drinks do we need? There's slobber everywhere. I'm gonna go help him clean. Carla, you got the kitchen here.
We need
Need water. Put that shit down. There's a line. Guys, there's a line. Oh, God. Yeah, no shit. There's slobber everywhere.
Guys, we need another menu. Okay. It just shuts down the server? Oh god. Okay.
Pretty well, I'd say.
Okay, we need different. We need different. We need different recipes.
Yeah.
What
That sucked ass, guys.
Guys, let's play again.
Guys, the king shit everywhere. The king actually shit everywhere, man.
Run it back.
We all need to have a specific role. I think what we were doing was
Yeah.
we need to order the right thing.
Yes, we gotta order the right
How about
food.
this? Let me be on
think we're
order
actually-
duty.
Wait, can I help you pick the food to order, like, what's it called? Can we pick the
Wait
food?
to
Because
sloppy third.
I want to
Yeah.
cook. I want to
Waited
cook, but we
patiently to
need
be
to pick
seated.
the right
The
recipes.
host and manager at
Okay, wait, hold
Burger threw
on.
a
So
piece
Carla
of literal
cooks.
shit
So
at
maybe-
I
me,
move the
and then
drinks,
the king
clean
exploded
the
into
dishes,
ectoplasm.
and move the
2
food to
stars.
Chris. Chris does the serving back and forth, right? And then Sammy is
I
what?
will
You're-
host and clean
you're
in
the
the
host.
restaurant because it got
Okay.
really
Okay.
dirty in
Are
there.
you happy?
I feel like we were good. We just didn't. We bought the wrong things at the beginning.
Can I
I think we
pick
needed
the
an oven,
recipes?
low-key.
Maybe because I'm cooking.
Yeah.
Sure,
Yeah, yeah.
Sure.
That way we're like,
Hundo-
all
Hundo
right,
fee.
this is what we can cook.
This game's actually hilarious.
Is there a way so they can chat and hear my voice being funny? Probably not, right?
No.
Probably not. No.
Unless I did. Yeah, it's too risky. I think,
Mikey,
to set
thank
it
you.
up.
No,
'Cause
listen.
I can do like voice mod, but it's just not worth it.
One time. It was one time.
If you guys want to hear my voice funny, just watch other streams as well.
Just put us all up, guys.
Put
Multi-stream
us
it.
all up for sure.
All right, we got this.
All right, Crispy, I'm inviting you again.
All right.
Yeah, I think
got
next
it.
time I could try doing that. It's just too risky.
I think I actually get it now. To be like honest, I kind of get it.
Okay, ready up.
I'm locked.
All right, we got this.
I can't believe it just restarts the lobby.
No, I mean it makes sense. It's we kind of didn't know what the fuck we were doing, but that's okay.
True. Okay.
All right, so
All
we're
right,
gonna vote
can't
for
wait
food.
for our first day on the job, guys.
Oh my goodness.
First day on the job, guys. Ready to
Follow
rumble.
the arrow. Talk to Lewis.
Okay.
I skipped the tutorial again because I'm a freak.
All right, let me
Wait, what
pick
are
this.
breaking these jars do? We want to do that, right? You get money. All right, Carla, what are we thinking?
All right, let me
What
look.
are we thinking, Carla?
Mushroom potatoes, easiest.
Mute in Discord.
Sorry. Mushroom and potatoes because it will show you what we need. The grill. See the grill? So we can't.
Okay.
We can't do
Mushroom
oven yet.
potatoes, nice.
Yeah.
All right, what do we got next here?
All right, perfect. Maybe. Oh, either or, really. Maybe the steak or the potatoes.
The steak are pretty good. The tenebra with the steak tenebras.
With the tubers.
With the fucking tubers in my color. Metal. Idiot. The cat's pajamas. They fucking cat's pajamas.
Maybe cabbage steak.
Cabbage steak, alright. That looks kind of gross. I'm down.
We have to buy the correct
Hell yeah.
ingredients at the start. Oh shit, I need to talk to him.
Sammy, look at the name of the restaurant.
We got more food. More food. Oh, drink.
I think the lemonade was fine.
Maybe.
Pear juice.
You want the lemonade?
Lemonade because it's epic. Yeah, it's an epic. It has a purple aura to it.
Hi, Avo.
Purple aura.
Okay, let me get the ingredients. So don't buy. Round 2.
Okay, alright.
Okay, so
Here we go.
let me check the ingredients, what we need, so we don't we have raw sliced potatoes, raw sliced mushrooms. Let me see what I need.
And then we definitely need one.
Raw potato. Don't start yet. Me raw steak, potato. Hello, thank you. All right, let's put this in the kitchen. And I'll see if we have everything.
Clean up the kitchen.
Yeah, so what we'll do is we'll get everything organized.
You sound like a little freak. You sound like a little cartoon character.
Thank
Little
you.
guy.
All right, so we have raw sliced potatoes as well.
Alright, I have one request. Is there? Can we all buy stuff? There's got to be more of those serving stools. What
Let
are
me
they
see,
called?
let me
Serving
see.
counter. Yeah, let's get like 2 of them. I feel like is okay. We won't spend a lot. That's only. Yeah, that's not.
I just ordered some.
Because I need more than one to put down. Because it's just ridiculous to have one.
Okay.
Bring these to Carla.
Oh, thank you.
I'm just gonna drop them and then you can.
Okay, let me just I'll just buy stuff we need first, and then people can buy other stuff. Oops, how do I put this down?
Why is that guy such a freak?
Round 2.
And then this one.
Oh, you can ring the bell from inside the kitchen too. So there's like 2.
I need cabbage. Okay.
Don't forget to ring that bell for notifications, you guys.
Oh wait,
You
raw sliced
guys.
cabbage, raw cabbage steak. I can just buy cabbage steak.
The music is way too upbeat and random.
How much
You're
money
right,
do we have?
It's so elevated.
Oh, it's more money, but like it's gonna save time.
This Hooters shirt. Thanks, man. Where are those stools I ordered? Hey, give it a sec.
Hmm. I think you can make your renovation now, but you just won't show up until the bell rings, I think.
Ooh, hello.
Bro, what is this guy's deal?
Let's ride. Let's ride. Let's ride.
Let's rap.
Let's ride.
Sorry, I'm still figuring it out as well, guys. Sorry, I'm so locked in.
2. Wait, say something funny?
I don't know anything that's funny.
A pizza from the Plaza Hotel.
A pizza.
Ugh.
Fuck. Are these stools gonna appear or are they the cat's pajamas? Nice, dude.
Yeah, I ordered so much.
Cat's pajamas.
Let's ride.
Where is it?
You got everything you need in the kitchen, then?
No, it hasn't arrived.
What do you still need?
Order history. Oh, pending. Serving counter. What does pending mean? Pen.
Maybe it's getting delivered right now.
Okay, I did hear him say hello.
Wait, that would be the bee's knees.
There's a lot of stools in here.
Okay.
Lot of stools. Let's go deliver some stools.
And tables.
Oh wait, some are stools and some are serving stools. So the round ones are serving.
Oh wait.
I ordered
the
two
serving
ones.
stools.
I ordered the round ones are ours, guys. So just check if they're round or not.
Oh, okay.
Any round ones make it out here?
I don't think so. Unless they're in one of the boxes.
These are
And
just
don't
regular
forget to grab
stools.
some of the food.
Okay.
He's coming with those serving stools next. I got him.
Okay,
Here
nice.
it comes.
And then the food will be there too. You move items in the kitchen.
Alright.
Ooh, hello.
Yeah, give me those serving stools. Let's go.
Yay!
Smiles. Does your shirt say Hooters?
Yes.
Oh.
Should we change our outfits maybe? Because we both look a little silly.
Okay, and now I need my food and then we're ready.
Really?
Alright.
I think so.
These serving counters are like so important. Of course.
Sorry.
Wait, I wonder. Because wait,
Wrong
Carl, where are you
hole.
gonna put the food when you're done? Or should I just, could you just yell done and I should pick it up?
I can
Does
put it on the
that
stool
work
for you.
better?
I can put it on the stool. Or do you want? I guess yeah.
Nah, I would say just done and I'll come grab it. And
Okay.
then, like,
Okay.
throw it over here. I feel like that makes sense. Because then you can just start the next thing. You know?
Okay, you're right. Oh, he's coming with the last stuff. I can
I
also.
think we're cooking.
We can also just throw it into the room too. You can throw.
Hello.
More serving counters? Oh, we made a mistake.
Oh, we ordered too many. That's okay. That's actually fine. That's actually fine.
Oh, okay, server.
This works.
WFA.
Wait. I'll put one. Carla, I'll put one by you so you can drop stuff. Hey, you
Nice.
That's outside.
Okay.
They're gonna love it.
I just need my cabbage and we can start, so it should be next.
Okay, one sec.
I'm just waiting for the guy to deliver my cabbage. Can I order you another table? Cutting table. No. Empty box. Oh, that's cool. Pre-cut. I can pre-cut some mushrooms. No? Oh, maybe on the shelf. Oh, okay.
What's everyone's favorite acidic poop? What? What's everyone's favorite acidic poop?
Acidic poop?
Yeah, acidic poop. Which one's your favorite?
Oh, raw sliced mushrooms as well.
Post Taco Bell at 2 a.m.
No, I don't. What does that mean?
Oh. Baked potato. Wait, baked potato?
Oh, I don't know. And the one that I didn't
Oh.
have, maybe?
Wait, can I put cooked mushroom in there then?
Hey, put on that maid outfit and cook for us. King. Hey!
Did my cabbage come?
Let's rat.
Let's rat. Let's rat.
Let's
Who's
rat.
here? I think we can start. Let's rat. Alright, you guys everyone ready? Wait, there's stuff here. I got this.
Your cabbage.
Oh, it spoils?
Can you move that? Or not really?
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's rat.
How's it going, baby? We don't have
Yeah, go
regular
Dick.
water, guys. We forgot regular water.
I don't think they can order
Oh,
water
water?
because we didn't put it on the menu.
Oh, Okay. You sure? Cleaning, no?
Yeah, I think so.
Weird.
All right, let's start her up. Start her up.
Or am I a walking slush? Okay. Hey man, you're the cat's pajamas.
We got this. No detritus here.
No detritus. Only
No
Ray
detritus.
got this, guys.
Yeah.
We got this, guys. Ring that bell. Okay, the guy from
We're low on water.
I knew it.
The bell says we're low on water.
Okay, wait.
I got us 2 barrels, no worries.
Oh, WW.
Huge, huge.
w.funnygames.com.
Recipes. So, grill steak, grill the potato packet. Can't already have that. Grill, fried, pack. Axel, really?
Wait, catch this real quick. We do need the water. We do need
Frat
the water.
summer.
Yeah, I ordered
That's
some.
crispy.
Okay.
All right, we're ready. Let's go. Ring that bell.
Carla, we're not ready yet. We're still doing stuff.
It takes all 4 of us to start. It's okay.
No, we literally are. We're not allowed to do it yet until we have all the water.
We do, don't we?
I put the last one down.
Vroom, vroom. Let's ride.
Let's rap.
All right, Crispy, ring that bell. And let's
Axel,
start the
I could be
fucking
going crazy.
Hey, guys, we've got this. Lock in.
thing.
Ellie.
So how you never greet people?
Hi,
Sam?
Laura. We're learning. I'm sorry. I'm just as confused as you.
And what are you gonna say to them?
I'm gonna say let's ride, and then I'm gonna say
Let's ride.
first customer. First customer.
Hi.
Esme.
Hi, welcome.
Normal. Right this way.
Welcome to Ratonia.
Open around 2.
Welcome. What do you want? I recommend the potatoes and mushrooms.
Stevie! That strange visitor. Who's the strange guy? Alright, we want some medium tender steak with tubers.
Okay.
I lost a spell scroll in your restaurant, and I need your
What up,
help.
Stevie?
Okay, sure.
Alright, we
Oh,
want
shit.
water and some tubers.
Hey,
Hurry.
this guy wants the scroll. We gotta look around.
Oh, water up. Thank you, Crispy.
Let's ride.
Enjoy your water.
I don't know where his scroll
How are those tubers?
The controls are shit. 1 second.
Give me those plates.
I found his scroll.
Chris, you'll get the dirty plates. I'll clean them. We still need this tuber.
1 second.
What's going on, Carla?
Please.
It's not going on the fucking shelf. 1 second.
Oh, I need one left. Need another scroll.
We need more shelves.
1 second.
Alright, we need
All right, here it is.
Alright, and make another one immediately.
Okay.
Thank you. Hurry, hurry. Alright, yum. Alright, Anna. Wait, Sammy, did you find the scroll or no? Another one. Wait, hold on.
Right here, right here. What do you need? Do you need water?
Water as well.
Nice.
Water, yeah.
I need more shelves. I need shelves because you can't pick it from the ground. That's why I was struggling. You have to put them on shelves.
I'll get the shelf. Just keep going. I'll get the shelf.
All right, all right.
Yum, 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 yum. I ordered it.
Thank you.
We also need some goddamn mushrooms and potatoes.
Is that how mums feel when their kids go, mum, 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 mum? 1 minute!
Here you go. So far, so good. Oreos here. Shrek's Glitteries.
Matcha, real. Probably.
My guy's getting winded.
Mushrooms and potatoes.
It's a fucking mess over here. Alright, mushroom and potatoes, whatever.
1 second.
And some water, Crispy, whenever you're ready. Some crispy water.
I need more shelves!
Water's up!
the thing.
You're making anyone have the worst day in their job. Oh, we need to
Please build the shelf. Please build the fucking shelf.
You can't during the day. You can't. You gotta wait until the 3 days.
Oh!
It's gonna kill us. Oh, it's too late. Oh, they're not. Just forget him. Forget him. Sammy, I found the other thing. The other scroll.
Oh, good. I think he... Oh, nice. You made him happy. He gives us extra money, I think.
Nice. We also need... this guy was pissed. We didn't get a mushroom and potato.
Well, I couldn't put it on anything. Fuck, give him this.
Don't let them tear us apart. Don't let the customers tear us apart.
Cabbage steak, cabbage steak, cabbage steak.
That was Carla. That's all she can cook, apparently.
No, 1 second. Cabbage steak, I'm coming.
Lemonade yesterday.
I'm coming.
Do you need water? Oh my god. Slow as molasses. Brown sugar lemonade. Brown sugar lemonade. Oh, wait, hold on.
I'm coming.
That's brown sugar. That's water. There's a water for when somebody needs it, though. Good. We need a medium Tanuba steak. We need a cabbage steak.
Here.
Oh yeah. Perfect. Yeah, put them there and I'll move over. That's perfect.
I just need more shelves. If I have shelves, I'll be fine. Next round.
I know. Once we get past this day, we can make more shelves. We'll be good.
That's why I'm struggling.
Okay, it's a medium Tanuba steak. It's getting close.
I'm coming. There, right. Order up.
Let's go.
Order up.
Right here. Thank you. Move. Nice, Allie Nash.
Oh my god. Frantic Carla, bro.
Really good day. Not stressful at all.
Oh.
Oh my gosh, we did it.
Oh my god. Oh.
Yeah, let's go.
Woo! I need that shelf.
Wait, come on.
Yay!
Only 8 coins and tips? What the fuck? Do we get another shelf?
No, I think this is good because I can put every recipe on each shelf.
Okay. Yeah, if you guys want to get more stuff for the kitchen so it's easier and more streamlined, feel free to.
Yeah. What do we have? Mushrooms is fine.
Put your ass away, child.
Alright, let me check quickly.
You look like a very bonita rat XOXO.
We're good on water and we're good on drinks. Can you touch this real quick?
Is it blue?
Emily, you're bonita. There's shit on the floor. Okay, we have enough steak. We have enough for 7 dishes there.
Maybe when I really have to go to the bathroom, but...
Fried / mushroom. Potato. I can take this out.
Now it's on your leg.
Actually, wait. I have an idea. Oh, Emily, thank you, doll. That was so stressful and funny. Oh my god.
Let's rat.
Lots of rat.
I can't use that.
Alright, you need more tables or anything? Are we good?
Oh, we have
I think we're chilling.
mushroom, potatoes.
I think Carla's organizing and then we're just figuring out what
Alright, let me just order. We're pretty good, but let me just do one thing. Yeah, do you know what the problem was before, guys?
Crispy's on like drink / chef duty, but also like cleaning duty.
Yeah. Here's why I struggled last round. So I couldn't grab things from the ground. You have to place it in the shelf, but I didn't have enough shelves. So I had to continually swap the ingredients, and it was painful. But now we're fine. This will be a better day.
Alright, W.
I think we're good, actually, low-key. Counters, low-key.
All right, let me just grab something.
For some reason, you can't put any more but 3. I don't know why. What? Just be able to put one right there, no?
We have $10,000.
So,
oh, no, we don't. Sorry.
If I pick this up, it won't let me put it next to these for whatever reason. I don't know why. Yeah. Like, Sammy, you have a second fail. I actually don't know why.
What?
Oh, Sammy, that's your job.
Next to werewolves, and werewolves they're okay. But they're
Okay,
basically
Twilight.
ghosts. And
Twilight.
ogres and werewolves don't want to sit next to each other. Bro, like, I gotta memorize this whole chart.
Where?
Back to school, okay?
We could also swap. We could also swap when everyone, if anyone wants to. But I'm happy for now. Okay.
Can you tell me what you can reach? Like if I put one. Wait, no. Can we move this? Can we move this?
All right,
a bit, or
guys.
what's
I'm so sorry
No, it doesn't
that
let
I
me. For
am
whatever reason,
flustered.
I think it's because we have to upgrade.
It's really like the controls are kind of clunky to
can't
move
put more
things.
serving counters.
That's why it's kind of like
Put
you
them
can't
over
just
here.
drop. You have
Try
to
pick it
throw,
up.
and it,
It's
so
not- there's no
sorry.
zone.
Thank you for being here. Hopefully you're still having a laugh. I'm having a great time. 1 second is so
Yeah, let me
funny.
put these over here more.
I want to hear what they heard from their angle.
Can you see if you can reach that? Yeah, let me see.
Oh, easy.
Hit that
Yes.
guy.
No, but thank
Yeah,
you
I'll
guys.
put a water on there and see if you can reach
let me
it
see.
from the other side.
This is gonna be such a different round.
Yeah, we're gonna be locked in, dude. Oh yeah, crispy, that's real nice. Check this out.
I want to,
Oh, yeah,
Charlie.
that's
I want to make a
nice.
clip
Yeah,
of
like,
that
look.
with my rap voice. I think. You know what? I want another shelf. Can I afford it?
Baked potatoes coming through, dude. Baked potatoes.
I'm ordering another shelf just for maximizing.
Thank you, lovely potatoes. Baked fucking potatoes.
This is gonna be different this time. I feel it. Oh, why is it glorpy?
Friends sloping.
1 second. I want to hear what I sounded. Wait, I'm getting a shelf. Oh.
Wait. Here.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Use tax detected?
Ooh.
Oh, it spoils if it's not in a box, it seems.
Now we got this. How do we know what our tax is currently? Yeah, we can't. Oh, we can't even start. I don't think.
Wait,
you know what, fuck it.
try the
We'll
other
do
one
it.
over there. Try the.
It's fine.
We'll make enough money. Let's go.
Oh no, it says we need to remove unnecessary furnishings.
Okay. Here, this one's on. We don't need this one. This one here. This one here.
Serving counters. Yeah, we'll just get rid of them for now. It's fine.
Okay. Mm.
Alright, Chris, send it.
All right, we're ready.
Alright.
This is gonna be a different round. All right, guys.
Sammy, I believe in you. You're the best. Get those customers into their chairs and let's do this thing.
I believe in my kitchen crew. Y'all got this.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Oh, Stevie.
Customer.
Okay, Skinny.
Customer and inside out.
Alright, right this way.
Okay, I'm waiting.
On my arm.
Sorry.
Inside out, welcome on in. Alright, let me check the chart. Can skeletons and werewolves be near each
Is that a water?
other? Alright,
I need a water.
Water.
Perfect.
I'm waiting.
Alright, right this way.
Alright, we need mushrooms and potatoes.
Coming.
Mushrooms and potatoes.
Coming.
And then we need medium tenebron steaks.
Okay.
We got 2 orcs coming in.
I'm coming.
Here we go, boys. Here we go. Right
Wait,
Never
let's
mind, I
do
fucked
one
up.
half, one
Well,
side.
how did I fuck up?
It was.
Zoodle, right this way.
My bad.
Lot of orcs. Lot of orcs, Sammy.
A lot of orcs, and we're full. And I hope you can wait a minute. We are full right now.
Man, I'm so sorry. We're gonna need some sort of food.
Coming.
Werewolves. Oh, they keep
Plop it here and I'll move it over.
Okay. I don't know why it didn't work. The mushroom potatoes. This should work.
We need a water as well. Chris, get water for something, please.
Guys, what is happening? Why isn't this working? Raw sliced, raw sliced. Raw. Oh, I don't cook it? What the hell? Okay, sorry. This is right now. Sorry. No, we're fine. No, we're fine. Don't say that. Just get ready. Get ready to put it. No, it's fine.
Oh, we're screwed.
No, don't say that.
No, we're not. It's gonna be down to the wire.
Go.
Go. Nice. Good job. Okay.
I'm coming. I'm packing. Get ready. Get ready. Get ready.
Go.
Run. Go.
Oh my god, just made it.
Oh, just made it. I can't see what I need. Okay, I'm coming.
Oh.
Here, go. Order up.
No.
What else do we need? Mushroom potatoes?
Potatoes and fucking mushrooms. I'm cleaning.
It's on the... Okay, this is not gonna work.
No, he's not. He's
Sorry, it didn't show me. It didn't show me what I needed.
Yeah, he sucks.
Okay.
We need water. Water coming. Water
Oh,
up.
steak. Okay. That's not the right thing, but just in case we need that.
There's mushrooms and potatoes that we need out
Here's
there.
here's the thing.
Oh, we're popular. Fuck.
We're doing it. Oh my god, everyone's out there. Another steak, crispy. Medium. Another steak. We got this, guys. We got this.
Water.
What do they want to eat?
Two waters.
2 waters. I'm here. Flow state.
2 waters up.
More water.
They're so thirsty.
Yeah, Mikey, what the hell? I'm sorry, doll. Wonder if there's a support thing you can...
Oh my god! 5 waters! This place is thirsty as hell! Thanks you! They're gonna be fucking pissing their ass. Oh, that guy's big! Clean! You need another water? Oh!
One more water up here if you need it.
Oh my god! Oh my god! This restaurant's thirstier than a Valkyrie stream!
That's crazy.
Wait, guys, wait. We need to clean this everything.
Ow, my head!
2 heads. He wants. Yeah.
Sammy hit me in the head.
And sugar, lemonade,
I'm kidding.
and steak. Oh, he wants so much. Wait, lemonade? We don't have lemonade.
Cabbage steak. I got it.
Make some goddamn fucking lemonade. Lemonade.
I'm getting the steak. 1 minute.
Cabbage steak. Cabbage steak.
Here. Steak up.
Oh, he sucks.
Steak up. Steak. There was a steak.
Oh my god. Kill him, Sammy. Kill him.
Who hit them?
What just happened? The owners suck. The owners suck ass. So they killed him on the table.
Wait, who was that? I'm so sorry. Jamie.
I'm so sorry. Nah, I'm not gonna cut it. How did this happened? I can't believe we just lost the table because of that.
All right, just don't buy too much. I need food.
That was my grandfather's table. But he built it himself.
Will this spoil? Let's find out. Guys, let's start our day so the food doesn't spoil.
Wait, we need another table. Hold on.
Potato. Baked potato here. Although, let's get some mushrooms.
Viral. They were swarming the restaurant.
We're sloppy with it.
It was crazy out here.
Wish you could just. Oh, it's so annoying.
Oh my god. This food's gonna go bad soon because we're getting another table since we lost one.
Oh, I want them to change controls so bad. That's just so clunky with love and light. Okay, more steak, I think there is. That's fine. That's fine. I need more steak. What do I have? I have 5 dishes of that. I need steak. Okay. I need, how much money do we have? I need medium steak. I'm just gonna get a medium
Oh my god,
steak.
my guy's breathing so hard.
Straight up. Let's
No
see.
worries, I can do everything.
Good night, Mikey. I'm ordering stuff for the kitchen, sorry.
Sorry, what do you need? This is all gonna go bad, unfortunately, all this stuff, but yeah. It's gonna
Maybe
be
it
a
won't.
lot.
Maybe it won't.
It's going to rot. Ring-a-ding this bell.
Biddies?
For me?
Steak.
Well, I
I need my steak and then we can go.
Dear Chef Rattler, you are
Hey, we're
locked in and
live,
I
Dave,
love
good
it. Enjoy
Alright, we're
the
nearly
rest
done.
of the Weirdo Friend Slop session. Illism.
Do we need to remove anything? We have a huge tax.
It's whatever it is, it's on your end. All this food spoiling.
Oh no. Oh,
It took too long.
it's rot. Oh, it's a detritus.
Detritus!
Uh,
Togo,
There's
what in the
detritus
rat
everywhere,
fuck?
man.
Ow, I'm trying to clean the detritus.
You're the best detritus cleaner I know.
Thank you so much. That means the world to me.
Listen, I got you, Sarath Thampa.
If nobody's got me, Crispy.
Yeah.
I'm also here. Thank you, Mikey. I will have a great time. This game is equal parts stressful, but also really cool.
Your normal voice, just a quick, screw you guys, I'm going home. Screw you guys, I'm going home. Screw you guys, I'm going home.
Home.
That is rich.
Okay. Okay. Best round yet coming up.
I'll believe it when I believe it.
Alrighty.
Alright, let's get this going. Here
What's
we go.
that?
Let's have a great day 3.
Wait,
you
we're
know what
level
today
2.
is.
We have upgrades, guys. We have stuff.
Oh, yay. Next round.
Nice. Oh, we got Tori and Famins.
Alright, I'm here. I'm waiting.
Werewolves and orcs cannot sit next to each other. You're going over here.
Dude, make sure to take your skill thing. Immediately.
Coming. Get ready, Crispy.
The werewolf
Order up.
dancing like a dog. Order up.
Order up.
That's beloved chatter Feynman. What are you talking about?
Beloved chatter. I love Fame.
Right here.
Left a tip.
The old story said you.
Guys, we're getting tips now. That's what she said.
We have like no water.
Cabbage, steak. Over here. You can sit here.
Coming. It's cooking.
enjoy eating it.
Order up.
Cabbage steak, thank you. Order up. Here you go, Fame. Enjoy a cabbage steak, medium rare.
Detritus on the stool. Oh!
Still detritus, I got it.
1 sec, fire in the kitchen! I got it!
Oh my god, there's a fire.
I got it.
Wait, 2 mixed drums. What the fuck?
Order up! Order up! Order
Ass
up!
away, child.
Oh my god, it's a fucking pub.
Avocadada just subscribed. 1 second.
1 second! I want to see a clip from their angle, from Chris's angle, I think, because he laughed. 1 second!
Helper guy. We need mushrooms and potatoes.
On my way!
Mushrooms and potatoes.
On my way!
Boil them, mash them, put them in the stew. And a water. Crispy, a water.
Avo, thank you so much for 7.
Alright, hold on.
How are you, doll? Thank you.
And then some mushroom and fucking potatoes.
I'm coming! Get ready!
A bunch of hider strats walking to the bar. What do you think?
Order up! Order up!
No, more water as well. Mushroom and fucking potatoes. Oh, they got it. I think order up. Order up.
Order up! Water!
Here we go. I'm getting a whole bunch of water you can put in your hole there, laddie. We have to go down to China, sir, Samantha. You're gonna get it if you just go quick enough. Come on, you little fucking brains. If you give me the time, please just dunk them in the water and put them back on the rack.
Order up!
We have a bunch of water all here at the door. Give it to us. What does this look like? This is a classy joint, you must. Why are the 70s? That was another big strut. Damn, you're doing a wonderful job.
What do you need?
Alright, we're gonna need a cabbage steak combo.
Yes, chef! Yes, chef!
Get that cabbage steak. Put all this rack over here so I can transfer it over. The sparkling water for the yellow fucking butter. The sparkling water, run out of water there, laddie.
Going to the pass! Going to the pass, chef! Order up!
Fucking wings. There's a cabbage up in order. Ready to be put in any.
Order up! Order up! Cabbage up here! Cabbage up here! Cabbage up here! We want a tip! Order up! Order up! Order up, Chris! Chris, order up! Order up! Come and get it! Come and get it! It's going cold! Will someone get this potato?
I got it, Carla. Need a glass of fucking water, you fucking basic idiot. I get a water out of the cat's pajamas there, laddie.
Behind!
You fucking bloody cunt.
Pixel, is that me screaming?
Too far. Bye. That won't happen again, I'm sorry.
Order up! Order up! To the pass! To the pass!
We're almost out of water. More water.
3 visitors left! Locked in! Lock in, guys!
Lock the fuck in, laddie. I'm fucking lock the fucking in.
Let's rat! Let's rat!
We want a fucking mushrooms and potatoes. Here's some water to cleanse your hole. Garbage everywhere. It's fine. Who's my brother nice over there, fucking ass nigga?
Cooking the meal! Cooking the meal! Get ready! Get ready!
Cook that shit, yeah.
Order up! Order up! Order up! Get that tip! Get that tip! Get that tip! Get that tip! Order up! Order up! I'm lightheaded from screaming! Oh, drop mode! Ooh. Should we do... Ooh, should we do I agree, I agree. I agree.
Yeah.
Oh my god. All right, let me get some food for the kitchen. All right, what do I need here?
We just
It was the tax. It was the tax. It's the tax.
It's time to start a fucking revolution there, lassie.
All right, I gotta get some food first. Don't buy anything.
Man, why are we being taxed so much, man? Sam, you did a wonderful job there, by the way.
Thank you. You too, Chris. Let's rock. Let's rock. Let's rock.
Yeah, stick it to the fucking man, lassie. Hey, who threw shit on me? I have shit
Did I
on my
just
shoulder.
order
Look at that.
potatoes or mushrooms? Oh shit, I meant to order mushrooms.
Oh, Sarah Pepper right in your skipper there, mate.
And then we have cabbage still at the back here. Cabbage is still here. We have enough for that. Okay,
This
we're
is
good.
goaty, low-key.
This is literally goaded.
This is literally goated.
Ow.
Two
We
books
need
and 14
water
items.
and real bad, I think. Yeah, we do. Shit on your face.
Can we just fill up the water somehow? Fridge, because we're up to 6
Not your
items.
cheek.
It's literally my shoulder.
I can see it on your face. It's on your chin.
Literally monkeys detritus, bro. Get out of here.
How's Whiskey's nose?
I hope it's good.
Probably hurts low-key, but it's probably sick. I need water.
How do we refill water?
We just buy it. It's only 20 gold. We're good.
Oh, buy some.
Oh, we have, guys, we have talent points. Go to your character and your tab. Already use it.
Really? Character? Oh shit.
Oh my god, I can build out a waiter talent trait. I get bigger tips. Woo! I get bigger tips.
Tits? You talking about
Look,
breasts?
To make money for the restaurant, guys. Guys, this is Hooters.
Hi, Nell.
Bro. The tips. For the feet. Oh. Tips. Like just the tips. Okay. I got mushrooms.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, put them on the empty rack on the... Okay, thank you.
No problem, there, dear. Okay, I'll be having a good time in the kitchen, alright?
Thank you, dear.
You're killing it.
We're getting better.
Wait, guys, there was some sick stuff. Guys, you don't even know what we unlocked.
What did we unlock? Hazongas? Is that, Pixel, is that clip up there me screaming? That's so funny. I gotta look at it. Indeed? Okay, I'll have a look. That's crazy.
What the fuck? Once, twins. Oh my god, it's a fucking pub crawl, these mixed drunks. I also need, order up.
When do I say it? Oh. Do I say it?
Wait, two mixed drunks, what the fuck? Once, twins. Oh, twins. Oh my god, it's a fucking pub crawl.
Do I say it?
I also need, order up.
Oh, okay. Damn, I want to hear what it sounds like fully.
Wait, two mixed drunks. What?
I wasn't loud enough. Sorry, I was loud enough. I was loud for you guys. I'm so sorry. I was so loud. I was loud in my mic, you poor things.
Happiness.
Potato, potato. I was so loud. You hear the Chaos Heavy stream? I will. I always watch my friend streams after. You know what could be a movie, guys? This is crazy. It's kind of like cheating, but not really. Because it costs a lot. I should just get everything like... Because... Although this doesn't cost a
Oh,
lot.
there's a fridge.
But sometimes Like this one, but is already cooked because I paid it extra for it to be cooked.
A fridge would be cool.
All right, I'm ready. I think.
Where's that? What? Oh, great. I got a shit beard now. Great.
That's so funny. Okay. I'm ready. I'm ready.
Sirs, are you ready?
Ready!
Can I do a quick bathroom break or am I a piece of shit?
Okay, that's fine.
I'm sorry. I just figured I'd rather go now real fast.
No, that's okay.
Okay. Give me 10 minutes.
10 minutes?
Bro's got a ticket.
What is he doing in there? Shaq.
10 minutes?
10 minutes to drop a doogie.
That's
crazy.
That's the old Ouroboros over there.
Damn. Oh wait, I want to hear this.
I can't pick this up! What are these cobs? What are these cobs from the kitchen? I can't understand you!
What are they even saying?
What are they talking about? It's so funny because like every angle is chaotic. I didn't realize I looked so funny in this tutu. That's so funny.
Whoa, it's getting real wild up in here.
That's funny. That's
Should we pop
hilarious.
a Nuka-Cola Quantum real fast?
That's actually really funny.
Or perhaps a Sunset Sarsaparilla?
Guys, check. They're gonna be angry at me, but I'm gonna do it.
Rat's breathing real heavily.
Oh.
They got stiff as a board.
What's new? Yes.
This is the cat's detritus. I don't know why the latch box works so good when you put in a little Scotty, you know? Oh my god. All those people.
Is it a cigarette? Is it a cigarette that's backwards?
Alright, time to get the water, put it. Refreshed. Oh, we got out of pocket handbag.
They don't know that I just won big. Chris, ready up.
Okay, come on, Carla said in not having fun, it's business hours. It's business hours, yeah.
Sorry, I'm locked in. I had a cigarette.
No, Sammy's not here. Oh, well, Carla told me ready up and play
No, I thought Sammy was here. Sorry, Alex gambling. I won us money.
No. She's trying to throw Dewey in the old level.
My bad, my bad.
Do you remember the chart, Chris? No, I don't fucking shit. Oh, fuck. Oh, God.
It's right, it's right.
Please. Sammy, come back, please.
Just put him to a table. Put him to a table.
Doing. I don't know how to. Welcome guest. Oh, God. Right here. Oh, God.
It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. It's fine. Sammy's gonna be proud of us.
Take the order. Yeah, no, she's doing everything over here, man. We need some media today.
Cooking.
We got another guy's coming in. We got another guy's
Order up. Order up.
Yeah, it was fine. I mean, I swear.
You had to ready up. It's partly your fault.
We need water. No, I don't really. No, I didn't. No, Sammy, I didn't. Oh, someone's fucking using a spell on us.
Guys, relax. Relax. We're good. Lock in.
Why is there a spell? How did I break the spell? There's a seal. Someone fucking set us up with a fucking seal, dude. It's a slow seal.
Watergate. Hi,
Hi,
Lori. I don't think so, no. Hi, Hornet.
Wait, it's actually good, I think. It's actually a good thing. We got Stu Magoo, we got Raven Flame, we got Zell. But if you run through it, it's bad, so don't run through it. Great. What is this? It gives you a minute-long speed debuff. There's poop popping it!
They're moving so slow. Oh, they're moving so slow. Scoot, move.
They're so slow.
Scoot, move! Wait, look at the frog hat. That's so cute on Raven Flame.
Any minute now. Any minute.
Alright, water. Here's some fucking water for the Jurassic.
I want to cook
Here's
something.
some water for the old Jurassic Park, if you know what I'm saying. Oh my god,
Shut
yeah,
up,
fucking
it's an ogre.
Alright, we need two fucking cut out of it.
One steak here.
One steak over the order.
Another steak up. Go into the pass, chef.
Fuck, do it, Rachel. Second steak is up.
Do we need another one?
Third steak, we need a third steak.
On it. I'm on it.
Hey, Shrek, spinner, fucking ass.
Steak. Steak. Steak.
Constant margin. Steak.
We didn't need a third.
One steak yet.
Great.
Not the pre-fire on the fucking steak day.
Someone screamed they wanted a steak.
I read third. I read third steak.
This way.
They're getting there.
Slow to get it out.
Oh, glass is a wonder. Oh, yeah.
Actually, any minute now.
You naughty girl.
Fucking mushrooms and potatoes. Mushrooms and potatoes coming around.
Coming up.
What is this slow-ass spell that we got going on that makes everyone walk a mile a minute? I don't know if it's a good thing or a
Order
bad
up.
thing. Order up. Mushrooms and potatoes.
No, Yori.
I got some meat and potatoes right here on a Friday night. A cabbage steak. A cabbage. And some water. Water and a cabbage steak and a Thursday.
Coming up.
Water up.
I just heard you in Discord, Crispy, in your normal voice.
Oh, I love that.
Order up.
Cabbage steak up. Cabbage fucking steak. A fucking cabbage steak. Get the fucking meat and some water. I got the meat right here.
Oh, extra steak.
Last people. Just need a glass of fucking water in this fucking high pipe, man. Thank you, Carla.
It's right.
I think that's it. That's how you fucking do it, lasses.
Watch this.
That's how we do it in the old round two. When I say round, you say two.
The
Round.
Watergate. You
slow forever. Diva. Wait, this guy's pissed. This guy's coming in hot. Watch out. Oh, because he had to wait.
He didn't even welcome him. He's not in the zone yet.
If they don't notice it, it doesn't
He's crashing out.
notice.
He's crashing out. He's gonna hurt us.
Spencer?
Wait, what?
What? How?
What do you mean we didn't start to have customers?
Was it because of the spell?
Wow. Who spell? That spell fucked us.
Wait, how'd you get the spell?
We went out of business.
That
How?
spell, that spell ruined us.
What spell
That
was that?
sucks.
How did you put a spell on?
Oh.
I didn't.
No, but like, what is it?
I don't know.
I
It
don't
was
know.
like a
It
weird.
just
It was a
started.
weird spell
Maybe
that
it's
made
like a
everyone walk
weird debuff.
slow.
Oh, we got this then. Round 3.
Round 3.
3.
New meme just dropped. 3.
3.
Don't get it confused with 2.
Okay.
But it's a little bit of 3.
3.
Yahoo!
I just love that like anything could happen, bro. Like I really
Dude,
appreciate
I was thinking
that
about
life.
it, and like anything could happen, Sam.
No, Crispy.
Sammy,
Crispy, we've
I-
been on that. We've been on that.
Sammy, literally anything, if you think about it, can happen.
We're fine.
Crispy,
I'm
I
fighting
knew
you guys.
did it, bro. I knew
I'm
you
literally
did it.
the
Um,
cat's pajamas right now.
Come on. The blank stare is killing me. The gambling doesn't matter. There you go. Guys, here's my plan for this round. Obviously when we have extra cash, I'm going to keep gambling, like randomly, and see if they notice. They didn't notice last round, so I'm going to keep doing it.
Oh, good, Carla. Really good.
Fuck.
We got a gambling addict on our team, guys.
To
You
be
hear this?
fair, I gambled twice and won double money and no one noticed. We had so much money because I was gambling. Fuck.
Chat, I'm gonna gamble and see if these fucking idiots.
Guys, I'm the
notice.
biggest idiot. I didn't mute. But to be fair, I won us. But to be fair, I won us money last time.
I don't think anyone else heard but me, so you can just do it again.
Oh, okay.
You're
Thank
good,
you.
Actually.
Thank you.
I'll act like I didn't hear it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
All right, boys. We've got this.
Yeah.
We
Hey,
start
go,
cleaning
please.
all the detritus out of here.
We fucking got this fucking right.
My bad.
Break the jars.
Hi,
clean the
Tammy.
detritus. Ah, the fucking detritus.
Just follow my lead.
Just
God.
the restaurant there, Sammy.
I can't turn my camera, Chris. I'm stuck behind these cards.
My
Ooh.
bad, brother.
Just a steak is interesting. That's like 2 steak ones. Yeah, why not?
Lot of steak.
Although the selling
lot of
price is
steak.
32.
Ooh, nice, Chris.
Oh, wait,
Oh,
selling.
what do we think?
Wait, selling price. Let me
Steak, fish,
see.
and mayo. Whoa.
Selling price 40. That might be the play. Fish and mayo. Or fish steak. We make the same amount of money pretty much. Maybe just fish steak?
Whatever you prefer, Rattler.
I wish I could know. We'll just do that.
Little bit of fish steak. It only
We
adds 2
only
gold, so I feel like it's
sell
not worth
steak,
it there.
That's it.
Only
Don't even think
steak.
about asking for anything else. Oh, great.
Should we just do brown sugar again?
Yeah,
Let's
that's
do
the
it.
best bang for your buck.
Who's Buck? Alright, well done, steak.
+2.
That's Friday night.
Oh, I need a shelf. Wait.
How many extra shelves do you want?
Maybe one more?
One?
Yeah.
Okay. And then I need 1, 2, like at least 2 to
Hello.
counters.
That sounds like my my pizza alert. The hello. That one. So let me see what we're doing here. Recipes. So we have the steak and the baked potatoes.
I'll start with 4 counters, and then we'll get more.
Well done.
Because I don't think we need more than that to start.
Well done steak. Okay, wait. Well done steak's good. And then this one is medium. And then this one is just sliced medium fish, sliced lemon. Medium fish, lemon.
We've got
Medium
one
fish,
table
lemon.
and a dream. Oh, stop! I didn't realize you were switching fits. Wait, we can get emotes.
Think about it. How do we get more
Okay.
emotes?
The restaurant's too new. We have to wait until tomorrow.
Raw steak. Unless...
Now the golf. And
Unless I make this medium.
made rat.
Is this medium?
This guy takes forever.
Yeah, nice.
Woo!
Okay. I'll save some money and just do this for now.
Cute, kawaii, hentai movies, they excite me.
What?
Did he give me my shelf?
Chrissy just been saying anything these days.
Crispy, did you order a shelf?
Song, you say it's a song.
Crispy!
Chris played it back in the day like every
I think
5
he
minutes
did.
on the stream.
Yes, Bobby, you're right.
How many bits to get that on demand is wild.
Crispy, did you get the shelf for me?
You ain't even the fart.
Ooh, little ice spice for us today.
Is the shelf out there, Crispy?
Big rat.
I don't think so, not yet. Hold on, let me look at it. I'm the shit. I'm his
big
bitch.
rat.
Wait, we didn't order one. We didn't order one.
Can you order one, please?
We should order one before we're out of money. Yeah. Should order one.
Okay.
Big rat.
Can't believe I was caught.
Big rat. Pants so good.
Sammy, I'm the bitch. I'm the shit.
No, and we've been knowing that, Chris. Sing it.
Sing
I'm
it.
a shit. I'm a Wait, there's 4 rats in here. What does that mean?
Hello.
Wait. I'm a bitch. I'm a puppy. Wait.
Bitch whose name is Robert. I'm a bitch, such a bitch. I'm such a fucking bitch. I have no hopes, have no dreams, and a tiny little beam.
Okay, dispatch. Okay, Fox. Keep on, babe.
Sure.
Sammy, it's so good. It's so good.
Bitch, my name's Robert, such a bitch. My name's Robert.
Okay. Recipes. So with this one,
Well, there's
I just need
Ellie.
a packet. Cool. With this, I just need a pack. And this, I need a pack. So I don't need to cook really anything. Huge.
Yes, dude. Yes.
Bye, Parker. Thanks for hanging.
Wait, you guys want to do some crazy gambas for battle golf later, like for money?
I appreciate you.
Let's do crypto instead. Let's make it really
Crypto's
good.
crazy.
Okay, crypto.
Okay, money bags.
Shelf.
I got
Okay.
money. Wait, no. What if I was like, Luke? What if I lost on purpose though?
Bro's been practicing.
For crypto. Okay, I'm just prepping because that's 1 mil. That's 1 mil.
Eve.
Huge.
Man, look at us working.
They really do. Like, let's rat.
Okay, cool. I think we did hit someone with a baguette. Can we hit each other?
A little bit, like the similar vibes.
Yeah, it's like Tavern Sim and Overcooked together. And rats.
What? Tyrus meets what? I missed the last part.
I'm gonna hit Chris.
Oh, Overcooked.
Hello.
Plate up.
Plate up. Oh my
Carla's
god, you
hitting me
went
with my
flying.
Carla just knocked me out.
Sorry, I wanted.
But you were dead for a minute.
Matter of fact, Carla's been gambling your money when you're not paying attention.
That's not true at all,
Not
actually.
surprised. You've been gambling without us?
Yeah, thanks a lot, Chris. Well, to be fair, I was winning money.
You knocked me out with a fucking baguette.
Okay, but you didn't die, you snitch. Laugh it up, Chris.
Snitch. Carla's been gambling without us. I never thought my Shayla would do this.
I won us money, though.
Sure.
Thanks, Chris. You just had to keep your rat mouse open. Fuck, I can't talk.
Please be able to let me out of her mouth. Doesn't have a rat mouth.
Rat mouth open.
To be fair, you went out of your way to hit me with a baguette and knock me on my ass and didn't even say a goddamn thing.
To be honest, I thought you'd laugh because we're content creators, but fuck me, I guess.
There's something like ass up here, Keister. Just I thought you might like it because we're content creators. What? What are we giggling about in here? Dude, what a word. Who came up with that word, by the way?
Wait.
It's such a funny word.
Guys, you have
Yeah.
Oh. Use the baguette, it's fun.
Like, where does that even come from?
Clock him.
Sliced tomatoes.
Slice lemons.
Where's my water? I need some cold tap water. I'm being washed to the goddamn stratosphere. I don't do any. Are we ready, or what do you guys need?
Oh, Sammy.
I'm dead. Oh no.
Sammy. But did you die?
I'm tapping the speak button. I don't know how it sounds. Wait, that sounds really cool. Hold on, let me try.
Hello.
We're weird. Over here.
Wait, how does my harmonica sound?
Like a harmonica.
All right. That's fair.
All right, my bad.
My
All right,
bad.
let's send it.
Okay.
Rascal.
All right, this is our round.
Rascal rats.
No spells.
I'm so ready. All right, I rang the bell.
Okay. Clock him.
I need Carla and Sammy.
Start the day? Okay, here we go.
Let's do it.
All right, guys. Have a nice, clean game. Hi, Puffin. All right, lock in. We got this.
Welcome on in. Wait, okay, piercings? Okay, sure.
Okay, Stripes.
What up, Spoon?
Welcome to the restaurant.
Spoon, are you okay?
Who let the dog in?
No, they can't sit together. Alright, here you go.
Alright, we need a fun round. Sugar lemonade. One brown sugar coming up.
I am logged in. I probably take Sims a little too seriously. But to be fair, we do need to eat.
Sugar! One fish steak. This son of Mississippi.
It's already done.
Oh my god, they're so small. Look how small they are.
Fish steak.
Rat.
Oh, lemon. Okay.
That's a rat.
That's a rat.
Fish steak, please.
Sorry.
We're having some trouble with the fish steak. Hold on.
We're nearly done. Nearly done.
Uh-oh.
All right, order up.
Fish steak up.
Mix dragons back.
Mix, what the fuck? Mix, haven't you had enough of this place? Man, they love it here. Mix, tip us well, since you keep coming back. There's the charges on the floor. I'm cleaning it up. When are you giving me a fucking one tip?
Detritus.
The speech pockets welcome. Alright, we need another fucking fish steak.
Coming.
Don't bring any meat back with you.
Order up.
should have a steak. Ave Maria.
Order up! Order up! Crispy! Crispy. All right, I'll do it.
Okay.
Order up.
Crispy at the back. Alpha, I love your little hat.
Water.
I served the wrong dish, the wrong fucking dish. Huh?
Order up! Order up!
Wrong dish.
Here.
Oh my god.
There you go.
Ruining me.
Service.
They're too similar. We need a fish steak as well.
I'm on it.
And a water. Water's up. 2 waters.
Food.
Back-to-back waters. Call that a slip and slide.
Slip and slide.
I don't know. Just give me another fucking water. Stop. I'm giving you water.
The steak's there, Chris. The steak's there.
Thank
What?
you.
Ooh, music change. Goops, hello.
Okay, music change. Danny, when you can clean up a little bit too, let me know. Oh, absolutely. Thank you so much. Fish steak as well. Fish steak as well. I got all the dirty plates, Sammy. No worries.
All right, ready up. I got it.
Does it mean a bunch of wolves are coming? No, that's wrong. Thank you. Perfect. Thank you. Oh, we got a misfire. No! Oh my god! Yeah, premature ejaculation over here. Get the whole fucking family.
Heave.
Oh my god. What the fuck? Wait, buddy, whoa! Oh my god!
What the hell? Why are they all here?
Oh man, you got a policy, dude. Eat water.
Water up. Wrong steak. I'm making the steak now.
Okay, we need to get her
The steak's here. Here. This one on the right. Oh my god.
No wonder the music changed. It's the big bad wolf, baby.
Guys, the water.
Motherfucker, big bad wolf. She what I'm saying. She eats your food. She got a full wolf pass it as she bangs.
Can we put them on?
Her, man. 4 armed guards, you know what I'm saying?
Why were they here?
What is going on? God, the freaking it changed.
What the hell?
The
Alright,
actual wolf detritus.
Got enough. Okay. I'm good to go straight away. Do you want another table, guys? For that stuff? Do you want another table or no?
Yeah, order us another table and 2 stools, thanks. Appreciate ya. I wish there was a way to do something with the food already made, like recycle it or like, I don't know.
Well, if we make, how much is the thing? Wait, can we put it in this box over here? Can you put it in this
We
empty
need
box?
the fridge, I think. Don't forget to work on your talent tree. Nah.
Okay, that's okay. If we start now, we could probably use it.
Wait, if I keep it in my hand, it might not go bad.
Or maybe I do the same.
I don't know. Yeah, you guys can just send it whenever. We need to set the table first. Oh, okay. Danny, do you want to grab one of those stools? We're popping off. We're trying to see if holding the food will make it not go bad for next round.
True, it says 100 out of 100 on my screen. This might be the play. To try.
Food, that's your stamina. Oh, you're right. That is stamina.
stamina.
I literally thought that was the health of the food the whole time. Now, Sammy, it's good. I'll grab the stools. No worries.
You got this.
Sammy, tell him.
It's literally a side quest right now. She's just dancing to music. It's all good. Sammy, you got this. Sammy, they rolled squad deep. Stay behind to clean.
Walked in and said nothing. I was taking a bath.
All right.
Why did the littlest one with a little hat stay back to clean for us? Like, who was that? There was someone with a steak and mushrooms. Or
We have 2 different
Steaks.
steaks.
Again, that's 5 gifted from someone. Whoa, Jenny was running in.
Herb.
If we're lucky, this food will not go waste.
Didn't even notice.
Let's see. He wants a freaking water. Okay. What's that coming up? Wait, hold on. Let me see what this other person wants.
Here we go. I have it. This one here in front of me. Yep.
The problem is these 2 meals look so similar. That's an issue.
Look at that tip we
They
just
do
got.
so
Nice.
They really do.
What is happening? Like, why is there a werewolf sleeping?
Oh.
Maybe they gave us him because we did a good job.
Did we get it? No, sure.
Yes, Em. Come.
What, we have an employee?
I don't know. Ow, ow, ow. Why you doing that?
That wasn't me.
Who was it, Chris?
Yeah, tell him. Where's our?
Hunter! It was a bossy man named Hunter. What was that? You guys hear that?
Where's our customers? Hi, guys.
The raccoon guy from the first round.
Hi, Ping. How are you, doll? Yeah.
You should see the other guy. There's only like 4 people that come in. All their names are just sucks. Hey, it's KBB.
We do it all, Em. We do it all.
The same
Ping,
4
how are
people.
you?
We need a brown sugar lemonade stack.
Okay,
And a water.
here.
They're thirsty.
Walk with me.
Walk with her. Walk this way.
I want to cook something.
Walk. Go with me now. What the heck was that noise? A restaurant with regulars is like a Twitch stream with lurkers. It's built on.
Wait, Em, is it your birthday today? Sorry, did I read that wrong?
Thanks.
Hidden the notes in the background,
Yeah, wait, we have
all
a
of
little
them.
wolf guy that just keeps cleaning stuff
Wait,
up.
did you
Is that a
watch,
boss? Like, what is that? Fish stick.
That new sci-fi movie, Goobs? Happy birthday, Em. Sorry.
Wait! It is! It's a buff! The VIP guest left his henchman to help you clean up the dirt. Oh, that's really kind. And random. Random! The werewolf helped you reduce your tax
Happy
payment,
birthday! Yeah, did you like it?
Wait, the VIPs are actually goated. Dried up soup and Danny Saurus.
Ooh, I might see it on the weekend.
Rough. Yeah.
Potential.
Dried up soup. Let me see what you want here.
I hope I'm like, wow.
Water. And a medium Tenebra. Is that what's right there or no? Would be nice.
No, this is it.
That's a steak with the
Right here,
mushrooms,
order up,
whatever.
order up.
You're a steak with mushrooms. Snappy Pickles has a hat on. Never in my life. would I
Nice
ever wear a
hat.
steak with mushrooms. True.
Happy
Wait, Snappy Pickles, that's a
birthday.
cute hat.
Can I get out, Crispy? I'm trapped. Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
We need to
I'm trapped. Coming.
Wait, Tor Santiago would be a little goblin with a prison outfit.
Order up. It's fun, Ping. It's so stressful. But we're calmed down a little bit.
There's
I
a big one over
know.
there.
Oh, that's it. That's it. Right there. Right there. Right there. It's already there. It's already there. Serve it. Serve it. Serve it.
Quick before it goes back. We've had that sitting there for a while. Oh, thank God we didn't waste that.
If people want to swap, I'm happy to serve. It
Water
depends
coming up. And another fucking steak.
if they want. I feel like they won't want to.
Water up. And two waters. Got another water coming. Dried up soup is
Steak, steak served, steak served.
steak. Oh my god, I'm kicking ass. More water. We're doing good, guys. We're doing good.
I want to see that one too, Goobs.
Dried up soup is Dusty Claymore. And a fucking sugar lemonade, brown sugar lemonade.
Order up.
Brown sugar lemonade coming
A
up.
lot of dirty plates coming your way. A lot of dirty plates.
Yes.
Really
Happy
good
to
job
serve,
with the price
Khan.
as well.
I know, I'm curious, because there's a while there, Goobs, where I was like, nothing's out. You know? Yippee!
W day.
Level
W
up.
day.
We did it!
Level up. If I can say that. That was one of the days of all time.
Yippee! Alright, let me see what I need to buy.
I think we're good over on the table side of things, so if you want to get more stuff for your kitchen, let me know.
Alright, I'll do a quick little kitchen moment, and then we're good to go. Oh, we might be good to go, actually. Maybe just in case I will get something. Because we have enough fish, we have enough lemon, we have enough thingy. Yeah. Alright, once this arrives, we're good to go. Although we could probably just ring it now, because I'll still get it, right? Oh, Spider-Man, that's right. Hi, Morgan. Hi, Hannah. Also, I know we're all happy doing our thing, but if anyone wants to try cooking, you let me know.
Ooh, hello.
Ooh, hello. Thank you for the sub. Oh, I got the wrong one. Oh, I got
Put
the
your
wrong
ass
one.
away, child.
My bad.
French Fry just subscribed. Thought he fear, he said most Australianly.
Whoopsies. Was the silence about cooking a thing, or did you not hear me?
Wait, what?
I was like, if anyone wants to cook, let me know. And everyone didn't say anything. I was like, do you just not want to cook?
Oh, I didn't hear that.
Oh, okay.
I didn't hear that.
It was...
I legit was looking at my skills, and I was totally zoned out.
No, I just thought people didn't want to so bad that they didn't want to say anything. I was like, fair. Fair. Hello. DJ!
Alright.
Just getting my last minute steak. We can go after this.
Do you need any more? You need any more material, or you're good?
I'm good. I'm just waiting for the steak here. It's my backup steak.
Yeah. She's cooking up a storm.
Oh my god, thank you. Look at this. Guys. I had another wolf cleaning up.
Bro, isn't he cool?
What the hell?
He manifests and then he disappears.
I'm pretty sure it's permanent, too.
Cool.
Bro's kind of chill.
Thank you, DJ.
Good.
I hope you're well.
Good together.
Thank you.
In a good way.
My
oh,
god.
we need more water, shit.
We can still order it. Did you order it?
I'll do it right now.
And get some brown sugar as well. As a backup.
Brown sugar!
Brown sugar.
Ants. For some reason. Just kidding, Ken. You know you look so good.
What can I do here?
Yeah, old rock and roll songs versus were wild.
Hey, what's going on, see? Hey, what's going on, see? Hey, what's going on?
I just got home from the bar. Maybe had like 4 drinks. Maybe kissed a boy or 2. Oh, cute. Hell yeah. We are running a restaurant. So Sammy and Chris are greeting and serving. Crispy's helping me in the kitchen and I'm cooking. We all sound different. You can't hear how I sound on my stream, but yeah, I love your fuck ass Bob.
I wish you would grow a bob in real life.
You gonna pull off a bob?
Oh yeah.
Oh my god, I think actually both you guys can easily pull off bob.
Not me anymore, but Sammy for sure.
No, who knows? Anything could happen. Like, Chris,
And guess what? If it sucks, just go bald. Listen, me and Sammy have been saying anything. Anything, kid.
Anything could happen.
Anything.
Anything could
You
happen.
just never know.
All right, I'm ready when everyone else is.
Genuinely, anything could happen.
Ring my bell. Ring my bell.
Ooh, good song.
Good song.
Why does he pull it out of his ass every time?
Yeah,
And then
true.
goes, "Hello."
You right, Goobs. You right. That's what we'd sound like.
Where's Rat Burglar?
Oh, so here we go.
Alright.
All right, guys. Let's have a nice, clean shift.
Shit? Oh, shift.
No shit.
Oh.
I gotta go.
That's a nice clean shift.
I don't know how to speak Irish, but I'll try.
Two in the sink, one in the sink.
Oh.
Go sleep, Maddie.
Pre-pour.
He can't spray pour over here.
Look, it worked. Water served up. Water served up.
What up?
Another water here. Another water here. Find a scroll. Wait, find a scroll with paladin spells. I found one. Do we have to give it to them or is it automatic? One more scroll. One more scroll.
One more scroll.
Someone's panting.
One last scroll.
Oh, jeez.
Well done, Tenebra steak with gibberish.
On my way. Do we find the scroll?
And a medium, one as well.
Coming.
I don't know where the last scroll is. Not gonna lie. That's okay. We need steak instead.
Both meals up. Both meals up. Where's the scroll?
Nice, thank you, Carla.
It's right, Chris. Where's the other scroll?
I've got the last fucking scroll. I heard it in the oven. I'm getting through.
I'm working. No worries. No. I'm working. My fry's different.
Not the sauce.
Oh my god, your
Water.
fry's different.
I need a water.
I told you. I told you they spilled sauce on me.
The sauce.
Sauce on me. Let me go. Let me go.
Oh, I
I'll
missed
take a
it,
shower,
Mason.
I'll
Of
be
course I
back.
did.
Take a shower, no worries. He's definitely gambling.
I'm literally here. What the hell?
Alright, you
We need a medium Tenebra steak.
All right.
Tenebra.
Steak up. Steak up.
Yeah, pepperoni. I'm not sorry. I just take a shower. Oh my god, she's back.
There's a steak right there. Serve it.
And sauce on it. It's gonna be fine.
Thank you for cleaning.
I wanna thank you for serving me sexy face.
Oh, wow, Pipe.
Okay, sure.
Sure.
Okay, sure. My caca. Lake titty. Caca.
That's a double quarter pounder in burger years.
Wait, Chris, what's your favorite one? Water also.
Of what? In general?
From one of mine. If you know any.
What's my favorites?
Also a medium Tenebra steak. Put your ass
Water
away,
up as
child.
well.
Order up, steak up.
69 months. That's a sex number. That's a sex number.
Steak, steak, getting cold.
Okay, wait, sing it.
That was actually good. Water! Would be nice. I can't do Samus, it's so hard. So put your hands in mine! Put your hands in mine! Boop, 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 boop. Say like, okay.
Order up!
Thanks, guys.
I would like to do Scamline next week. Actually, I think we are doing Scamline.
Belichick.
I think we're doing Scamline US Monday.
All my fellas.
The big lobby.
All my fellas.
Yes. You are winning, Hannah. Give me some. Hi, Kyle.
Oh, all my rats. 6 months.
Ooh, what do you want? Ooh, barrel of water. Barrel of water. That's nice.
We don't need barrel water. Loki, I think we need...
Well, because we could, unless you want to serve double, like 3 drinks.
Yeah, that's okay, actually.
I'm so used to hearing you guys' rats that it's gonna be jarring when we switch to golf.
I know.
I know, right? I literally, your rat voices are grained in my brain. I literally prefer you as rat.
Yippee!
Wait, mean, kinda. No, you got some whimsy to it. I like it. Oh, okay, whimsy, sure. I wish you guys could always be rats.
Me too.
I think we can start pretty much. Unless you need drinks, we're pretty good to go. That's still fine. That's still fine.
Would you believe that anything can happen?
That's the song.
Water.
You would not
Okay, good.
believe your eyes. If 10 million
10,000
Put your ass away, child.
Do you have everything that you need?
Yeah, we're
And
good to
Stanley
go.
just subscribed.
We're good to go.
Is there a little man under the hat controlling the rat, or is implied you are under there?
Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on. Go. Wait, we need to order pear juice.
I already have it. I already have it.
That glitters is gold. Only shooting stars break the mold. 6 months. That's a double color powder and berg, yeah. Open Ascended Heroes,
Oh my
bitch.
god! Sing it!
All right, ready. Ring that bell.
Ready?
Ring that bell!
Ring that bell!
I have too many of. I just have to bake this before it goes dirty. All right, we're good. Stanley, hello. It's double rat, Stanley, I think. Thank you for 90. How are you? Thank you, DJ, as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. How's it going? Coming up with the steak.
Fish steak.
Order up, dear.
Some pear juice. Thanks, Daddy.
Ordered up.
Order up, pear juice. There's juice and pears, juice and pears. It's a juicy pear right there, thank you. Oh, we got a bunch of steaks.
News, our werewolf is gone.
Oh no.
What the? I know, we've had a 90 and a 95 today.
That's alright. Well, we got back up on steaks right now.
My bad. Don't serve that one. I gotta do the other one.
Well done, Kadabra steak with camera. These steaks aren't correct.
Hold. Wait, is it?
Little gay creatures here.
All right, there you go.
Thanks, there. Little gay creatures here.
We're in a groove. We're in a groove. Good job cleaning. All right, it's already there. It's already there. There's a fire. 1 second. I got it. I got it. Why is it letting me? Wait. Wait, where did Sammy go? I think there's a problem with the server.
We need a brown sugar lemonade.
Sammy went. Sammy went. Sammy's not here.
Oh, they're fucking howling.
Sammy's gone. If anyone can hear me, Sammy's gone.
Sammy! Why do you hear Sammy? What is going on?
Sammy's disconnected.
Sammy's gone. Oh, fuck. Oh, we're toast.
Let's try and finish it. Is she okay?
Yeah, hurry. I'll go try to see people, I guess. I don't know how to, but yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. Alright, just put them somewhere safe. And make sure they also the other werewolves, I guess.
Wait, 5 years? No way. I can't believe people have been supporting me for that long. How am I still on Twitch?
I need a fish steak and a fucking brown and a fucking pear juice.
Coming. Fish steak.
Wait, Carla, you're the only one undeafened in Discord.
Oh.
Can you tell Chris to send me an invite to the lobby? I got kicked.
Okay, I'll do that.
Thanks, Beb.
That's right, babe.
Got one.
Chris, send Sammy an invite when you're free.
Pear juice. Pear juice. And more fucking fish steak. And some water.
Chris? Chris, can you send Sammy an invite? If you press escape? Because it won't let me. I'll try after this, hold. The fish steak's here. Oh no, it's not.
Yeah, can't.
Okay, wait.
Eat on Mars, piss. Everyone's pissed. We're too fucking late, guys.
No, we're fine. 1 sec, there's water up there. I'll get another one. Another water.
Another water.
Pear juice is here.
More water and a fucking medium Tanabra steak and a pear juice.
Pear juice is there.
Water and a
Steak. Another no, we're good. Never mind.
And then two waters and we're done.
All right. All right, the waters are there. Blink, Carla, blink. That's so funny. Ew, I would have been like.
Okay, get around. Oh my god. I couldn't think or breathe.
Apparently I wasn't blinking. All right, can you invite Sammy?
I feel like we either invite Sammy or I say we call it there because it's already 11:15.
Can you try and invite Sammy for one more round, or am I a sock?
I feel like I don't know, I feel like another round would be like another 30 minutes.
We can do it in 15. I know you're right. Sorry, I'm liking it too much.
Am I gone forever?
So I said to invite them, and then I think they want to swap games.
I can't invite her. I have to, like,
Oh, that's fine.
We
I'm
can't.
down for
Yeah,
both.
we can't invite you. You have
Yeah, I
to
can't
redo
invite.
it.
I say we save it and we continue this soon.
Can we like
Yeah,
do
let's
this again?
Let's golf.
Can we do it again next week? Because I really
That was
was
fun.
liking that.
I genuinely liked that game. I'm down.
Yeah,
I think because we're in
that
our
was really
groove
fun.
now, so now we can do like harder recipes and stuff.
Groove.
Oh my god, that was so fun.
Oh,
That
I
was
didn't
cute.
tell the Super Battle
Battle Golf!
Super Battle Golf!
Blink, Carla, blink!
Oh, your guys'
yeah,
voices
dude.
sound weird.
Hi, Ash. How are you, doll? Thank you.
You don't sound like a little rat anymore.
Josh!
All right, let me set this shit.
Tammy, that's us playing Faz next week.
Philosophy01 just subscribed.
Oh, yeah, dude.
68 months. What is going on?
What's
Oh, this is
going
different.
on? Thank you.
Oh, you can
How are
see
you,
the item
doll?
probability.
Oh.
Oh, the freeze bomb looks so fun.
Oh, I'm
this is gonna be
screwed.
so good.
Super battle.
Super
Oh, there's
battle
expert?
golf,
Oh
super
my
battle
God.
golf. Super battle golf, super battle golf.
You guys sound so different. You're not rats
I
anymore.
know, right?
Super I like Loki forgot how you guys sounded.
Hey.
Sammy, no, listen, anything could happen though.
No, Crispy, like we've
Anything
been
can happen.
saying this. Like
I've been
truly
saying
anything could
this, Sammy.
happen.
New
You
map.
just gotta open your mind and anything can happen.
Hi, Bliss. How are you, Josh?
Oh, that's cute. What's up, Caitlin? Dude, that's so fun. Wait, there's so many new things. Aw.
And just like that, we're in.
Oh, no way. Oh, that's so annoying. Yo.
More
Hey,
annoying
Dan.
settings for Chris.
Oh,
Hey,
great.
Dan. Oh, Crispy, look at this. Crispy.
What is that?
I was so locked in that I'm so behind on
Cute.
my notifications. Holy shit.
Oh my God.
Bye,
Give me 1
Bobby.
second. I'll be right back.
I appreciate
Okay.
you. Staying from work. Are you sick or just not feeling it?
And guys, remember, it's just a game.
What are you doing, Chris? What are you doing?
Why are you
Chris
saying
saying
that, bro?
it's just
I'm
a game is
preparing you.
crazy.
It's just a game.
Bro's
We're
going,
all
it's
still
just
friends.
a game.
We're still friends regardless.
Chris saying that until I do something to him.
Regardless of what, dude.
It's not looking good for us, people.
Oh my god, the new dances!
I was just looking at those. They're pretty funny.
Oh my god. Oh, I'm bold. I'm serving
Where are the
crunch.
Shaylas? Oh, you guys are both in the shop.
I'm serving.
Yeah, I'm in the store.
Game! Yippee! Wait, another what? Tammy?
Yeah, Crispy. I got the bee as
Tammy,
well.
thank you for the giant.
No, I'm a
fucking
real
thing.
rabbit.
What the hell? Endgame, I'm so proud of you. Oh my god.
Oh my god, we're moving so much faster than the
Yay.
rats.
Maybe I'm not feeling it.
I feel like I'm
babe.
going so quick right now.
And I keep hitting stamina boost even though there's none
Should
of
we
that.
do a
in
prediction
here.
for this or
got
not really?
you.
Or is it
You
too
can
early?
do whatever your heart desires.
Hi,
Chris.
Stinky.
My heart desires friendship.
Ooh, well then I don't know about that.
Oh, it's our year game. It's our year.
Anything good happen?
Our year. I feel it.
Anything-
My god, look at me.
All right. Let's do the ice level, and let's have some fun, huh?
Oh shit. Your
Should I
voice.
turn off hitting each other's balls? Do you think? Probably.
Maybe for the first time we play the map, just so we can get familiar with what's going on.
Okay. Cool.
Alright, I'm nervous.
All right, let's do it.
Let's go.
All right, good luck, buddy. Was anyone upset that their orbital laser didn't hit because I started it?
Yeah,
No.
whatever.
Oh my god. Do we slide?
No, I low-key did it on myself. It's fine.
Oh, you're a good guy.
Wait, the wind is really fast.
Do we slide?
Whee!
Whatever. Thank you. I don't know if we slide or not.
my god.
Okay. Nice shot.
Ow!
Chris.
What's up?
What is this?
Bro's whistling.
Oh.
I love seeing Chris dive
Oh,
for
that was
things.
way too hard. That was way too hard.
Thank you.
Oh.
Oh no.
Oh, they nerfed mines.
How so?
Oh, did they?
There's only one now.
Oh, good.
Oh. Freaking jerkwad. All right.
Oh, call me a jerkwad.
Crispy, we chose the same dance.
Oh.
Yup.
Well, look at my dance.
Oh.
Oh, it slides more.
Oh, it's the Giggle Girls.
What? It slides so hard.
Yeah, it's like it does. It does.
Whoa.
The like power behind the swing is different too. I think
Oh, yeah,
it's
you're
the
smacking
terrain.
it. Wait, Sammy, that's
is,
how you
yeah.
dance at TwitchCon for sure. Look at us. Look at us fucking it up.
Hitting that.
Hey,
Hitting
I've
that.
seen Sammy in the club doing that for
Whee!
sure.
No friction.
Ah, I know that's right.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
I got an achievement.
Oh, so did Carla.
Oh,
How the fuck did you guys get this? What's the
Explorer.
Explorer one?
I don't know.
Explorer, hallelujah.
Wild. Nice shot.
Nice shot.
Ooh,
Wonder
a
what happens if
frozen
you-
lake.
Guys, you know what I was upset that I didn't do in Japan? I was upset I didn't have Pokemon Go while I was over there. That would have been like crazy.
Oh,
Wait, are you playing it now?
Luke
dude.
got so many good things.
No
Wait, someone
way.
goes
add me,
so
bro. What?
good.
I play every day now, Sammy.
Luke's been
Yeah,
playing
we've been playing
since
a lot.
20.
Same. Let's add each other. I want to send you gifts.
Dude, Luke's probably got the craziest account.
Oh, you do slide on it.
He got so much stuff in Japan. It was
No.
sick.
Oh my god. Dude,
Guys, you do slide on the
Sam was so
ice.
sad. Really?
No, I'm drowning.
No, don't.
Oh,
Don't.
oh.
Maybe
It's like,
don't.
what do we just drowned?
Yeah, I wish
Where do
I thought of
camp it?
Pokemon Go while I was over there. I don't know why I didn't.
No.
She goes, we gotta go back, I guess.
Yeah.
Gotta go back. Dang.
Okay.
Whatever happens, guys, it's just a game.
Guess I'll go this time. Whatever.
Yeah, I believe when I
Anything
see.
Oh my god.
Woo! Nice miss.
Super Battle Go!
Ow! Man.
Hey, hey, hey.
Man.
That new
Oh my.
emote's cool. I like it.
10 seconds remaining. Finish.
The dances are
Great.
crazy.
Alright, guys, Kristen first. Focus him. You gotta.
I like these in first.
Over the hill.
Aurora
Hey, me and
Borealis.
Chris Melberger.
Oh. Oh.
Yes.
4,
Oh, uppies.
2, 1. Go. Nice shot.
Ow. Man. Ow. I'm all the way back here.
Nice shot.
Whee!
Wait, the music's kind of hitting.
You're
Music's kind of real nice.
Wait, where's the...
Ow!
Wait, where is it? Oh, it's over there. Okay.
It's all the way down.
Okay.
Sorry, I needed a speed
Carla,
boost.
You're gonna regret that, dude.
You're gonna get me no matter what. May as well. What's this?
Ball's moving. Ball's moving. Ball's moving. Idiot.
Crazy comms.
Bro. Did I knock you off the fucking mountain? Be honest, Crispy. The wind's moving my ball. Ow, man.
Yeah, good luck with that.
That's fucked, Chris.
Bro, it's too good.
Oh, in the snow.
Ouch,
Snow's rough.
man.
Yeah, let's fucking go.
Bro.
I put the mine right on top of your ball.
Sammy, this sucks, dude.
This reeks. Oh, great. That reeks.
Great.
Great.
Nice
That
chip.
reeks.
What is this?
Base jump?
Whoa.
I'm
This
sorry.
is fun.
What?
That looks wild. Carla, what are you fucking doing?
Go!
Oh,
good.
great.
Really good.
Whee! That's fun! Ow! Oh, that actually helped. W.
Where's my ball? It's still in the air.
Woo!
Nice, Sammy.
Oh.
Let's go.
There.
Par.
Power.
Par.
Power.
Oh, that bee club is cute. Oh, Strom, I know that. It's annoying to set up.
Yippee! Wait, yeah, Axel, it does sound like that, actually.
Sounds like what?
Pokemon Sword and Shield, Scarlet and Violet vibes. The music.
Gorge.
Oh, sure.
We unlocked things.
We played that one?
Huh?
You played Scarlet and Violet?
I've watched stuff. I want to play so bad.
Oh, sure.
It's good
Hmm.
for some people.
Oh, T.
Absolutely. Crispy, how was Champions today?
Fun as hell. The graphics are good, and it's like it was cool, like learning. You're actually so annoying.
Thank you. You sound like a seagull at the beach right now.
Another seagull at the beach.
Oh shit! Didn't mean to do that. Oh, worked out in my favor.
What's all this stuff?
Sammy, that.
Wait,
Sammy,
what?
I needed it. Ow!
I need this ball.
needed it.
I need
How
this
did
ball.
that happen, though?
No,
I'm so
no.
confused.
No, bad pig.
No.
No, give me this. Before the boys get me.
No.
Come on, Carla needs this.
Ow! Ow!
Woo! What the hell is that, Crispy?
I don't know. I have no idea.
What is that?
I just want to use.
What the fuck?
it.
Where are you? Oh, he goes get the freezing guns.
I don't know how it works.
Good night, Ray.
Oh, good.
Oh, really? Shit, I gotta play both. No, I want to, Hannah. I
Okay.
want to.
You're not getting it together.
I'll play more Pocopia next week as well. I promise.
Oh.
Worth it. I don't even
This
care.
week was a weird one because I
Worth
wasn't
it.
feeling very good.
This guy's so annoying.
Slippery slope.
Slippery slope.
Slippery dip.
Slippery dip.
It's the old slippery dip.
5, 4,
All right, Sam, you got this, dude.
2, 1.
Go!
Super battle. Oh.
Go.
Golf. Golf.
Ah,
Jaw.
Bro, that rat game was fun, by the way.
Yeah, I love that.
that was
Dude,
fun.
it was
That
really
that was a
fun.
good
I liked
one.
it a lot.
I'd play more. Let me know.
Honestly, the rat voices alone, 10 out of 10.
True.
Yeah, that was a cool little thing. I didn't even know that was a thing.
Oh, that's going straight into the fucking water. Yep.
Oh, great.
Get up.
Don't roll, don't roll, don't roll.
This is gonna be a par 8, dude.
For real though.
Ow, what?
Oh.
What the hell is the rocket driver, dude? So random and funny.
You, man. Sammy, you don't want to do this.
Oh, I hit that way too
Bro, I
hard.
was cackling. I was cackling.
Oh shit.
Oh my
Woo!
god. Jesus.
Crispy!
Yippee!
Sammy in first. Whoa.
Yeah.
I locked in. Like, we let the rats talk
flies,
tonight,
yes.
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Alright.
Yup.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go! Nice shot!
Nice shot.
Nice shot.
Oh, the ice.
Move!
Move.
Oh no, the boost is actually kind of bad on this. Ow!
What the hell, dude?
Jesus.
So
That's
unnecessary.
so,
So wide.
so excessive.
Bro had a whole fucking bazooka.
Bro, I
Rest in
can't
peace,
help
my
it, they
granny.
keep putting
She got
these in
hit
my
by a
hands.
bazooka.
Ow, they keep putting this in my hands.
You know?
Real.
Uh.
Ugh. Ugh. The ice.
Careful now, careful.
The ice. Oh my god.
Oh, you. Bro, how'd that go so far?
Oh.
Whee! This is going everywhere.
Oh. The ice is so bad.
Bro. There we go. Let's go.
Thank God.
Hail.
Wow. Wow, wee, wow.
Oh my god.
Wow, wow, wee, wow.
Wow, wee, wow.
A sick ass ball bark, as you should.
Man, oh man. Oh shit, it's tied. Still anyone's game.
Gotta lock in here.
The ice actually hurts when you're sliding and you're so close.
Oh, it's so annoying and good.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go!
Oh.
Sorry, I need a speed boost.
Everyone just shot theirs into the lake.
The new music is actually going off.
It's
Off.
so.
It's going way
It's
off.
going off.
It's so Fall Guys coded, low key.
It is. It really is.
Oh, yeah.
Genuinely. Now, how the hell do they expect me to get over here?
Ow.
Ouch.
What the heck?
dude, Sammy.
Ooh.
Oh.
Ow!
I don't know where my ball is.
What a round. Nice, Carla.
Yeah.
Good job.
Ball.
Why throw his ball?
Where did
so
he?
far.
Why is it over
I'm
there?
throwing
What
a
happened?
fit, Mickey.
10 seconds remaining.
Whee!
Oh my god, that was too close.
Oh.
One level left.
One left.
New guns. New
Outcrop.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
She's driving over there.
Bye, guys. I'm driving. Okay.
I don't know where to. I don't know where we're going.
That was sick, bro. Sammy, that was cool as hell.
That was pretty cool. I have no clue where we're going though.
Ow!
Okay, literally got in my way for what?
Whoa!
How are we meant to go?
What is
do we
this?
do? What do we do?
What is this?
Nice shot.
Is that what we're meant to do?
Come on, give me something. Nice.
That sucks. No? Oh.
Woo! Let's go,
Dang.
baby!
I shot it like a
Let's
second
go.
too late.
My ball goes up there, I swear to God.
I have no idea how you meant to play
Yup.
this one.
that
Stop
was
Sammy,
actually-
stop Sammy.
Trying.
Why? I'm literally a good person. Why do you want
Send
Crispy
her
to
off.
win over me? Why?
I don't.
Well, you
Be fair,
clearly
it's not-
do. You
No, you just
clearly
knocked
do,
my
because
ball
you just
so
messed me
far.
up.
Yeah, you knocked my ball to
Great,
Kingdom
bro.
Come, dude.
Great. Hey, gamblers who believed in me, you know who to blame.
Oh, boy!
That's actually crazy.
Bro, you killed me first. What do you mean?
That's actually crazy.
Wait, did I go in or not? Oh.
Oh,
I
no,
died.
you were so far. You would
That's
have lost regardless.
actually
You would have lost
crazy.
regardless.
That's actually crazy.
You would have lost regardless. Blame it. You gotta blame it on your performance there.
That's
No.
crazy to say.
No.
Yup.
Hey, Chris.
Yo, you've got you've got the believers angry.
Oh no.
That's what
Wait,
they get. That's what they
Simple
get. man.
math. Simple math. If you come in second, you win, by the way, Sammy.
I know, Crispy. I know. That's why Chris saying that makes no sense. Going, oh, if it was your performance, you would have won, bro. No, I literally would have won. I literally would have won.
Yeah, but
Thank you
here's
so
the
much
thing.
for handing me
Why
that
would I
win.
not try to get you when I'm going next? You know what I mean? Like, you knocked my ball
Alright.
out, so why would I not go after you? It's just simple math also.
Crazy statement.
Like, I always play that way. I never play any different. Now, what are we thinking for the next one?
Oh, there's a snowball. Oh, no, there's not. Never mind. I lied.
New fit.
Oh, wait. I kind of like this vibe a lot.
Guys, new fit.
Okay.
I'll be right back. I'm ready to go, though. Whenever.
There's new levels on Coast. 18 active. We should probably only do 9 though, right? There we go. Treasure Island, Atoll, Hidden Lagoon, Shallows. Oh, I hate Spiral.
The dance emotes are crazy,
Rolling
Pom.
hills.
Crazy. But I love them.
Oh, Bullseye's cool.
Crazy.
Yeah, I got rid of Spiral. Okay, here we go.
What's this? Is any of this new?
Yeah, these are all new maps from on Coastal, or most of them are.
3, 2, 1, go!
Does the ice gun spawn in here also? Do we know?
Good question.
Thanks. Oh, fun! Good.
Oh, that's not doing anything.
What is this?
Boost.
Nice shot!
Oh!
Vic, you should download it. It's fun. Ah, shit. Oh my god, it's so close to the wall. Ow, man! Oh, good, Carla, really good!
Oh, shit. I didn't think that was gonna work.
Hey, Carla, you're kind of drippy, though.
I am drippy. You like my
I
drip?
didn't see the fit until now.
Thank. Oh, shit. Sorry.
This is a new map.
Yeah, bro.
Oh.
That ice move was so funny. The way it froze your ball.
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 Oh, God.
You got this, dude. That move was ice cold.
Ice cold.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, dude.
10 seconds remaining.
Nice chip Skylark right there. Hell yeah.
Need to
Yippee!
give you guys a little bit of a lead, you know?
That's okay. Can I hit this dance IRL? Probably. What is this?
Hidden Lagoon, okay.
Lagoon.
Hidden Lagoon.
It's giving the Fortnite coral back then.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! Nice shot!
Whoa! I just hit it so far.
Oh, ow, actually. I love seeing other people fighting in this game and not just me against
I'm just trying to get my speed up.
No, I love it.
The rocket driver is insane. It's
How do you-
It's cool, right, Crispy? I like it a lot.
Holy crap! It's
When
so
do you
good.
use it?
Because if you are in the vicinity of other people, it'll knock them over too.
Oh, true.
Dominating. Yep, I deserve that.
Fuck.
That's called karma.
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 Oh. Yeah.
Oops.
Oh, just a bit outside there, pal.
There.
Ooh, the giggle versus the girl. Here we go.
They're just giggling. Who's the girl?
Oh.
She like.
Nice, Sammy.
Finish!
Yippee! Oh
Goo
boy.
Lagoon, you know? Shallow.
Shallow.
Okay,
Shallow. Lord.
Shallows in the deep.
3,
Wait, Sammy, why do you have a white flag above your head?
I don't.
You surrendered?
I don't see one. Maybe it's a glitch.
My bad.
I don't see one either.
Dang.
Strange. Oh, maybe because I killed you twice, so if I do it again, they could kick you could kick me or something.
I don't know.
Imagine.
I don't
I'm
see
just
it on my
guessing.
screen or anything.
Oh, good. Now, how the hell am I supposed to get that?
Oh god. Hello? Can you hit it in the blue stripe or no? I don't think so.
What do you mean?
Hey, man.
Oh, you can. Oh.
What the fuck? What?
Oh no!
Oh, oh my god!
You just Benson Booned right there. That was crazy.
Oh, no. Whoa, whoa! Oh, what the fuck? Carla?
Sorry.
Bro, an orbital laser, really?
Well, I don't know. I haven't seen it before.
I feel like those are super rare.
Fuck!
Ah.
Uh-oh.
More shit. Birdie!
Yippee!
Wow. Is it a master's fit? It is, goddammit. Nah, come on. Oh, catwalk. Double G, double
Catwalk.
time.
Oh.
What's up?
5, 4. Okay, sure. 2, 1. Go. Nice shot.
Whoa! Oh my god!
Oh, I have to walk. Cool. Thank God.
Okay.
Bro, wait, they added some funny shit to the shotgun.
Hilarious.
Because people are
Absolutely
going
hilarious.
flying. Whee! Oh no 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 no. Oh!
No!
Whee! What the hell's happening? Oh my god.
Okay.
There's just weapons everywhere.
No, man. Ow! Great. Nice, Sammy. Nice. We're tied,
Crispy.
dude. Come on, Carla. Get him.
I'm so far away. Oh, close.
Oh my god, that was so close.
Close. I can't stop thinking about that rat game. If I may.
It's fun. You can think about it.
Okay.
No worries.
4, 3, 2, 1. Go. Nice shot. Dude, this map is confusing. I almost just jumped in the water. So I took the
Dude,
wrong
don't do that. That's silly as hell, dude.
Where are we going? I'm descending a cliff.
Descending.
Playing peek out here.
Detritus.
Nice, Sammy. Good hit.
Ow. Another one.
Chris, you made me do this whole time.
I get sad when he doesn't go, nice shot, because I know that was a nice shot.
I picked one up, Crispy. I picked one up off the ground.
What the fuck?
How do you pick them up?
You get close and you hit E.
What?
But you can't get too close, otherwise you'll die.
Hey!
You're gonna get that. Oh, no, you're not.
Douche.
Fine. Needed that.
Chris, believers, we got you.
Yippee! Ooh, that's close.
Oh, man. Bro, it's gonna fall into the water.
Okay. That's crazy.
What? Huh?
Bro, I don't know. I don't know. That's crazy, though.
Nothing I can do on this fucking hill. Bro. We're just going up here.
Wow!
That's crazy.
Sucks.
My
That
golf ball's
sucks.
all the way down
That sucks
here.
fucking ass, bro. That sucks ass.
Yeah.
That one was
This
personal
map
as hell.
sucks. This sucks.
What is
This
this
actually
map
sucks
awesome? What do you mean?
ass.
Oh, wait, Chris, why are you so far?
Crispy, I'm right there with you, bud.
Bro,
I don't like the maps where, like, if your golf ball goes somewhere, it's
Them
just like
fighting
you're
was
done.
just my
There's-
time.
There's just like no way you can do anything.
yeah.
I agree.
Carla believers, there's a shot.
There's a shot.
There's a shot.
There's a fucking shot.
There's
man.
a shot.
Gauntlet.
Oh, God.
A fucking gauntlet.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
That's crazy.
Thank you. Oh my
Gonna
god,
stay
there's
right
guns
here.
everywhere!
It's gonna stay right here.
Nice shot.
Only water everywhere.
Let me get rid of that.
Oh.
Oh,
What was that? Carla, what happened?
I thought that would help me. It didn't.
Oh, good. Really good. Yeah, really fun, really fun. Yeah, yes!
Yes! Yes!
Okay. Okay, Crispy.
Get her, get him. Nice! That's so big, Carl. You don't even realize.
Carla, that's not. Why would you hit me? He's in first.
Because I wanted this.
Oh my god.
Scam line, witchy. If they just fight a little bit more, we're so back.
Yes.
Oh, it's so close, Chris.
Oh my god.
Nipsey!
Ow. Wait,
How
Chris
are
is
you?
Sling?
Good to see you.
What?
I thought you and Carla finished before. That's my bad.
I did. I finished first.
Oh, okay. This is so close.
I gotta make them hate each other so I can win.
Rolling Hills.
With love.
Rolling, rolling.
Rolling, rolling, rolling.
3, 2, 1, go!
Alright.
Okay, I'm just letting you guys know I'm throwing this around to bully Chris the whole time.
What? Why?
Hey man, do what you gotta do.
Why? He goes,
That's,
what? Why?
That's rude.
What? Why? The
That's
audacity.
You won? Didn't you win the last game?
Yeah.
I wonder why that is, Chris.
Because he played a hell of a fucking match.
You're so loser.
Yes,
You're
Sammy,
loser.
speak
You're
on that.
So
And the
loser,
wise
dude.
words
Bro
of
played
Carla,
incredibly.
You're so
What do you
loser,
mean?
bro.
So loser is made it back in the running, guys. New phrase, new phrase.
Birdie, speed run, first place. Yeah, you're right.
Here we go. Oh, come on.
What? Dang. Hey.
I put the Benton Boone there.
What the hell?
What? It went off the edge. That's crazy.
Bro.
That sucks.
Uh-oh. 10 seconds remaining.
You got it.
Nice.
Nice. Okay. What was
I
Alright,
can't
one
win,
more
but I
round.
might come second.
One day more.
It's just a game.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
It's okay, man.
Whoa.
That was cool.
Oh, that's great. Sammy?
I kinda
Hell
popped
yeah.
off.
Oh my god.
It wasn't enough. God damn it.
Close round.
Those are fun maps.
That was a fun map. Not too shabby.
Not too shabs.
Woof.
I unlocked something again. I want to see. Damn, that was a good game.
Let's look.
Jeez.
Headphones, I think.
Oh, is this new? That's kind of a vibe.
I've got one more.
Same.
It's all right.
Okay, hold on.
Alright.
You can go. I gotta feed the bun though.
Tell
That's a-
Sylvie I said hello.
Yippee.
Alright, I'll start in like a minute and a half, 2 minutes. So you don't have to like rush.
Okay, I'll go pee.
Should I turn on hitting balls or no?
I just unplugged my headset.
For the last one, or is that a bad idea?
Okay.
Of course.
one more for the old monkey's detritus.
All right, let me know if everyone's ready.
I'm ready to rumble.
All right, once everyone's good to go, we'll start.
Something's telling me that Crispy's back because he shot a bullet into my face.
I've been here. I've been here.
Carl, you here too?
Thanksgiving, no.
Thanksgiving, not today. All right. Sammy, we can't let Crispy win this one.
She's new.
Bro. Bro, not now.
What? Crispy, Sammy said to burn me at the stake the other day. Isn't that crazy?
Not really.
See ya.
Alrighty.
Hey, Carla. Carla, that's crazy, right?
No, Crispy knows that anything could happen. So.
True.
Anything can happen when you're a heretic.
Who?
A
Guys, are
heretic.
you-
I'm in the doghouse.
Are you down to play more rats next week? Is that crazy?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
I need like a few
100%.
days to lock in on like my schedule.
No, that's fine. Same.
Yeah, but I'm down.
Sick.
I'm low-key mad busy next week.
Low
I know
key,
it's
low
popular.
genuinely, I think so too.
Okay.
Because we have Monday, right?
No, like next week is like there's a lot happening.
It's like a
next
generational
week.
run. What are you doing next week?
Actually, next week is kind of busy. Okay.
See? I wasn't kidding.
I'm
What
not
about-
even kidding.
We're,
Like,
we're low-key booked next
What
week.
about
what are you
the
doing
same
besides the
time
lobby?
next week?
I got a lot of
Carl,
stuff
I can't.
going
I
on.
can't. I need a few days. I can't think right now.
So what about
I don't
tomorrow?
know if I can
I'm
stream.
kidding.
No, I can't do Thursday next week. I can't.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
She's booked and.
We could do something before scam next week.
Oh my God, she's obsessed.
Sorry.
She wants to make this. She wants to make the schedule so bad.
Sorry, I really like that rat game.
oh.
I do too, but I'm
I
just
just
next week is like
destroyed my whole life.
uncharacteristically busy.
No, I feel that.
Like normally I'd be down, but I'm like I'm low-key.
No,
I don't even
feel
have just
that.
like stream stuff. I got like IRL stuff.
I have a lot on. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, matter of fact, I'm the busiest I've ever been.
Guys, I
Like,
actually.
I am down for more
I'm
because
not
I
even
have a
being
lot of fun.
sarcastic, though.
You know what my favorite thing is to do when I say to someone, "Ooh, should we get dessert?" and they go, "Nah, I don't need it." I'm like, "Yeah, you're right." Same.
You're right. I hate
No,
dessert.
like who even wants
never liked
that? You
sweets.
know what
No,
I mean?
dessert's like the worst, honestly. I've never had dessert in my life.
You know, matter of fact, let me get another entree.
Wheezy.
Entree.
Wait for me too.
2, 1.
Nice shot.
Whee! Sure.
Crispy, Shan beat Pokopia. Like, got all
No way.
all the Pokemon, yeah.
Teary-eyed
All
or
the
not?
Pokemon.
No, not like the ending.
Oh.
Ending, like the full, like
Oh my God!
like
what?
no life did and got every single fucking guy and went in on it.
Jesus.
Yeah,
That's what I haven't even done that.
Bro said teary-eyed. Dude, that game's so good though, Loki.
So good.
How
They
many
just need more
hours did you
items.
put into it?
Oh, you don't want to know.
Really?
Yeah. She popped away.
Sure.
She goes, I got credits 3 days in, bro. Hole, fall in the hole.
I didn't know that was a thing.
Bro gave up. Bro gave up.
Bro, where's
Genuinely,
Crispy?
I genuinely didn't realize you can go in the hole. I was just trying to get my ball in.
Oh my
Crispy,
god.
we all
He's
have
so far,
loser
he
of
can
you
fuck it.
moments, okay? Remember what you did to me.
47 seconds left in overtime in Denver and Michigan, so.
What's that?
What?
Is that hockey?
Final four.
Oh, nice.
Oh, my bad.
Next week is actually busy.
Michigan versus
I have to
Denver.
Mm-hmm.
And
I
then
have
who are
to
the other
lock
two
in
teams?
and plan
Is
the
UConn
days.
still in it?
No. I don't
You'll
think
do a big.
UConn
What
made
day
the
should I do
tournament
my
this
Red
No,
Dead
no.
stream?
Didn't they knock out Duke, or am I weird?
year. You're thinking of basketball, brother. This is ice hockey.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, Wisconsin beat somebody else. I
This is
forget.
the, this
I
is
know
the
that's
Frozen
right.
Four.
Yeah, it's the Frozen Four, my brother.
My bad.
Can I ask one question about next week?
No.
Just one. Just one.
No!
Is what we planned in the group chat with the big group locked in?
Yes.
I think so.
Oh,
yeah.
yes, I think so.
Cool.
Frozen Four's the
kinda-
actual name? That's sick.
Yeah, it's the Frozen Four. I kind of low-key forgot about that. but
How do you launch yourself, Crispy, with those things?
You just shoot, like you just, like you're doing a regular swing and it just sends you. Okay. Wait, does it go to a shootout now? Oh.
That's a good question. I really don't know. Nice. Great. Yes.
No, I was
Second
hoping that
overtime
would
period,
work.
they keep going.
Oh,
Oh, they keep
shit.
going. Okay.
It's changed so much over the years. Like we used to do it. We had a weird time where we did shootouts in playoffs, and it was kind of stupid to be honest.
Overlook.
Overdrive.
Overdrive. Drive.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go! Nice shot.
What the heck just
Man.
happened?
Nothing.
It just literally just glitched me forward, and I just missed the ball straight up.
Crap. Okay. Oh my
How's
god.
it feel?
Oh, you're
to
gonna,
be the
you're gonna wish you
guy?
never did that. That's for sure, buddy.
Mhm.
Okay, threat.
Yeah, threat assessment.
Dude.
No.
Crispy, I just saw you slide off
No.
that cliff so slowly.
I gotta stand on business. I'm sorry, babe.
Good. Good.
Sorry, baby. Oh. Did you try to shoot me? We both missed our shots.
I know we did, we did.
We both like, yeah, you like that? Fuck.
Fuck.
Oh. Oh. Oh, that ice machine's scary. Oh!
Okay.
Nice and easy now. Fine.
Oh.
That's fine. No worries.
Oh, it tied.
Right at the buzzer.
Ooh.
For now, Carla.
Oh, fucking you.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Whoa. Donuts.
Donut.
5,
Door
4,
knob.
3, 2, 1.
Bro, whiskey, how's the nose, dude?
Whiskey.
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 Hey, twin.
New
How we
nose,
feeling,
who
brother?
this?
New nose,
Okay.
new nose. Imagine he comes back to streaming as a new voice.
He's like,
Hey, guys, ladies.
Wait, bro doesn't need any more Riz than he already has.
I know,
Right?
Yo,
you're
guys,
right.
what's going on? It's completely the opposite of whiskey's vibe. Hey, guys, I'm back. I love playing games. Like, what the hell?
Well, the boys are going a different way.
Yep. That's fine. That's fine. I needed that. Comes back with an accent. That's fun.
Oh.
Yum, 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 yum. Good.
Yeah.
Great.
Who's got a paddle?
Oh, another close game. This is making me shaking my boards.
Warts.
Boris.
Boards.
Burger.
Yum,
5,
Yum,
4,
yum.
3, 2, 1. Go.
Good. Sammy, Chrissy bullying me.
I'm saying nothing.
What?
Thanks, Sammy.
I'm saying absolutely nothing.
Sammy.
Bro, you made an enemy today.
Oh,
What?
shit.
How so?
What?
You and Sammy. Wait, my ball's actually in a terrible
They're gonna be
spot,
fucked about
I think.
Coachella. I couldn't give 3 shits, and that's just my bad though. But
Coachella?
I don't.
Bro,
I
Justin
don't even know
Bieber is gonna be there. Don't say that.
what does that mean?
What do you
I
mean?
could literally
he's
give a
performing.
Isn't he there every
less
year?
about
He's
Coachella.
performing.
Okay, I feel like he performs all the time.
What?
I don't know.
Bro,
I'm not
I-
a believer. That's
Yeah,
fine.
Mama
low-key
to the
think
Coachella.
Coachella is like half as cool as people try to make it out to be.
I feel like Coachella was always like in June. So it feels like super early this year, but maybe I'm a monkey.
I don't know. I feel like
I
it's
just don't want to
probably
go
too hot now
and be in the
June,
middle of a
right?
desert to go to a concert. You know?
Chris, bro.
You saw me first.
please. Yeah, but I've never won.
Okay.
Oh. Oh, it hurt.
I'm sorry.
Ah.
Wasn't he super? Isn't everything super expensive now? For Coachella?
Hasn't it always been expensive?
I feel like it wasn't too bad when it was like no one cared about it, but like when it was like kind of lower underground vibes.
Birdie. Shaking my
Birdie.
boards. Hi, Sully. How are you doing?
10 seconds remaining.
I don't
Good
think it ever
to
used to
see
be 3
you.
weekends. No, 3 days. Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Is Coachella the one where everyone does crazy outfits?
Yeah, all the girls get like cute outfits on. Guys walk around with no shirts. Classic style.
I feel like Coachella is my idea of hell.
It's yeah. It's like a very like elitist like rich person concert kind of in my opinion.
1.
It's a good place to see like some cool music. People do drugs or drink, and then they drink water, and then they just vibe. It's very 25-year-old vibes. Whoa, whoa! Frozen.
Wow.
Is Coachella the most
Frozen.
intense, or is it more Bonnaroo, or is it both kind of about the same vibe?
Tons of
No.
people camp for Coachella.
$600
tons.
for
Coachella's in
general
the
admission?
desert. Yeah.
Desert.
Dessert.
I'm going to see my good friend and coworker, Justin Bieber.
Good friend and coworker is wild.
He's a Twitch streamer. I've been in his shop multiple times. My good friend and coworker. Ow.
Good friend and coworker.
Speed run.
What?
Well, I feel like that was moving in slow-mo.
I agree.
Fuck.
Yeah, I don't know why. Maybe because I'm not a big drinker.
Bonnaroo's actual tents, Coachella's like influencer tents.
And like the
Yeah.
toilets and the tents and the music and the crowd. I'm just
I mean,
like,
hey, it's
You
probably
know?
fun as fuck. I'm just not like, I'm not like.
I'm not a
tapped in on
big
that shit.
festival person anyway.
Yeah.
Like, gun to my
Midnight
head, I had
Snack?
no clue that
Hey.
Bieber was performing, but it's gonna be sick if he sings all of his old classics.
Nice shot.
Baby, 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 oh. Oh, Burning Man's, that's not even on the menu. That's
Yeah, what's Burning Man?
Burning Man's like a
Oh.
whole nother thing. That's
I
like
see it, and I'm just like, all right, why is it like so?
Well, it's like, why is that?
It just
It's
feels
very
very like
intense.
apocalyptic vibes. That's the
Yeah.
wrong word for it, but you know.
You gotta be rich to do that. Rich. Like stupid rich.
I feel it. Yeah, I feel like you have to be rich for both. They're just like very like normal person.
Coachella, you be like fake rich, I
tapped.
think.
You like
You put it on a
influencer
credit
rich.
card. Burning
Yeah,
Man, you gotta have connections.
Yeah, Burning Man, you actually have to have lots of money.
And they don't, and they like barter. There's like a barter system for like a week. They just like trade goods.
Yeah, you're just in the desert. Oh, I got stuck in the fence spot.
Wait, Carla, that's cool. Whatever the fuck that was.
Thank you.
Actually, just can't get my ball out of here. Sucks.
Uh-oh. 10 seconds remaining.
No, 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 no. No!
Oh no! Come on, Carla, come on, hit it! Oh!
I'm so sad.
Oh. Such a close game, dude.
Damn.
One more round.
Is it a week-long event? Oh God. Oh.
Oh my God.
Right.
Just two boys and we're going to Coachella.
Put your ass away, child.
Alex.
The Vine series.
dude. 57.
Alex the May underscore just subscribed.
My God.
Looter Golf left.
Thank you. How are you, doll?
Christy, your ball's back there.
Oh, I'm sorry, my Shayla. I was getting the boys.
Nice shot.
Nice shot.
Bro's gonna bother me the rest of the game. Watch this. Oh my God! What? Sammy, help!
The way Sammy's just bolting, like, nope.
Help! What?
Sorry, I needed that.
Yes. Great.
Oh! Oh, am I gonna go in?
Oh my
Oh, second.
God!
Oh, intense.
Great.
Oh my God, oh my God! Lot of golf left. Alex, how are you? Thank you. Theme from Pokemon Scarlet and Violet voice out the human voices. It honestly sounds like a few things jambled into one. Nice.
It's all suck.
GG's.
I'm getting good items.
GG.
Guys, whole lot of fun tonight. Jeez.
Whole lot
Boot
of
up
fun,
rats.
gamers. Oh, I couldn't.
I simply could not.
I could not.
Simply.
3 hours tops on those funny voices, but it's still a great game.
True.
Yeah.
Very, very fun.
GG's, you guys.
Rats next
GG's.
week. Final offer.
Final.
We'll figure it out.
Final offer.
I'm really busy.
Alright. I might be too.
Oh,
Who knows?
Sore.
I'll have to check my sketch.
Alright,
Okay.
guys.
Back it up.
Alright.
Alright.
Night, guys.
Night.
Good night, guys. Have a
Gamers.
good night. Later.
Fun. Super battle go. That game was intense. The new map, but I really liked it. It was good. It was really good. Too good. Too good. I am going to honor myself today because every single day this week, and I haven't regretted a single thing. I've been under the weather this week. Every single day I've been like, I'm going to do a small stream and then I do 7 to 8 hours. So I'm going to do something extremely hard. Usually I'd be on for 3 more hours, but I'm going to give myself a little sweet treat today and to make myself go to the chemist to get some medicine and actually just edit and just look after myself a little bit. Because I honestly, like, I am proud of myself today. I was going to get off, guys. I was feeling so shitty that I was going to end stream after DBD and then do friend slop off stream because I was just feeling so bad. But we persevered. I'm sorry again this week. I know every day I've been like, I'm not feeling well. But it was the truth. I just wasn't feeling good this week. Next week's a new week though. And it's going to be a much better week. I'm not going to be going through it. So it's going to be a good one. But hopefully, even though we've been low energy, I've been a full low energy week. I don't remember the last time I've had a full low energy week. Usually it's like one day, but hey, we're human, aren't we? So hopefully you still had fun this week, despite low energy vibes. I still had fun personally. You got me through the week, if I can say that. Yeah, I'm going to take some drugs, Axel. I will get some stuff scheduled as well and just kind of like non-verb it up. Honestly, and not in a hot fan, by the way. Thank you, guys. I really appreciate you. All the support, you sticking by me and still showing up, even though I wasn't that bubbly this week. Next week is going to be a big one. So next week is a minimum 5 streams. We only did 4 streams this week because of long weekend, sorry, for Easter. But I think Sunday, which is US Saturday, I can do a bonus. So it could potentially be a 6 stream week. US Sunday, Aussie Monday, I might be seeing mum. So I might start a little bit later, like 9 p.m. Eastern. But I'll still be streaming. And yeah, that's the only different thing next week, but we'll figure it out. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. I'm glad you've enjoyed yourself. Despite everything, because I have, and you're so lovely, and I appreciate you. We did do Girthy streams. I guess that's a plus, Axel. It's like I didn't get any bonus stuff done, but I did show up. We did 7 to 8 hour streams today, apart from today. Next week though, Tammy, I'll be in touch with you and Keto. Next week we'll definitely do more Faz. We're definitely doing a full Cowboy Day. Part of that stream will be modded. Half of it won't be. We'll do more Friend Slop, more Pacopia, and we're going to finish off Drain Sim. So, a lot of week next week, guys. But I love you guys. Thank you, seriously, again, for being so understanding this week. I really appreciate it. I needed the understanding, so thank you so much. I will see you next week, guys. If you're newish here, that is US Sunday night. I'm back. If you're Aussie, I will see you Monday morning. We're gonna make me rich and fast. I know. We need this. But take care of yourself, guys. I will see you in a couple days. I love you so much. Bye. You're the best. Miss you already.